Chapter 1, the most immersive VR ever since the first virtual reality games appeared on the gaming scene. The full dive virtual reality became technology's next target. And in 2020, it finally happened. Every gamer dreamed of this moment for a bloody long time. The FDVR gaming sets and software started flooding the market after a massive advertising campaign throughout the world. FDVR technology allows a person's consciousness to transfer into the game world. Millions of gaming fans, scratch that, millions of gaming fanatics, invaded the stores that sell the console of their dreams. I've seen people fighting each other over their turns in the lines. They mostly got carried away by the dream of gaming with such an advanced piece of tech. What a bother! As an old gamer who spent many years playing RPGs, I also decided that I need to take this to the extreme and awaken my old gaming ghost from his slumber. I'll play that game once again, the game that was released in my years of high school and stole most of my time and money, The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim. One may wonder, that's an offline single-player game. Am I going all this way to this store and standing in this damnable heat under the burning summer sun of Egypt, just to buy a single FDVR headset for an offline single-player game? Hell yes! I am. And before you start judging, I just want to say that I suck at MMOs. Seriously, too many idiots gathered in one place trying to do the same boring quests over and over again between PvE and PvP to all this madness. I just can't stand it. To me, they are not enjoyable at all, and most of them lack the good story that makes the player fall in love with the game and its lore, to research the realism and immersion, and to discuss the game world online and build theories about it. That's how I enjoy the game. And also as a personal reason, when it comes to MMOs, I don't have any special skills or anything to stand out or make friends. I am your average gamer who plays just for fun. By the way, I am a lawyer, and I work my ass in a law firm that consumes me as a slave laborer. Sigh. Go to law school, they said, be a public prosecutor and hoard money, they said. Damn it to hell. All I wanna do now is just to relax and play Skyrim. What a pain. Skyrim has been published for years, and it seems that Bethesda, the game company, barely graced us with a teaser trailer for the 6th part of the franchise. A/N, this was written in 2018, if by any chance TES 6 was released before 2020, then it will get edited. Seriously now, Ubisoft, another company, is publishing an Assassin's Creed game every year, while Skyrim is surviving all this long because of its freedom and depth, but more importantly, it is thanks to the outstanding efforts that was put into the mods by the modders. As well as some official side projects like Skyrim, Special Edition and Skyrim, Virtual Reality. They also published Skyrim, Full Dive Virtual Reality. It's the reason why I am standing here after all. Speaking of the mods, the term stands for modifications. They are DLC-like content that overhauls the gameplay or expands the world. Modders usually upload their mods free or with a charge on the internet. Forget the game company's mods, they stink, and you have to pay for them. What kind of weird fetish is that? Basically, we Skyrim players download our mods mainly from Nexus Mods, where Skyrim has more than 57,000 mods last time I checked 2 years ago. And if that is not enough for you, then what else is? The mods are the pride and joy of us Skyrim players. They are basically about anything and everything, from weapons and magic mods to remodeling game mechanics mods, to graphics replacing mods. There are even adult content mods. Anyway, everyone and their mothers can find whatever mods they fancy. I am a graphics fanatic, so I go mostly with 200 plus mods in a gameplay that are mostly all about changing how the Skyrim world looks like. What a time to be alive! I can make good old Skyrim into some Korean MMO if I wanted to. But there is an unwritten rule when it comes to modding Skyrim. It is, before looks, comes immersion. That is what our Lord and Savior the immersive Lord MXR taught us. Enough about me remembering all that basic knowledge now. This damn line of people is barely advancing and my turn is coming nearer and nearer. Let's just stop raising flags for now. Also, when one should spray in this goddamn heat, it's suffocating. After a long struggle, and thank God that the shop has an air conditioner, I bought the gaming set of my dreams. I almost fainted from happiness, but my financial status can't allow me to ruin this suit now. I know should have gone home and changed before I come here, but the line was not that crowded yet, so I took the chance. Now, I am ready to hit the road home. I also should stop thinking about playing so much. That can be considered raising a flag too. While thinking about it, I was walking and about to cross the narrow street. That's when I heard a very unpleasant and uncalled for the sound of tires screeching against the road. My mind worked rapidly as I knew what is about to happen. The legendary truck-kun is trying to reap my soul. The sound of tires screeching drew nearer and nearer in a split of a second, and I was about to get pulverized when it reaches me. But at the very last moment, I put all of my strength in my legs and leaped for it to the side of the road while not neglecting the duty of safekeeping the FDVR set I just bought. Thankfully, I managed to avoid the crisis by a hair's width. I also was keeping my guard up from any possible vase to crash into my head from the building next to me too. Phew, a trip to another world, perfectly avoided. I said while making a sigh of relief. No reincarnation for me today. I took a look at the source of the noise and to my disappointment, it was not anything scary. It was just a tuk-tuk. What is a tuk-tuk, you ask? Well, it's what you call an auto rickshaw, which is very popular in India. The tri-wheels motorbike that pulls a carriage. We have that in Egypt too. While I was looking with disappointment at the tuk-tuk, the driver hurriedly got out and apologized to me. The onlookers were giving him some cold gazes. This guy was rushing in a narrow street. After all, most tuk-tuk drivers are unlicensed and reckless anyway. Thinking about it, I came to the conclusion. The best way to avoid getting hit by a tuk-tuk is to be the tuk-tuk itself. I smiled at the driver and said it's all right with a friendly face. As long as he reflects on his actions, there was no need to scold him. Or maybe because I was in a hurry to play the game and didn't have time to argue about it. I asked him for a ride home just to get this problem over. Everything went smoothly after that as the tuk-tuk stopped under my apartment. I took out 10 Egyptian pound note, but the driver strongly refused and asked me to consider the ride as an apology. Wow! What a nice guy! Seriously, you might not know this, but tuk-tuk drivers are mostly thugs around these parts. When the guy noticed my amazement, he puts on a smile and mentioned that he is a science school graduate, but just like most of his kind in this sorry excuse of a system, he couldn't find a job that suits his diploma, and due to his need of money he does some small jobs here and there. This is not something strange and I can relate to him. I am a law school graduate and not too much better than him. Lawyers' careers here have more downs than ups. Also, we are not sexually attractive, so we don't live long anyway. The tuk-tuk driver and I got into a who is more unlucky competition and started to lament on the past. As people who shared some tragedies, we found each other's best friends before we even know it. After the short conversation, we exchanged phone numbers and said our farewells. Each on his way. I head to the pavement while saying salam, hey, to the butcher's son in their shop next to the building entrance. Proceeding through the entrance, I smelled the stink of a cat. It is probably the cat that always sneaks into the entrance and made it its lair. Well, whatever Her Highness wants. I am a cat person myself and it's not like the stink will kill me or anything. I mean, we have a butcher next door so the smell is already ruined. I tried to interact with the cat but I got splendidly ignored. The cat scratches her neck with her rear leg with flexibility and walks away. I normally get ignored if I don't give her something to eat. Sigh. This cat. What an adorable tsundere. Forget that now. To the elevator, or what I call the hell lift, as it resembles a narrow coffin with the length of a meter and the width of a half. I press the most unlucky number in the world, 13. Chapter 2, Linku Startu. As I entered my apartment, I saw my roommates lazing around doing a 0-0. Why am I not surprised? Other than the holy sanctum, my room, this apartment needs to be cleansed by the pure fires and flames. What a mess! Let's forget that for now because it is introduction time. Ahem. From the room that has a balcony and yet no view to the sea, weighing over 120 kgs, he is an accountant in some big company's warehouse, I introduce to you. Fatty. And on the opposite couch, sits the one who resides in the dark room next to the kitchen, weighing less than 80 kgs, he is a 6th year medical school student, I introduce to you. Four Eyes. Those are my roomies and friends from ages, if one just can ignore the amount of laziness that can radiate just by their existing around. Fatty is an accountant so he's not much better off than me, and Four Eyes is still a student. It meant that the three of us is in a critical financial state. Still, since we are all of the same age, we tend to be on friendly terms, unless when it comes to our anime's favorite genres. From what I know, they are greater perverts than I am. Fatty is a lolicon to the core, and shitty Four Eyes is even weirder. He sometimes brings bones back home saying he is going to study them. Study my ass. These are someone's bones, you bastard. If I didn't know what necrophilia is, I would have thought he was attempting some sort of necromantic rituals. Although these guys have their flaws, they too have been through complications that lead them here. While saying what's up to the crew, they noticed the FDVR set in my hands and their eyes lit up. I told them beforehand that I was going to buy it, but they thought that the sets will sell out before I even get to the store. Now that I have the device in my very hands, without any dignity or honor, they immediately offered their respect while cupping their hands as if we are in some Chinese novel, and also decided to call me boss, all that if I agreed to grace them with trying out the FDVR set. The amount of shamelessness that dwells within them is quite admirable. Well, these guys are my friends, so I am not really against it. Anyway, there is something more important right now. Comrade Four Eyes, is it done? Yes, boss. Preparations are complete, we are ready for the launch. Good man. Comrade Fatty, I hope you don't fail me this time once again. Sorry, boss. So you did fail me. I will go right away, boss. He took his keys and ran to the door. Bring some coffee on the way back. Understood, boss. Sigh. And he goes to his task. Anyway, the complete preparations meant something very important, so I headed to my PC and checked the download tasks. He. Here it is. Bethesda's newest release is 100% completely downloaded. Skyrim FDVR. Hail boss. At ease comrade Four Eyes, we still have more work to do. Yes. The work is still far from over. Why, one may wonder. Pretty simple. I am not playing this game with no mods. My precious immensely immersive immersion mods. I can pretty much guess how the game will look like without them, and I don't want to see those scary original game meshes, faces, and textures in my FDVR experience. That is why I'll have to take care of that with lots and lots mods. My next task is simple. First, I'll visit the Nexus Mods website and download all the goodies that I don't have right now. I have pretty much all the essential and the famous mods, but since the FDVR technology has very high capabilities and uses the brain as the area of operation instead of the computer's CPU, I can operate more mods than usual without worrying about crashing the game. After all, the human brain has the capability and capacity to process the data subconsciously faster than any computer. The second task I have to do is to clean all the dirty plugins, install the animations, and sort the mods load order. This is a basic routine for Skyrim players, as we can't just leave anything to crash on our heads. In other words, it's going to get busy, so I guess I'll have to take my time. I can't really recall my entire mod list, but there are some particular ones that can't be easily missed. A mod like Skyrim HD is a must. Sky UI for modding the game menus, and also a mod that one can't simply play the game without it. Immersive armors and immersive weapons for various weapons and armors. A body enhancer such as CBBE or UNP. Static meshes and improvements for making everything more detailed. Enhanced lighting and FX for interior lights and climates of Tamriel of exterior lights. Skyrim flora overhaul for the sake of natural beauty. And these are just some of the mods. There are around 500 mods in my arsenal by now, mostly for the sake of realism and immersion. Other than immersion, I also seek the gameplay mods. My gameplay mods are not that complicated because I am a classic player, so my gaming style is not about using all what the game has to offer. Rather, I play as a certain class, even though I have the ability to play with every option there is. The major classes in Skyrim are the warrior, the mage, and the thief. The skills in Skyrim are a total of 18 skills. 3 classes and 18 skills may seem rather few for an RPG, but that isn't really the case here. The game offers a high amount of freedom in choosing whatever skill you want, so players can create their own classes. Simplicity itself. One can make a mix between these skills that can be called a build, such as the spell blade, which allows the player to use both magic and melee weapons. This, however, will force the player to give up the left hand for spell casting and devote the right hand to use a melee weapon. In other words, the player won't be able to use the blocking moves. This was just an example. Back to the skills are divided under their respective class. Warrior skills are two-hand weapons, one-hand weapons, archery, blocking, heavy armor, and smithing. Mage skills are alteration, conjuration, destruction, enchanting, illusion, and restoration. Thief skills are alchemy, light armor, speech, sneak, pickpocket, and lockpicking. Each skill has its perk tree that offer perks, a passive skill that can be unlocked with perk points. One can gain a single perk point per level, and the only way to level up is to use the skills. Once a skill rose to a certain point, it will give the player a skill advancement, and once the players have a certain amount of skill advancements, they will level up. A skill has 100 levels cap, which is rather inconvenient, so there comes a great mod called Skyrim Community Uncapper, which removes this inconvenience. Back to the classes, mixing some skills can make what is called builds, as mentioned before. Other great examples are paladins, assassins, warlocks, and more. Paladins use one-handed, heavy armor, and restoration to give players more of a holy type experience. Assassins use archery, sneak, and one-handed to kill their targets from a distance, or up close and personal. Warlocks use conjuration and illusion to command their armies and summon creatures to help them. Here comes another inconvenience. The necromancer's summoners are a bit weak due to the limit on summoning and raising the dead, which is restricted to only one creature, and until the players reach the level 100 in conjuration, they can raise and summon 2 creatures. It's one of the game flaws, in my opinion, so using a mod like Multiple Summons by Kangwilla can easily fix that problem in a very immersive way that doesn't break the game, unlike the other multiple summoning mods. It increases the number of summons relying on the skill rank. The mage skills have 5 ranks, so its max number is 6 summons. Pure mages are the masters of destruction, so adding a mod like Apocalypse that adds 155 spells to the game that are totally balanced, lore-friendly and immersive. Balanced Magic is a mod that makes magic more powerful as the skills level goes up, as well as some other features. Thieves can be assassins and hunters, but some players add illusion magic to the mix and make some sort of Nightblade build. After recalling all that, I noticed something interesting on the Nexus homepage, a new mod that was released just yesterday. It's a quest mod called Origins of the Lost. And the description of the mod is very interesting. It adds a backstory to the character depending on its race. It has 3 backstories for the human, the elf, and the beast races. I just saw it on the front page in Nexus and really got amazed by it. There are mods that tried to do something like that in the past, but this mod has quests and voice acting, so it will be a top quest mod for sure. I definitely have to add it and try it out. All in all, that's what Skyrim is all about. Mixing mods, perks, and skills made this game is so much fun and never gets old. I mean, look at it, it's 2020 already and the game is officially 10 years old, still, it's as lively and popular as ever. Away from the Nexus there are some mods that come from Lover Slab. These are the plus 18 mods that everyone know and love, Amorous Adventures and SOS, SCHGS of Skyrim, as well as OSA and OSX. One can guess pretty much what are these mods about. I don't have weird fetishes, so no more than that. A/N, there will be some naughty content in the future, so buckle up. E/N, yikes. While looking at my mod list, or what I would rather call mod arsenal, with satisfaction, the loading was pretty much at its end. All what is left is using the tools to install the animation, sort the load order and clean the dirty plugins. Looking at the window, I found that it was already sunset. I went up to answer the call of nature. Looking at the time, it's around 6 p.m. and Fatty hasn't returned yet. His task was to buy us some fancy dinner. Today we are celebrating, of course, so some pizza or kishari won't do our financial situation any harm. While thinking about that, I went the balcony to watch the setting sun and the pink to orange horizon. Smelling the sea breeze from the 13th floor is a blessing, no matter how you say about the neighborhood. Alexandria is always this nice in summer, and the scenery of Castle Kate Bay with the sea is charming as ever. Now. It's not the time to get sentimental. Looking back at the screen, everything is already done. Yep. Let's connect the VR device. I read the instruction from the manual, and it was surprisingly easy. There is a device that connects the headset to the PC and it has a few buttons and lights. Following the guide, I went through all the steps without any issues. Ready for it. Linku Star 2. Chapter has been edited by Josue 561. Chapter 3, the infinite loading screen. I sat on the in front of my PC and relaxed my body, then tilted the chair backward. Now that I look at it, the FDVR headset looks like the nerve gear from a certain anime. I felt the smoothness of its design and the softness of the padding inside. It's really a masterpiece, even though this is a commercial-grade product. Whoever produced this piece of tech has my utmost respect. I put the FDVR headset on and looked at it through my phone's front camera. Handsome as always me, I thought to myself as I took a selfie. I put the phone away, and closed my eyes, then shouted Linku Star 2, in excitement. As expected, nothing happened. Well, the only thing that happened was Four Eyes, who retorted at me with the word idiot, from outside. So you have shown your true color, comrade Four Eyes. Also, I am not an idiot. You are the idiot. Your whole family are idiots. 7 generations of your ancestors are idiots. Humph. How about that, you necrophiliac bastard? To tell the truth, I just couldn't hold back myself, as my soul is that of a true fanboy. That is to say, I don't think I am the only one that has done that though, plenty of other idiots roam the under the same heaven too. Back to the FDVR headset, there are a few precautions one must take note of mentioned in the manual. Things like, maintaining a safe body posture while being in the game, not forcefully plug off the headset from someone's head even though the device is safe and there is no harm, it might have some hangover effects. It is also noted to not use the device for more than 6 hours a day, and any more than that will cause the FDVR headset to forcefully log you out. How very thoughtful. This device is amazing no matter how you think about it. After following the instructions, checking, and double-checking everything, I readied myself and took a deep breath, then laid down on the bed next to my desktop, stretched my legs in a comfortable way, turned my head in a steady position, and looked at the ceiling. Couldn't help but grin while pressing the button on the headset. I closed my eyes and the metallic voice of a countdown started. As the countdown reached 0, my mind sank into the darkness. What I saw in front of my eyes was a wondrous space all in black. Looking around didn't really tell me where is left or where is right. Out of nowhere, a thick white text popped into my face. Bethesda Studios. This was scary. Next time, I'll add that mod that removes that scarecrow that the company planted here. After that, some white smoke came from surroundings, drawing near and nearer, blending in the space. Strangely, I am breathing, but no type of scent comes to my nose. I became aware of how does it feel when someone loses their sense of smell. I thought I would smell the smoke, but I smelled nothing at all. It's a very weird and uncomfortable sensation, having to breathe like you are not breathing. It proved many things about the real world smell to me. What an eye-opener. Also, I noticed that the rest of the senses are pretty much weaker than usual too. That was expected. Actually, I heard on the TV that it's natural, due to the difference between the amounts of information between the digital realm and the real realm. But still, having to experience this myself is quite the feat. I checked my surroundings once again and I saw a very familiar scenery of a dragon emblem made of metal that has few cracks. The dragon is the Imperial Dragon, the symbol of the Empire from the game. Beneath the dragon on right was a smaller symbol of the game company, and on the right of the dragon appeared to be a few words materializing midair. They are as followed: new load credit quit. Everything seems to be in place. I tried to select the new select option, only to notice that I have no hand. The hell? So it was like this. If I remember correctly, I have to use my mentality to move the marker between choices. So let's give it a try now. Actually, it's a piece of cake. Me moving around the dark space a while ago was done using my mentality too. So that's how things work. Switching between the options for practice, I choose new and confirm for the confirmation message. From this point, things should go smoothly, but a message box appeared. Looking at the box, I realized it was not something from the game. Then it got to be a mod. Thanks for choosing our mod Origins of the Lost. This mod will take your primary character information before you start. You can choose appearance later in the gameplay. Continue. Oh, it was that mod. I forgot to read how it works and immersed myself in the overall details. Silly me. Still, for it to work like that. Impressive. There is only one choice anyway, so let's be done with it. First, it asked about the race. Races in Skyrim are categorized into 10 different races, but they are basically humans, elves, and beasts. The humans are Nords, Imperials, Reguards, and Bretons. Nords are Skyrim natives, strong, proud and beautiful people. They mostly reassemble the Vikings. Imperials come from the Cyrodiilic Empire. They are good in both magic and combat. They reassemble the Roman. Reguards are the natives of Hammerfell, who are natural warriors, and they resemble both Arabs and Africans. Bretons are the natives of High Rock, who has elven ancestry and like elves strong in magic. They are a bit shorter than most humans, but they are the closest race to Europeans. Elves are High Elves, Dark Elves, Wood Elves, and Orcs. High Elves are from Somerset Isle, and they are naturally gifted in the arcane arts. Tall, long-living, and arrogant folk with a bit of golden skin and pointy ears. Wood Elves are from Valen Wood. They're known for their excellent talent in marksmanship and taming animals. They are the closest to your typical elves from the movies, and they are much better in manners. Dark Elves are from Morrowind east to Skyrim. They are strong battle mages. They are not as haughty as the High Elves, but their nobles are a true pain in the ass. Orcs, who are counted as elves, are a cursed race of elves. They are gifted in battle and smithing. They have the same looks as Warcraft orcs, but in a human size and a bit darker skin. Argonians and Khajiit are categorized under beast. Argonians are the lizardmen with human figures. Khajiit are people with heads and fur of cats. Both races are good at stealth. With that knowledge in mind, I choose the human section and then Nord. They might not seem attractive to a first-time player, but Nords are all good. They have 50% frost resistance and combat talent bonus. Also, they are good-looking, tall, and fair-haired folk. More than that, they are the natives of Skyrim. I would normally not worry about racial buffs or abilities because with a high-level enchanting and gear, all of that is meaningless. After selecting the race, another box popped up asking for the gender and the name. I normally play as a male, but I had no name in mind. Maybe the name Jon would do for now. I use it a lot since I started watching Game of Thrones anyway. I used my mind to enter the name and it was magically, or mentally, formed. A piece of cake. After finishing all that and choosing confirm, the screen changed and all items on it disappeared. Then another scene from the game came up. This was the typical first-time Skyrim loading screen. It was a black dragon with fiendish appearance. It has a spiky black scales, 2 rear legs, and 2 spread-out wings. It also posed into a roaring position and looked scary ferocious. The dragon was standing on a half-circular word wall, and that wall was full of runes of the dragon language from the inside. The dragon itself looked scary and sinister. This is one of the loading screens that shows up every time the players start their gameplay. There was also some game facts and hints on the bottom right side of the dragon. It's usually some lore and gameplay related stuff. First fact or tip was, and the scrolls have foretold, of black wings in the cold, that when brothers wage war come unfurled. Alduin, bane of kings, ancient shadow unbound, with a hunger to swallow the world. Song of the Dragonborn. Then, when a dragon uses a breath attack like fire or frost, it is speaking in an ancient and powerful language. A battle between 2 dragons is actually a deadly verbal debate. Yaeon. Tiber Septim brought peace to Tamriel in 2896, by conquering all of the known world. Thus began the Third Era. Yes, thank you. Nord belief holds that the honored dead live forever in Sovngarde. It's taking a bit too long. Tip after tip, fact after fact, it took longer than expected. Is it Skyrim's most infamous infinite loading screen? Come on. Something is not right. It's almost an hour and the loading is not done yet. Didn't they say the headset will make the performance much better? The hell is going on? Okay, this is serious. I can't do anything in the loading screen, and there are little to no methods to sort this kind of situation. Emergency logout. Nothing. Force quit. Also nothing. Task manager. Restart program. I suddenly realized that I am not aware of the track of time anymore. This has taken too long. I am feeling some pain in my head. What the fuck is going on? Seriously, what the hell is this all about? Did I perhaps put my head in an uncomfortable position? I can't even seem to force myself out. I don't want to spend 6 hours like this. Is it because of the number of mods I added? I do admit that 500 mods are quite the amount, but I thought it was fine. After a long while, the loading screen blacked and nothing appeared on it anymore. Even its music has faded away. All that is left was blackness. Just blackness. It has been loading for an hour. I am starting to feel sick of seeing the color black. I feel dizzy. I feel like a stone in water. I feel tired and sleepy too. This is bad. Why do I feel sleepy while actually sleeping in a FDVR set? This doesn't make any sense. I can't hold on much longer. I hope the headset forcefully pull me back out. Please. Chapter has been edited by Josue561. Chapter 4, A warrior, a knight, and a thief. The sound of galloping drifted between the trees, breaking the silence of night. 2 moons lit the sky as the howls of wolves echoed. Normally, no one would ride in such a way, yet the riders seemed to be left with little choice. They seemed to be in a hurry, but all of a sudden, they came to a halt. One of the riders, clad in armor and was armed with an unusual blade. He jumped from his horse, and began his search for something. Finally, he fixed his gaze on some stone formation that were put together in an unusual shape. It's clearly someone's doing. He moved the rubble to find a stone with some carving on its base. Lady Hilda, we found a mark, just a little bit to the east. The man shares his discovery to the other rider, a woman with a large hood. She moves her gaze to the man and nodded. Then let's hurry, brother Fulthame. We don't have much time before sunrise. She spoke with a voice which is young, yet dignified and noble. The man called Fulthame nodded his head and jumped back on his horse. He wore a grim expression, yet he never showed it to the lady. After a little while, they arrived to a big lake. Searching the area, they found another stone formation. Fultham rode to it, then turned towards Lady Hilda. He nodded to her to confirm that this is the place they were after. Hilda rode nearer to the stone formation, and took out something from her saddle's bag. It was a money purse made of a golden fabric, then she threw it in the middle of the stone formation. Just before it hits the ground, something happened, and it started to float in midair, then it disappeared. Fultham, who was already in high alert, gripped the hilt of his sword in preparation. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from behind, and Fultham turned hurriedly and unsheathed his sword. But then Hilda rose her hand to signal Fultham to stop, barely moving her blue eyes. She had anticipated this meeting, thus she was not in full alert. "Who calls for the guild?" A man in a black leather outfit and a hood comes from the shadow holding no weapon. His presence, however, is that of a shadow, mysterious but yet capable of anything. Hilda took off her hood, revealing her appearance. Under the light of the moons, her beauty had captivated the atmosphere, her crimson hair fluttered with the wind, her eyes were deep and blue as the ocean, and the freckles dotted across her face. Her height was quite admirable, giving off the feeling of nobility and honor. "It has been a while, Delvin." Her voice had a Nordic accent. The man in shadow, now revealed as Delvin, widened his eyes in amazement at her refined beauty. He sighed, then he looks to the stone formation. "Tanilia, go back first." Delvin issued his command to his subordinate. A few moments later, steps can be heard heading away. Fultham immediately turned towards Hilda in a questioning gaze, not understanding why would they converse with the scum from Thieves Guild in the first place. "Thieves? Lady Hilda, what is going on?" Hilda ignored Fultham's question and looked at Delvin. Delvin stared back, looking into the depths of her eyes. If he had to describe them, he would say that it is impossible to not drown yourself in them. And thus, he was the first to avert eye contact. After a deep sigh, he looked at her again. "I heard the news that Hammerfell is signing a treaty with the Aldmeri Dominion a year ago. I thought you would come right away." Delvin questioned with a sad expression. "I was delayed, and it was better to take a detour through the Empire." Hilda replied with a soft voice. "I thought you couldn't make it. Anyways, back to the usual. How can I serve Lady Firemane?" Although Delvin showed his concern, he knew that Hilda did not come to converse, but to talk business. Thus his attitude had switched back to fit the business persona. "We need a passage into Riften." Her request was clear and precise, but yet Delvin turned his head side to side. "You can't, it's crawling with Thalmor agents." "But the Jarl?" "No matter how sympathetic the Jarl is towards Ulfric, with a large sum of gold, she can be bought. In Dagon's name, even her steward is a high elf. Can't we go through the fishery? Or there any other secret way to the Ratway?" Answers no. Only the guild members have an understanding with the guards. "I'll pay Waitef." "Listen. Whatever you offer," the Thalmor offered twice the bribes. "Usually, I would help you guys out, but the guild has been through some bad luck recently. We have been at setbacks many times. I can't afford any to damage the guild. It's bad for business, and bad overall. I'm sorry, truly." After Delvin gave his explanation, Hilda nodded in understanding. Still, the uneasiness in her heart made her face crumble. "You can still smuggle back something small, right?" she asked. The look in her eyes, the tone of her voice, the seriousness of her expressions made the cold weather of Skyrim even colder. "Yet," Delvin replied. Hilda's expression eased down when Delvin agreed to her request. She moved her arms, pushing the black heavy cloak covering her body. When she revealed the infant in her hands, Delvin gasped in surprise and gave a wry smile. "So that's why you were delayed." Hilda got down from her horse slowly and approached Delvin. Fultham, who had his right hand away from his blade a while ago, jumped from his horse and followed after Hilda. Seeing her approach Delvin, he unconsciously held the scabbard with his left hand and narrowing his eyes, glaring daggers at Delvin. "This is my son, Jon Hild." Hilda spoke with resolute. Nobody noticed her throat getting a bit shrugged. Take him with you. Please. What? Delvin and Fultham cried in unison, as Delvin's shock betrayed his expression and became clear on his face. Fultham, on the other hand, as he was walking to Hilda's side, misstepped and was about fall. What are you saying, Lady Hilda? That's unthinkable. That's the commander's and your son, and you entrust him to a thief. Fultham was at his wit's end, as he couldn't keep up any more. Hilda, on the other hand, had a stiff look on her face. Why? Delvin was bewildered. Why would this woman ask him such a thing? He's a thief, a criminal, part of the Ratway's scum. Yet, he was being entrusted with what most people would protect the most. I don't have enough supplies to feed him anymore. I can't go into Riften, but you can. Riften has an orphanage, make sure he is taken care of, keep an eye on him, until I come back for him. Hilda's words were heavy on her heart, yet she found the courage to say them. Delvin was silent. As a professional thief, he had to make rapid decisions in situations like this one. Fultham was grumbling in a heavy mood while looking down. His commander's wife was handing over her son to a thief, but yet he couldn't say a word. Why? Because the moment Hilda said that she could not provide the infant anymore, he understood that it was for the best that the infant must be given to someone as capable, although he is a thief, to ensure the baby's survival. Fultham could not protect the child, he was unable to. If they go with the child, his fate is either death from hunger or death under a Thalmor blade. It was just too bitter. Fultham hated the Great War, he hated the Thalmor, he hated the empire that betrayed them. His hatred was to the point of murder, he just wanted to kill them like he did 6 years ago in the Battle of Red Ring, where he killed 100 elves in a single raid. While Fultham was in his dire state of mind, Delvin's voice sounded as firm as Hilda's. If it's for the sake of Lord Jonrad's son, then it's finally my time to pay the old debt. I'll never fail, even if it costs me my hide. He took the child from the lady, and looked at the boy. He was a bit similar to his mother, same eye color, but his hair was auburn, darker than hers. His pale skin was a Nord feature, and even in this cold, the boy was sleeping peacefully. Delvin, who was a Breton, was shivering while this child was taking it easy. Nords. He sighed in his mind while looking back to Hilda, whose emotions betrayed her, and looked at her son with sad expressions. She turned her back suddenly, startling Delvin. When she gets to her horse, she took a huge battleaxe and a fur knapsack, then she took out a journal and handed it to Delvin. This is my note, give it to him when he is strong enough. I want him to be strong for the fight ahead, never teach him of his ancestry or the name Firemane, his name will be only Jon, and make up a solid story, you understand? Yes. Delvin nodded. Hilda turned, but then she turned her head saying, and you know the price of failing me. Delvin gulped his saliva before nodding with a meek expression. Let's go, brother Fultham. Hilda jumped nimbly on her horse. Following her, Fultham rode his horse and galloped behind her. Leaving Delvin alone with a child in his arms, he was so bewildered at how this meeting ended. Stay safe, my lady, he whispered and went back into darkness. Riding on the traveller's road, Hilda and Fultham were slowing down their horses. So, they finally caught us. Hilda shows a wild grin that of a beast. Let's see how much will you bring down this time, old man, she said as she waved her battleaxe. Let's not. Fultham said. He took her horse's reins and looked at her. Don't die today, Lady Hilda. I'll take the horses and ride opposite to Riften, you run south, then few days later head north to Windhelm. What are you saying? Hilda wanted to refute, but she was interrupted. Let's meet at Windhelm. Fultham has already made his mind. Hilda's expressions changed to that of a sad look, then she smiled and nodded to the man. Like the wind, she took her battleaxe and knapsack, disappearing south into the forest. Fultham smiled, turned the horses, and his killing intent filled the air. Now it's you and me, you filthy elves. Chapter has been edited by JOSUE561, Chapter 5, Why is it leaking? The night in Riften carries many dangers, as ruffians and degenerates roamed the alleys. On the surface, it was a quiet and calm city, but thieves lurked in the darkness, meanwhile the guards snooze in their posts. Near to Mistvale Keep, the castle where the Jarl lives, there was a two-story wooden building, commonly known as Honorhall Orphanage. A figure emerged out of the darkness, barely seen due to the lantern on the front door. Delvin was about to knock on the door, but then he stopped, hesitating for a second. This was an orphanage after all, so it was not that common for him to come near this place. And also there is another problem. To register a child in the orphanage, one needs to meet with the headmistress. The headmistress was someone very familiar with Delvin, and she also was a Dunmer, dark elf, called Nurina. Nurina was a very beautiful woman with grey skin and crimson eyes. Dunmers are not a strange sight to see in Riften, after all, their home Morrowind was on the eastern borders of Riften. The Red Mountain erupted in the 5th year of the 4th era, 4E5, leaving many Dunmers with little choice but to find refuge in Skyrim, or other parts of Tamriel. A/N, 4E stands for 4th era, 5 is year 5. Delvin knocked on the door, expecting to see the beautiful dark elf greeting him. Footsteps could be heard from the other side and the wooden door opened slowly. Delvin, who gave his back to the door, turned around with a friendly face, only to have his expressions turn sour. Right, I forgot about this old hag. The one who opened the door was Nurina's assistant, Grelad, an unfriendly woman who glares at everything and everyone, even the stones on the roadside has their share of her glares. Her nickname, Grelad the Kind, is quite ironic, since she treats the children with severe discipline, and punishments if they disobey her orders. Who in Oblivion is dropping off another brat at this hour? I am Mallory. Although surprised by the unusual visit, Grelad was looking at the figure in front of her with scorn and more hostility than her usual glares. Where is the headmistress? Delvin asked with discomfort. He rather not let her lay a finger on the infant he was carrying. What is your business with the headmistress? Grelad insisted to ask. It was a surprise that Grelad had not attempted to call the guards, unlike any other sane person would do if they encountered a professional thief. Perhaps, she thought her nasty attitude and that glare of hers would suffice in dealing with thugs like Delvin. Unfortunately for her, Delvin is one of the guild masters for a reason. Even though he is a thief, he had the aura of a killer. His eyes turned cold, and he moved his left hand to his back. A second later Grelad could hear a dagger being unsheathed. I don't have time to deal with a hag raven right now. Stand aside, and let me speak with the headmistress. Or else, I might have to start an extermination. Intimidation is one of the most powerful instruments that thief can have on his or her arsenal. With a rough, fearless tone and enough willpower, even merchants would yield to it. She hurriedly took a step back, sucking her teeth in utter defeat. Of course, she could have called the guards, and then Delvin had to make a run for it, but it would ruin her reputation. Although his intimidation wasn't completely effective, it had done its job. She would rather let him do whatever he pleased, as long it doesn't affect her or the children, strangely enough, than to be a laughing stock for the rest of her days. She nodded, and closed the door. A minute later the door was opened again. This time, another woman appeared. She was so beautiful that she could steal the moonlight with her radiance. She had pointy long ears and dark violet lips. Her nose was thin and very fitting for her face. Her body was slim, and the size of her breasts and the curves of her waist were impressive. What stood out the most, however, was her crimson beautiful eyes and her arched brows. Delvin barely held himself from changing his expressions. She was a woman that could ruin a nation. No wonder Grelad is a feisty old bitch. Many children would rather have this fine beauty take care of them, rather than a hag, he mentally noted. The woman looked at Delvin with a friendly smile. What brings you in this hour, Mr. Mallory? A favor. I came for a favor. Not for the guild, but for me. Phew, I knew you would come to ask for another favor one day. Delvin, her prowess, her fine beauty, and her gentle confidence were indeed dangerous. Although she was just teasing, her seduction can even make a guild master sweat. The woman stepped outside the entrance and closed the door behind her. What is it? She asked. Delvin looked to space beside the orphanage and nodded. A second later a girl walked out, and she was carrying a baby that was sleeping peacefully. Due to the thieves' nature of sneaking and walking in the shadow, the kid was never awoken. As the girl was walking nearer and nearer towards Delvin and Nurina, she stopped and removed her hood with her left hand, while keeping the boy with her right. Headmistress, she greeted. So it was you, Tanilia. The girl had brown skin and black hair with grey eyes. These were some features that pointed to Reguards, natives of Hammerfell. From the atmosphere between the Dunmer and the Reguard females, it seemed that there was a history between them. Tanilia stepped forward and handed the baby in her arms to Delvin, and from him, he offered the child to Nurina. She looked between the kid and Delvin, then she takes the kid in her arms. Too beautiful to be yours. These were the first words to come out of her mouth, and Delvin's face immediately stiffed. Tanilia was barely holding her laughter, resulting in a pfft sound. He is the child of someone I owe my life to, and I can't entrust him to just anyone. Delvin says in firmness. So he is not just another child you will charm with words of wisdom and drag him to the ratway to be your lackey. Nurina's words seemed to have hit the nail on its head. Delvin quieted down and was having conflicted feelings about how to reply to such accurate words. He decided to only shake his head, denying her accusation. His mother is someone that resembles you so much. She was alive the last time I saw her, but she was being chased. Nurina looked to the child and her face turned serious. In what way does she resemble me? I cannot share much detail on that, but both you are monsters. I'm sure you'd get along quite nicely. Then, this little one have to grow healthy, and be a strong man. Nurina raised her brows and looked at the child and with a smile. The child with red hair reacted by yawning in his sleep and leaning his head on her bosom. She couldn't help but smile vividly. What is the boy's name and does he have any belongings? I would appreciate it if you register him in an earlier date than today. Delvin recommended. Why? Nurina tilted her head, not understanding why would Delvin request that. We don't want any unwanted attention around him, especially from the city's latest visitors. Delvin explained. Thalmer. Nurina opened her eyes wide in a shock. She unconsciously hugged the child tightly. He's less than a year old. They wouldn't inflict harm towards an innocent child, would they? These bastards don't care for such things. If they ever find out his heritage, they will most likely put his soul on a black soul gem, just for sport. Delvin spoke with hatred. Then he continued, I'll keep my eye on the kid from the shadows. His only belonging is a journal left by his mother. I will be safe keeping it until he is old enough. Nurina nodded silently. And watch out for him from that hag Raven Grelad. Delvin warned her. The last thing he'll ever want for the boy is to have a miserable childhood. A/N, hag ravens are a horrific cross between an old crone and a bird. They fire AoE magic and can be found in the reach west of Skyrim. Go away already, before any guards come by and get suspicious. I know what to do. Nurina began to be cautious, and shoo away Delvin from the orphanage. Delvin gave a wry smile before heading into the darkness. Kid's name is Jon. He whispered, then disappeared into the night. Nurina turned around and closed the orphanage's door with the child. A/N, first-person POV once again. MC is back. Was that light just now? I am out of the damn headset. Finally, phew, I already have VR phobia. I really thought I will never make it. Damn, the light is too bright. Did Fatty and Four Eyes drag me out of my bed? Don't tell me I will wake up in a hospital after 2 years of blank memories. No. No. Definitely not. Calm down me, yes, keep calm. Now let's see where this light is coming from. Oh? What is that? This hospital has a weird taste of decoration? I mean, a wooden ceiling is too weird in this part of the world, right? Maybe it's some weird place where they treat people for less money. I knew it. These guys really did it this time. Man, wait until your daddy, comes home and teach you a lesson. Now, to the matter at hand, where is this annoying light coming from? I look around to my left and open my eyes widely. Is that a fireplace? In Egypt, these things don't even exist. Wah! Wah! Wait, what the hell? I am pretty sure I was saying, is anyone here? Wait a second, this furniture looks so damn familiar. I can't believe it. I'm in game. Didn't I get out? But look at the place, I downloaded too many realism and immersion mods till I mistook it with reality. Unfkin believable. This is the best thing I've ever seen, wowzers. Can I take a screenshot? Doesn't seem I can. Not important. Anyway, why am I not moving? As I am trying to get up, I discover something strange. Oh, so that's how it is. I am a baby. A baby. Babies? In Skyrim? This origin of the something mod is getting better and better. Skyrim modding at its best, ladies and gentlemen. So, I guess I am a lost child and I grow up in some place. Then the main story starts when I get older. Perfect. This is exactly how I imagined it to be. Anyway, will I wait for anyone now or should I save the game? Let's just... Oh my god! A giant! Wah! Wah. Nope, that's not what I wanted to say. I only said OMG. A giant! Stop embarrassing me! So you finally woke up, a womanly voice sounded from that giant. Oi, why do I feel so uncomfortable? Am I being carried up? Wait, this is no giant. If it was a giant, then it wouldn't be this attractive. By the gods, it's a beautiful Dunmer. Day I am wa e/n, it was confusing to have them side by side. Stop it. Seriously. Why am I making these damn noises? Hehe, you look so lively. The Dunmer's voice acting is so top-notch, who did such a fine job? And who could make such a fine-looking NPC? Not even Ethereal Elven mod can make the elves that good? Was it Ilyanora's doing? Gotta be hers. Have to take a screenshot, damn it, wah. Let's ignore that voice. I can't find a way to screenshot at all, not even the mental control can do it. Then let's save the game. By the way, where is the HUD? Escape, not working. Save, not that either. Okay, let's. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, what is that feeling? Aw crap. I need to go to the bathroom. But why is it that I'm about to cry? Ahem, is there a toilet around here? Wah. Not good, it's leaking, why is it leaking? This is Skyrim, right? There are no toilets in this game, right? There are no babies in this game, right? This is not reality, right? Right? No, don't take my clothes off. Please. Don't look at it, if you do, it will destroy my dignity. No. Wah. Chapter has been edited by JOSUE561, Chapter 6, The Reason? I really waited for 6 hours to pass so the headset would force me out, but it wasn't just 6 hours. It was 6 years. 6 years after arriving in this world, many things are different from the game I used to know. More people, more space. The world is bigger, much bigger than what it was in the game. I am to the tip of my nose in foreign waters. I may know some locations in Skyrim, some events that will happen in the future, I know many secrets and treasures whereabouts. But the people around me are not some NPCs, they are real people. Humans, elves, and beast folk really exist in this world. I questioned the reality of this world so many times, but I can't seem to be in a dream or hallucination. It led me to even question the world I was in before, but that won't make anything understandable too. This world is not some fabrication or a dream. What kind of a dream can be so vivid and warm? What kind of world can give this amount of data unless it is a real world? I see it everywhere, in people as they are not fixed to certain moves and routine like it is in the game. I see it in nature as there are so many things I haven't seen in the game. I see it anywhere and everywhere. Many people thought of me as a troubled or dark child because of my out-of-age behavior, so I started to get along with the other kids in the orphanage. Honorhall Orphanage, known nationwide in Skyrim as the largest orphanage, it was considered the only orphanage in the game, but there seems to be one in the city of Markarth and another in the capital, Solitude. I am glad I was in Riften though. I got to meet with Nurina. Even though I miss my family in my past life, I feel that Nurina is a family to me. She clearly favors me over the other kids. I know that, they know that, but she always says that she raised me since I was less than a year old, so she treats me as a relative. I owe her more than what I can possibly pay back in a lifetime. She was one of the people that never appeared in the game. I am not sure if mods are taking effect in this world or not, but me being here was due to the mod called Origins of the Lost. I requested to learn how to read and write from her at the age of 4, she never would have thought I already know how to do though. Actually this is just English, so I am not in strange waters, even though it's not my first language. About my first language, I kept writing notes with it and murmur it to myself, just to not forget who I am or what I once was. I wrote these notes in secret and they were about all what I could remember about the mods, lore, secrets, and events that will happen in the future. I had to keep the knowledge that I am sure it will be of good use in the future. Grelid once found some of my notes in my native language and accused me of doing Daedric rituals. A/N, Daedric refers to Daedra, which are a group of gods that are evil and do mess with the world with more freedom than actual gods. This **ing old crone doesn't leave me at peace. She hates Nurina and me, and also considers both of us her archenemies. Of course she does, and why not? The only one who can stop her from beating the kids is Nurina, and I always lash out at her. Nurina always tells me to respect thy elders, but I am sure she excluded Grelid from the start. In the game Grelid always mistreats the children and abuses them. In that game Nurina doesn't exist. I don't want to believe anything bad will happen, but I won't let anything happen to Nurina even if it costs me my life, I swear on it. Aside from Nurina and my gang, there another person who visits me from time to time. He is Delvin, and not just any Delvin, it is Delvin Mallory. The Delvin Mallory from the Thieves Guild. This man is a master at the sneaking skill. Just what is his relationship with me? He's a Breton, so he can't be my relative, thank God. I love to be a Nord in this country of Nords, because of a very disturbing reason. Nords are racist, and there are only 2 racist races in this world that I know of, and they are Nords and Altmer, the High Elves, which means no more bullying. Now introducing my gang, they are Ysolda, Sviti and Wulfur. Ysolda, as everyone who played the game knows, is the chick that roams the market in the city of Whiterun. She lost her parents and came to Riften, and she has a strong desire for making money and being a merchant. Sviti and Wulfur were a sister and brother. Sviti is a quiet girl but was good singer, and Wulfur is an honest and kind guy. We usually play whenever it's possible and they treat me good, so we are on good terms. Spending the days in this peaceful manner is not good for me. Ysolda is already learning how to count money and how to speak to people. Sviti practice most of the time to become a bard and go to the Bard's College, while Wulfur accompanies me to read and learn from Nurina. He also helps Ysolda in her weird ideas of buying and selling worthless stuff. These guys are already 6 years old and they are so dependable and hard workers. If I was like that in my past life, then I would have become something much more than just a lawyer. It's decided, then I will do not just my best but my bestest. This world can kill anyone easily, so best is to prepare and meet the world ready go. My first choice in a fantasy world with sword and magic is to learn the damn magic and the skills of the game, but there is a big problem I faced long ago. I can't access the skill menu or the magic menu. Of course this is reality, there is no such thing as system or a handout, but I never asked, right? I go to Nurina's room and knock on her door. She answers and says come in. I go inside right away. One of Nurina's habits is that when she sees me she always smiles. She heals everything with that smile, even though her smile would give me a trauma when I first came to this world, but let's forget about that. I sit on a wooden chair opposite to her. She puts away a book she was reading and looks at me silently. Nurina, I want to learn magic. I just got right into business. Nurina's brows rose up, then she closed her eyes and smiled. Finally she said while widening her smile, and then she opened her eyes and leaned her body on her arms while resting her forearms on her knees like some sort of gangster. Brat, you always read about magic but you never asked about spell tomes. What took you so long? She said while being amused with the situation. So she was waiting for it, hey? My friends are working hard for what they want to achieve, I don't want to lag behind. I replied nonchalantly. You don't have any dreams or goals? Nurina asked again. Damn it, it's that question, the same one I failed to answer in my past life so many times. I have to answer carefully this time. I don't want to be a bard or merchant. I wanted to be an alchemist but you said materials need a lot of money. I wanted to be a smith but I feel learning magic now is more important than anything else. I gave my best answer. Nurina nodded while raising her brows again. Anything else? She asks. Damn, I put all the good answers in one go. Let's play a 6-year-old for now. I also want to protect Nurina. Not a bad answer even if I say so myself. Cut the crap. Nurina's answer was as accurate as ever. I feel so sad for myself. Why can't my innocent child act work on her? Fine, I will teach you magic, but only restoration magic. Nurina declares as she takes out 2 yellow books with a drawing of a light spirit on top of it. These are healing, a self-healing magic, and healing hands, a magic that heals other people. I receive the books with high spirits. Can't I learn some alteration magic? I asked with a poker face. And what do you want it for? Nurina asked with puzzlement. To mess with Grelid, of course. I answered with a sly smile. Nurina smiled back slyly too. Mainly she was the one who I learned fox mode from, so we always had this kind of conversations. She went back to her desk and took out 2 brown-colored books with a tree drawn on them. I could read Alarm and Stoneskin on them. Wait a second here. These are mod spells. The 2 of them are from mods. Alarm is from Apocalypse mod. It is a magic that alerts you when an enemy crosses a certain perimeter. And Stoneskin is a magic that adds a layer of protection for a certain time, but it's altered by a mod called Balanced Magic from its vanilla version, which is called Stoneflesh, that changes the character appearance in that of a stoneman. Stoneskin only adds a transparent layer of protection. This is serious. This means mods most certainly are affecting this world. This may be not bad, but that is strange. Thinking about it, there are only 4 conclusions I came up with. The first is this world already existed, but when I came to this world mods made changes. The second is the world was formed after my death in the VR headset. The third is that this world is an illusion. The fourth is this world already existed but some conditions were met with my mod list that made my reincarnation in this world possible. The first is scary, the second is absurd, the third is not good at all, but the fourth is the most possible conclusion I can come up with. So to summarize what happened to me, it is that I overloaded my mod list with realism mods that was not over the quota of the mod amount, but the amount of information itself had caused my brain to get overloaded and fall apart, which resulted to my death. This information possibly made some kind of effect on me, or rather on something not visible like my essence. Due to that effect some conditions must have been met, like for example, the data in the game matched the information in the world and something like my soul took over or replaced Jon's soul, like when you move a file in a folder and the folder has a file with the same name already there, so the new file has to replace the existing file. This is too absurd, this can't be real. I am saying that the indecent in the VR headset had changed the information of me, renaming me to Jon, and for some reason the information vessel, let's call it soul, moved from Earth to Nirn and replaced the person that I have matching information with. What explains that even more is that Jon was already born, but I don't have any memories of that time he lived in this body. Incredible. Only one mystery remains. What is the reason that led my soul from Earth to Nirn? Chapter 7, Learning Magic that was too much for my brain to process. Even Nurina and my friends saw my expressions changing between questioning to frowning to amazement all day, and they gave me space. Was really an incredible theory if it was right. Fear took me for a moment, but what would I do with fear? I need strength to overcome the hurdles, gain more information and make a stable foothold in this world. I go back to my bed and open my chest where the books, tomes, and notes of mine are organized. I took my quill and inkwell as well as a red journal. This journal contains secrets that can make the Empire, Skyrim, and the Thalmor turn upside down. For starters, let's read what we know. 4186 2nd of Midyear, June. I start this journal as a reminder to collect every essential piece of information I can collect. First, this world called Nirn has two major continents that have all the action, Tamriel in the west and Akhavar in the east. Some parts of Tamriel resemble Earth's Europe and Africa, and other parts are just as alien as it can get. Akhavar, from what I could remember, it resembles Asia, and it's the home of some beast folk that are hostile to both humans and elves. Tamriel, where I live, has 9 nations. Skyrim up in the north, home of Nords. Morrowind in the northeast, the home of Dunmer, dark elves. High Rock in the northwest, home to Bretons. Hammerfell in the east, home of Reguards. The Empire of Cyrodiil, home to Imperials in the middle, south and east of Tamriel. Black March, home to Argonian, lizard folk, in the southeast. Valenwood, home to Bosmer, wood elves, and Elsewhere, home to Khajiit, cat folk, are 2 neighbor countries in south. And in the southwest lies Somerset Isle, the home of the Altmer, high elves, and the stronghold of the Aldmeri dominion. Last is the orcs, known as the Orsimer. They are of elven blood but sometimes rumored to be beast folk. No one really likes them for any particular reason whatsoever. Their home is the city of Orsinium, located in High Rock, and they have many villages around the world. Skyrim, where I live, is a kingdom with 9 holds, province. Each hold has a major city and few villages. The Rift in the southeast has Riften City, Falkreath Hold in the south has Falkreath City, the Reach in the west has Markarth City, Hoffinger Hold in the northwest has Solitude City, the capital of Skyrim and where the High King lives. Winterhold, the Pale, and Jalmarch Hold are 3 holds that are located in the north. Their cities are Winterhold, Dawnstar and Morthal in order. In the east lies Eastmarch Hold and its city is Windhelm, and lastly Whiterun Hold in the middle of Skyrim with Whiterun City. And now to the important information. As Nurina doesn't allow us away from the orphanage too far, I could gather important information. First, forget about how Riften looked in-game. It was just a small city with a few houses that anyone can count. But this is way too different. The city in the game is only the core area in this world. Riften has many inns and lots of houses. Mistvale Keep is so damn larger than the game, and everything else is just that way. Even the orphanage, which was a single-story building in-game, is front of me, a double-story building with lots of rooms and wings. Each wing has a supervisor and there are 5 wings. I live the headmistress's wing. When I first went out to the market square, I saw lots of people that I never recognized, and the square has much more stalls than the game. This is a real world for sure. I went out once with Nurina and saw the lower part of Riften. It was scary and had many ruffians and lowlifes. Too bad the master alchemist opened his store in such a place, which we headed to. Newcomers may wonder why a city has a lower part. It was because half of the city was built on a Lake Henrik. This city was a 2-story city. 4186, 20th of Sun's Height, July. The weather in Skyrim changes from cold to freezing to cold to warm. I am a Nord, so I don't complain, but the 4 seasons are reflected in the world awesomely. When it's autumn, no tree has leaves, and rain becomes so annoying. When it's winter, you will catch frostbite if you stay an hour away from a heat source. When it's spring, you can call that a cold spring, but it's not that bad. And finally, everyone's favorite is summer. Everyone and their mothers just go swim in a lake and relax. This morning the whole orphanage accompanied with some guards and the Jarl's people to Lake Henrik, and we played the whole day celebrating the Day of Sun's Rest. I even saw the Blackbriar trio with their mother Maven. She always glares like someone I know. Dear me. This is Maven Blackbriar, the strongest woman in Skyrim and also the richest if I am not mistaken. She owns the Blackbriar Meadery and she is in cahoots with every evil faction in Skyrim, from the Thieves Guild to the Dark Brotherhood of Assassins and also the goddamned Thalmor. During the day I saw Sibai Blackbriar, Maven's oldest son, glaring at me. What's with him? Is there any discrimination towards redheads in this world too? I knew it, I thought would happen someday. I mean, I am the most handsome kid in the orphanage, or maybe Riften a hole. I closed the journal and put it back. Thank goodness it was written in an alien language. If anyone saw this I will die of shame, even though it recorded many memories that make me can't help but smile. Basically, all of my notes are all like this, I mean who can read them other than me? Yet for some reason Nurina saw them once and looked at them full of interest. I managed to trick her that this language is a secret code of mine that I made to prevent others from reading it. Kids in my age do that sort of weird stuff, right? Actually, kids my age can't read at all, let alone studying tomes the way I do. Spell tomes, or what referred to between mages as tomes, are books that hold the techniques of manipulating magic. Currently I am learning the spells that Nurina gave me. Magic is all about manipulation, and result manipulation is how to use magic. The way humanoids use magic is different than dragons, for example. The result is related to the effect and the target. The effects are absorb, damage, drain, detect, dispel, cure, weaken, control, alter, reflect, resist, conjure, command, fortify, restore and bend. These words are what the spells rely on, and they also something like the keyword in every spell in the game. The target is more complicated, but it's divided into attribute, energy, skill, or a special target like an undead or a dragon in the case of the specialized spells. A/N, attribute, is the max number of a certain state, for example, HP, 88/100. 100 is the attribute. Energy refers to health, stamina, and mana. Skill refers to one of the 18 skills in Skyrim that has its own levels. Learning a spell in real life is so much time consuming and different from the game. In the game you buy the book and press learn with a puff, you learn the spell and the book disappears. In real life, it takes more time and books don't disappear, but mages are really selfish, so they don't share their tomes with anyone. It also means that to get high-level spells one need to do more than just paying money. Unlike the game, these books are very priceless, and due to that some spells and arts disappeared in time. Magic is divided into 6 major schools, and they are conjuring, illusion, destruction, alteration, restoration, and mysticism. A/N, an explanation of the school's alteration, bound by the laws of nature, it changes the world around the casters so normal physical truths no longer hold. Effect, control and alter physical conditions and constitutions. Mysticism is involving the manipulation of magical forces and boundaries to bypass the limitations of the physical world. Effects, absorb, detect, dispel, reflect, block, resist, magicka, spatial mark and recall, teleportation, destruction. It is concerned with dealing damage to all forms of matter, both living and non-living, and with making matter more vulnerable to such damage. Effect, absorb, drain, damage, energy / drain, attribute, skill / weakness, element, energy, physical, restoration, spells that heal, restore, and fortify the body's attributes and abilities, cure disease, and protect from or damage other malign, negative energy, influences. Effect, absorb, restore, attribute, energy, skill / fortify, attribute, skill / resist, cure disease, poison / damage, undead, illusion. Not bound by the laws of nature, it changes the world around the casters so normal physical truths no longer hold. Effect, bend wills, visibility, sounds, conjuration, the art of summoning creatures or items from another plane. Effect, summon and banish / command. Didra and undead / soul command spells are divided from novice, apprentice, adept, expert to master. With the mod balanced magic, increasing the power of the spells with the player's level was possible, and it seems possible in the real world too. As long as reality is this kind, it only the matter between me, my mental capacity, and how much time I have to learn the spells. Chapter 8, Jon Dare. Several days have passed. I was recording the new discoveries regarding my magic theory, and it was interesting to research such stuff. It was said that battle mages to research mages ratio was 3:7, and I can see why. I could think of many ways to make some spells possible, but don't get me wrong, creating a spell is a hard job that needs more than just understanding a theory. It needs the techniques of manipulation to be made with carefulness, because magic energy can backfire and injure the user. My current problem is lack of experience in techniques. They are the way you command your magic to manifest, like casting by putting magic directly into shape, or shouting like dragons to force magic into some sort of form. While making the magic form, you need to understand which form goes with which effect and how you fix that on a target to create a result. As making my own theories, I improve rapidly day by day. One thing that is annoying me is that my magicka regeneration is slow. This can be helped by a potion or an enchanted artifact. Both cost money, but an artifact will last longer. To make an artifact, one needs a soul gem. Soul gems are graded from petty, lesser, common, greater, grand and black. One needs to perform a soul trap on something they kill to trap a soul into the nearest soul gem. The game was a little bugged in that regard, so I used a mod like Smart Souls and Mysticism: The Lost Art. I also added a mod called Transmute and Fuse Soul Gems, which allows one to transmute 2 empty soul gems from a certain grade into an empty one from the next level. Fusion is about filled soul gems, but it takes 3 to make one higher. These are all very handy spells to serve the art of enchanting, which I consider the most important craft. The crafts in the game are enchanting, alchemy and blacksmithing. With a mod called Honed Metal, one could ask any blacksmith to make them a piece of armor and upgrade it. That's of course a real option in any world. It also works with enchanting, but that's a different story in my opinion. I don't really like to waste time on blacksmithing, but it's a different story with enchanting and alchemy. Enchanting your own gear is the one way to make a good build in game, and you can bypass the normal enchanters by adding 2 effects on one piece of gear. Enchanting needs souls gems to put a soul in an item to work as its magic carrier. Enchanting weapons is different from enchanting an item you wear. The game didn't explain this, but for weapons, souls act as a fuel. Once you used all the power endowed within the enchanted weapon, it will just run out, so you need another soul gem to recharge the weapon once again. Enchanted wearables, on the other hand, doesn't need to use the soul power in them to show effect. Once they get equipped, the soul in the item will fuse itself with the soul of the user to add the effect. And unlike in games, there is more freedom in enchanting depending on the item's quality. Also in game, one needed to learn an enchantment by destroying an already enchanted item. Too wasteful, yet in reality it's much better compared. All you need to do is to study the effect and copy it on another item for practice. Alchemy is the most rewarding craft in game. You can use a mod like Harvest Overhaul to increase the harvest rate, because the game's original rate was very low unrealistically. After having the ingredients, you need to mix them with others of a matching effects to make a greater effect. It may seem like the game, but it's totally different. There are more tools to be used. You need to mix ingredients into a pot and heat them in either water or alcohol. Some ingredients need to be mashed using mortar and pestle. And with a mod called Complete Alchemy and Cooking Overhaul, many potions and items like bombs could be created. Magical alchemy at its best, ladies and gentlemen. Today was the day when Urana give me a lesson in enchanting. Enchanting is a bit of a luxury, but it's an essential part of mages' lives. You simply can make a piece of gear that allows your magicka to regenerate faster or increase a certain attribute like health. These are the most direct and common enchantment. They are also the most efficient. With a mod called Winter Mist, more enchantment could be added to the game, and they are in this world too. These are pretty useful enchantments in my opinion. To enchant, one needs an enchanting table, or one could simply make one. It isn't hard, but it needed materials. A troll skull, few candles, an amethyst and a bone meal powder. What happens next is to draw a star-shaped magic circle with the bone meal, put a candle on the 5-star edges and place the amethyst in the troll skull, Trolls has 3 eyes and their third eye is in the forehead, and that's where we place the amethyst. Place the skull between 2 star edges on the circle and you are pretty much done. After all of that is done, the circle will attach the soul to the item placed on it by sucking in from the soul gem. During the process one must activate his magic to endow a certain effect on the soul. While the process of soul attaching is happening, the item turns into an item with a soul that has a certain effect called end enchanted item or magical item. Best enchanters can add another effect making the soul inside the item has 2 effects, but that's a master level technique. After the lesson was over, Nurina gave me few worthless items to enchant, and it turned out that I am talented in handling magic. It was thanks to my theory in mysticism that made my magic control so as Nurina's into a top-notch control. Days passed peacefully and we welcomed a new member to the gang, Akara, the super cute Kajietai girl. We took her around with us in our runs around the city. She turned out to be very talented in haggling. Isolde fell in love with Akara after that and invited her to be a trading partner in the future. I really like where this is going. Isolde in the future will return back to Whiterun, which means Akara might be there. Let's charm Akara about Whiterun, saying it is a safe city and also a trading hub will make that girl listen. Today the 5 of us planned on making some money by selling sweet treats. Last time Isolde failed to sell and she was in a gloomy mood. This time I suggested making a big move. Why don't we make a performance while selling our stuff? It will be legit and then neither the guards nor the traders will make a fuss about it. I made my ultimate suggestion. What kind of performance? Wulfur was a bit timed, so he asked cautiously. I looked at Sviti and asked, remember the songs I taught you, teach it to Wulfur and Akara, then I and Isolde will handle the rest. Everyone looked at Sviti. I thought her few songs from my past life that was sung by vocal bands. It was not much different to the way bards sing in Skyrim. One of my favorite is Loituma, even Poka, the original Finnish song, not the Japanese rip-off. I taught her many other songs I remembered. Sviti was to sing, Wulfur was to play on the flute and Akara could do the drum, so it was pretty much well planned. On the other hand, Isolde would sell the sweet treats to the crowd and I would collect the money for the performance. We picked a good spot in the market square and made the plan into practice. The song was rewrote by me, so it was according to the lore of the world, and it told a story about a certain warrior who fought a great monster with his axe and saved his maiden fair trapped on top of the tower that the bear nested in. In this part of the world this story fitted greatly, and the Nords would greatly love it, and so it was. We gathered money like bees on honey. The hat I used to gather coin in was filled to its brim with copper and some generous paid silver. That was a huge hit. The treats sold quickly too. Isolde was at her wit's end. Haha, witness the power of the 21st century. After the day was over we had 2 out-of-breath siblings and a 2 cheerful coin diggers, and there was me, the mastermind of the day. After the performance few bards approached Sviti and invited her to the college and gave her recommendations. Wulfur was invited too, but to no surprise, no one wanted anything to do with other races like Akara the Khajiit. It wasn't unexpected, but it was good to make sure that these 2 siblings have gotten a ticket out of Riften. That means Wulfur will get to live and Sviti won't get chased out like what happened in the game. This time my success was at changing and affecting the game lore for the first time. One thing I was sure of: I must not interfere with the big events until 4E201, the time when the main game events will start. Handing the big coin purse to Isolde, she looked at it as if she had her very own child. She held it in 2 hands and was about to make a speech. But an unexpected turn of events happened. A taller figure with a covered face ran behind Isolde and snatched the purse from her. Isolde cried out and directed a glare at the figure and shouted, "Thief!" I had the blood rush in my head and chased after the thief. Akara was the second to follow. The rest wasn't as fast as a thief in training and a Khajiitai girl, so they lagged behind. The thief gave his all while running. He seemed knowledge about the city and kept avoiding obstacles and kept on pulling stuff to block the road behind him. Akara had no problem whatsoever in moving past these obstacles, but I as a human would have trouble, or that how it should have happened. I have made my own version of parkour while training with Vex and the others from the Thieves Guild a bit of a time ago, and it showed its full might in this situation. Many people started to notice, and I could even feel some presences following from the sides. I could see Brynjolf and Delvin with a figure clad in a big cloak and a hood behind them. I think I saw these three in the performance. I could feel some gazes form the meadery's window. It was Maven and a girl beside her that looked similar. Even Nurina saw me and Akara running while she was shopping and started following. I and Akara were so nimble that we started having fun and began competing who would catch the thief first. The thief felt us getting closer and then made a turn after the general goods store. There was a ladder that reached the roof. I made a jump and was about to catch the thief's foot, but he moved faster. I had no choice but to climb after him. Reaching the roof, 4 masked figures waited for the thief and he handed the money purse to the one with expensive-looking clothes. I could see that as I have already reached and met eye to eye with these punch. Hand it over! Akara roared at them. The person with the purse was amused at her anger. He clearly had a plan in mind as he winked to his cronies. They started to move and surrounded me and Akara. I and Akara stood back to back. I smell mead from them. Akara said in a soft voice. They were not much older than us, they were around 15 and we were outnumbered at that. They are the boys from the meadery. I replied as I noticed their identities. The person with the purse in his hands was clearly Sibai Blackbriar. So he started to pick on me finally. I have foreseen that since a while ago. He always gave me bad glares. People would most certainly cower if a Blackbriar glared at them, but I kind of like to take a challenge head on. I make a move as I pick a dagger from my boots. It was a common way to hide a dagger, but not for a 10 years old, of course. Akara brandished her claws. Kajietai claws are on pars with a good early weapon in the game. The meadery boys halt, but Sibai seemed dissatisfied. He said, "They are just 2 brats." Well, he is right, we are no match for them. So how about that? I launched the novice lightning spell Sparks front of Sibai's feet. A/N, Sparks is a channeling spell which you keep firing like a lightning thrower. It's the weakest lightning spell F***CK. Sibai cursed as he jumped back with terror in his eyes. Magic is magic after all. The meadery boy retreat immediately. Sibai shouted, trying to hide his terror. F***er, how dare you! Akara stiffened as she heard his words. Of course she knew that my magic words have been said. I can't resist a taunting with the word dare in it. Everyone in the orphanage knows that. If you want to get hit, say how dare you, and you will trigger me immediately. My smile turns devilish as I already made my mind. The 5 idiots became more afraid as I took a step towards them. Sibai was going to piss himself as magic was still appearing on my left hand. Suddenly he made a move towards the edge of the roof, then he held the purse in a throwing pose and threatened, "I'll throw it in the canal." There was indeed a big canal in the street. People started to notice and the atmosphere turned stiff. I look at Akara and she nodded. That girl is smart and already went down from the roof. I walked towards Sibai again. He got more nervous and he suddenly make his move. "I dare you, go after it, you F***er." He threw the coin purse towards the empty air and it was going to certainly fall into the canal of the lower part of the city. That's a 4-story height for you. My heart was going crazy as the purse rose in the air. My legs moved on their own and I ran towards the edge and jumped as after the purse. Dare is my A/N, third-person POV. Few hours before the confrontation of Jon and Sibai, a tall figure clad in a brown cloak with a big hood descended the stairs that lead from the upper city in Riften to the undercity. The figure carried a big battleaxe on its back, but its steps were soft and quiet. Upon arriving to the lower parts, the figure stopped front of a gate with iron bars. What lied beyond that gate with a hellhole of stink and moist known as the Ratway. The figures passed through the gate with ease, not minding the smell at all. The Ratway was the sewers of Riften. It was dim and filled with unexpected encounters. As the figure walked in the tunnels, a torch appeared illuminating the darkness. The figure stretched its hand to take the torch, but it suddenly came to halt. Looking around, the figure noticed something. They made a strange pose and then took the torch from the wall. A click sounded and a strange iron ball with spikes fell from the top towards the figure, but it didn't hit. The figure sighed and shook its head helplessly, then took the torch and kept on advancing. After few turns the figure arrived at a door. On the door, there was a sign saying "The Ragged Flagon." It was known as the Ghost Tavern as it was the location where the Thieves Guild members would gather, yet it wasn't known where it was as the Ratway was, as its name gave, a damnable maze. Few could find this place, and that figure was one of them. After pushing open the doors, a circular chamber with an uneven surface appeared. In the middle of it water gathered as if it was a pool, and around its sides, a path to walk around the pool was there. The figure walked to the right until other figures of people in black leather appeared. The place on the other end of the chamber was that of what resembles a bar with few stools and some table and chairs. As the figure wanted to advance to the bar, a young giant man appeared to block its pass. "We are full on customers," the man tried to sound scary. The figure in brown cloak only cupped its right hand into a fist and buried it deep into the young man's stomach. The man fell to his knees, and with hand on the ground and a hand on his stomach it made an inappropriate sound. The figure moved its left leg and landed a stomp on the man's head, sending him to the dream realm. Few steps later, the other few figures around the bar was intensified from what happened to their lookout. One of them was bald with a rough skin, made an eye contact with the figure immediately headed towards him. As the figure sat on the chair opposite to the bald man, it removed its hood and cloak. What appeared was a woman with red wavy hair and sharp blue eyes. She wore an armor known as the Nordic carved armor. She wore it without a padding armor, so her arms were full on view until her armored bracers, so were her legs. The bald man was Delvin and the red woman was Hilda. It was a meeting that didn't happen in few years. "Mama came for a visit," Hilda said while snatching the sweet roll front of Delvin. Delvin was surprised by the sudden visit, but he was not in the position to argue with that scary woman. He looked at Brynjolf and said, "Your friend Jon is doing okay?" Brynjolf was in a daze from the strange situation, but he nodded to Delvin. "Brynjolf, was it? Come and lead me to him," Hilda demanded like a boss, and Delvin nodded to Brynjolf, confirming her words. Brynjolf could only walk in the front past to the passed out lookout. He exited the round chamber followed by Delvin and Hilda, and headed outside the Ratway. The three headed to the market square and saw a large crowd. They frowned. "That's Jon's place." Brynjolf was Delvin's eye on Jon, so he knew most of what was Jon up to. After a while the three passed the crowd and saw 5 kids in an unusual scene. A girl was singing, a boy was playing the flute, a Kajietai girl was playing the drum, a girl was selling sweet treats, and a boy was walking around interacting with people holding a hat which has some coins in. The crowd interacted with the unusual scene very smoothly. The song was so Nordic and the music supporting it was so synced with the song. The kids made vocal music with humming and words, which was even more than just what a normal bard would do. It was a clearly new style that all people became curious about. The sweet treats of the kids sold by the lone girl. The boy with a hat collected money from people and was moving nimbly while showing off his half-dancing way of walking, and the band of 3 that stood on a platform made of crates kept singing. No matter how anyone looked at it, that was a selling business of a bunch of talented kids. Hilda looked at the boy with a hat and was taken aback, but she smiled and gave him a silver coin. The kid was not shy and made a bow with a smile and a wink to the lady. He was doing that with the girls and ladies who were paying for the band to sing more. After some time the crowd dispersed and the kids gathered in a corner, carrying away their stuff and gathering the coins in a single purse hurriedly. After they finished, the girl that sold the sweets held the purse and was about to say something to her friends, but a figure ran behind her and snatched the purse. The red-haired kid gave a chase, followed by the Kajit girl. Hilda was about to throw her axe at the thief, but she held herself back. She followed after the kids who gave a chase, and she was about to give a hand when she saw a very strange scene. The Kajit girl way of running was like a beast in the woods. It was so simple yet very nimble and fast. The red boy, on the other hand, ran in the most interesting way she has ever seen. He jumped over obstacles like a clown. He moved in a way that was so refined and artistic that made him look like he was doing it with ease. Delvin himself was surprised. He looked at Brynjolf and asked, "What was that just now?" "That's his style that I once told you about. He called it freerunning or something. I don't know how he made it, but it is really hard to master." Brynjolf spilled the beans immediately. The three looked at Jon's moves and followed to where he chased the figure. Along the way they pumped into Nurina, who joined them without questioning Hilda's identity. After Jon and Akara chased the thief to a rooftop, the four could see the confrontation from distance. After Jon threatened the big boys with magic, Hilda was surprised, even more. She never expected that a 10-year-old kid had arcane skills like magic and martial skills like his so-called free-running in his arsenal at such age. When the mood stiffened on the rooftop, the Khajiit girl ran down and Jon ran towards the boss of the thieves on the edge of the roof. It was a sight to witness as the money purse was thrown towards the canal under the city and Jon flying after it. "Dare is my surname F***ear. Jon's shout was heard by everyone in that part of the city. The time seemed like it had slowed down. The blood of everyone boiled as they heard those scary words. A thunderous roar accompanied the voice of that child. It was a power that only true Nords could muster. It was a war cry. Hilda witnessed it, Nurina witnessed it, Maven witnessed it, Delvin and Brynjolf witnessed it, yet they withstood it. Other people with weak hearts could only shiver from the power of that cry. Jon made a free fall after the purse and caught it, then he dived into the canal. Both Hilda and Nurina could hold their excitement no more and spoke in unison, "That's my boy." The atmosphere froze at this point again as the two beauties looked to each other with a surprise. Anyway, from that day Jon was officially known as Jon Dare. Chapter 9, Two mothers. Brynjolf ran towards the canal and started looking for Jon. A moment later Jon swam up and was a bit dizzy. Working the whole morning, chasing a thief through the city, jumping from a high rooftop to a deep canal while shouting a war cry certainly took a toll on a 10-year-old child. Even though his mental age is about 35, it could only add to the burden on the body. Brynjolf fished the dizzy boy out from the canal and carried him back. The four kids from the orphanage caught up to Brynjolf and took the already passed out Jon from him. Wulfr carried Jon and the girls took the purse. They kept it away from people's sight. Jon's war cry didn't scare them as he did not consider them to be hostile. On the rooftop the thieves were already at the brink of losing their souls. Sibai, who was the target of the war cry, was experiencing true terror. He was going to have PTSD after this for sure. One must know that war cry is a racial skill only gained by Nords. Through it, warriors could conjure all their fighting spirit and bloodlust, then manifest it into a thunderous cry. The cry can devastate the morale of any weaker enemies and would make normal people faint from terror. Only strong warriors could make this cry. Ulfric Stormcloak, the Jarl of Eastmarch, and Kodlak Whitemane, the harbinger of the companions, were known living figures who were witnessed shouting a war cry. For a small kid from an orphanage to use such a skill, his future is certainly that of a great warrior. When the companions hear of this, they would send their people to invite him to join. Outside Skyrim there were mercenary guilds, but in Skyrim there were the companions. They are one of Skyrim's 4 guilds in-game, and they are those people who come out to solve problems when the coin is right. They avoided political conflicts, so instead of calling them mercenaries they better to be called adventurers. The legend of Isgramor and his 500 companions is a basic knowledge for all Nords. A warrior from a faraway continent in the north was. He is one of the most legendary heroes of men, who played a pivotal role in the ascendancy of humans on the continent of Tamriel, but that's a story we will continue in another time. Back to the present and few meters away from the passed out Jon, Hilda and Nurina stared at each other while Delvin was holding his forehead. He looked to both Nurina. This is Hilda, Jon's mother, and Nurina is the headmistress of the orphanage. I see. Hilda was the first to speak. She totally forgot about that. I am Nurina Aaron, a pleasure. Nurina turned cold, a formal. Hilda Firemane. Thank you for raising Jon all these years. Hilda spoke politely. Nurina narrowed her eyes, which turned cold and sharp. You here to take him? And she kicked right into the main topic. Hilda gave a wry smile while looking down, then shook her head saying, he's better off without me. Nurina felt the sadness in Hilda's voice. She wasn't going to give up her apprentice and the person she considered a family without a fight from the start, but she sympathized with Hilda. This way. Nurina walked ahead, leading Hilda to the direction of the orphanage. Hilda followed after. She whispered something to Delvin, who nodded to her. He then signaled to Brynjolf and both disappeared in the crowd. A while later Hilda, who was in her cloak and hood, reached the orphanage with Nurina, and it seems the kids have already reached her before them. Passing the entrance and to the next floor, they found the kids grouped around Jon's bed. Isolde and Akara kept nursing him. Nurina arrived to the side of the bed and handed a blue potion to the girls. She instructed them and led Hilda to her room. Hilda looked at Jon without nearing him. She felt like a hole was being dug in her heart. She then followed after Nurina. Nurina opened her room, led Hilda in and closed the door tightly. She offered her a seat and sat opposite to her. Hilda sat and rested her big battle axe to a wall, then removed her cloak and looked around the room. It was a big enough room with full wooden furniture and some foreign objects that clearly didn't originate from Skyrim, a basket that held some staves and many shelves packed with books, a wide bed and a few pots that had some medicinal herbs and flowers planted in. It was a gorgeous room that fitted the Dunmer style. Silence took the lead of the conversation, but Nurina, as the host, had to cut it. She looked at the bucket beside her and fished out a bottle. She offered it to Hilda, who with a thanks gladly took it. It was Honningbrew mead, Nord's favorite. A/N, maybe I can get a sponsorship lol. After a sip, Hilda spoke, so, the magic from a while ago, he learned it from you? She asked. One must know that Nords are not fond of magic and some even hate it. They don't mind healing an enchanted weapon though. He is talented and hard-working, for a Nord with a talent that surpasses some elves in magic is something that history has rarely recorded. Nurina bragged as much as she could. Hilda smiled and took another sip. His father also liked magic. She gave off a smile, yet it was filled with sadness. I am sorry. Nurina gave her condolences. Oh. No, he's alive, probably. Hilda made a not sure expression and shrugged her shoulders. Probably. Nurina was puzzled. The Thalmor failed to kill him in both the Great War and Hammerfell Resistance, yet he killed them like a sickle and dry weed. That was Hilda's turn to brag. The war ended, and as a war hero. Shouldn't that Treaty of White Gold something protect him and his family? Nurina was a bit confused here. Hilda finished the bottle in one go and looked at Nurina with narrow eyes, then said, unless. Nurina thought for a second about what Hilda meant with unless. She soon found the answer. Unless you are from the Blades. That was the only logical answer. The Blades' archenemy to the Thalmor, they were the personal guards of the Emperor after the Akaviri invasion in 1E2703. Formerly known as the Dragon Guard, they served Emperor Reman and evolved through history to be known as the Blades Guards of the Emperor and his intelligence operatives. The White Gold Concordant that was signed to end the Great War between the Empire and the Aldmeri Dominion, it stated on some outrageous terms like disbanding the Blades and outlawing the worshipping of the ninth god of the Empire, Talos. Nurina made a very worried face after discovering such a truth about Jon's family. She even felt sad for Hilda and her husband. During the war, I was one of the Nords who were dispatched to the Empire as reinforcement. And after the treaty, I felt betrayed. The Empire abandoned its best of the best warriors and forsook mighty Talos. I was so ashamed of them, but I couldn't do anything. After that, we heard that Hammerfell refused the treaty and made preparation for war. I traveled there with my brothers and met with a former commander from the Blades. He was to be Jon's father. Commander Jonrad Firemane. Hilda kept telling the story to Nurina, who was so immersed in listening. After some time they reached the part when Hammerfell decided to make a treaty with the Dominion, which was known as the Second Treaty of Stros Emkai. There Jonrad and Hilda felt uneasy. The Thalmor, the ruling faction in the Dominion, will for sure send their spies and assassins to root out all of the unwanted trouble in Hammerfell. Due to some reason, Jonrad couldn't leave Hammerfell, so he sent his most trusted man Fultham with Hilda to Skyrim. Hilda was pregnant at that time and couldn't fight, so she had to hide in the Empire as a detour to lose the Thalmor on her tail, and she finally made it a year later to Skyrim. Nurina was so in awe from the grand adventure and was taking a huge liking on Hilda. Different from her first image of the mother who abandoned her child, Hilda was like some heroine in her eyes. Nurina talked about herself before coming from Morrowind and talked about her life with Jon, and about their tiny adventures and discoveries. Hilda was at her wits' end from what she heard. A child devolving a theory in magic was something unheard of, and his accomplishments and studies were on the par with some scholar from the Mages Guild or the College of Winterhold. But one thing I don't understand. Nurina asked, why did the Thalmor target you until now? I mean, it has been 10 years and I am sure you have your secrets, but you don't have to hide all that much. Hilda was astonished of Nurina's observation. She looked at her and sighed, that is indeed another story, yet the ones the Thalmor looking for is not me or my husband. Her eyes turned cold and her killing bloodlust was clear in her voice. They are after Jon, the F***ers are after my son. Nurina's eye shrunk and she stood up. Her expression was like a scared cat that was about to cry. Her soft voice was shaken and she only muttered why? Why, while looking at Hilda's angry face. Hilda rudely stretched her arm and took another bottle from Nurina's booze bucket. Looking at it was a black briar mead. She opened it and walked to the window. There was a beautiful view of Lake Henrik. 10 years ago on the other shore of the lake, she stood and gave her child to a thief so he can live in peace away from her. The knight that followed her for a year went missing after that night and she travelled to her clan for hiding among them ever since. 21 years ago, while I was fighting in the war, an accident happened in the Imperial Library. The inner circles of the commanders only heard about this, but it was revealed on a later date to the people. The disappearance of the Elder Scrolls. Hilda stopped talking, giving Nurina a breather after so many surprises. Nurina was moving around the room, not sure how to handle so many information. The Elder Scrolls, such a name was only associated with legends and major accidents that shook the world and changed the face of the era itself. The Elder Scrolls, also called the Drik Prophecies A/N, Drik from Dre, the opposite of Didra, good gods, bad gods, are scrolls of unknown origin and number which simultaneously archive both past and future events. The number of the scrolls is unknown not because of their immense quantity, but because the number itself is unknowable, as the scrolls do not exist in a countable form. They are fragments of creation from outside time itself, and their use in divining prophecies is but a small part of their power. They simultaneously do not exist, yet always have existed. A/N, witness the power of the wiki, mwahaha. No, seriously speaking, the Elder Scrolls is so important that the name of the game itself is the Elder Scrolls v. Skyrim. No one would mention the two words Elder and Scrolls together in such manner unless there is something big happening. What does the Elder Scrolls have to do with Jon? Nurina finally organized her thoughts and asked. She finally arrived at the 3 points of issue. Thalmor, Elder Scrolls and Jon. 10 years ago, before I know I was pregnant with Jon, I met a moth priest from the cult of Ancestor Moth in a market in Hammerfell. He was blind, but it looked like he could see me. He came to my direction like mad, and when he tripped and fell he crawled on all fours till he got to me. He was speaking like mad and said, I found it. Not 1, not 2, but 3. You carry a child who is fated to carry 3 scrolls of the gods. I knocked the priest out and ran away from the market. When Jonrad heard of it, he devised a plan to lead us away from the eyes of the Thalmor. Few months later I gave birth to a boy and ran away with him from Hammerfell just as Jonrad planned. Jonhild was born year 4181, named after his father and me. A year later, I arrived to Skyrim and you know the rest. A/N, cult of Ancestor Moth are a cult of people who can read the Elder Scrolls, but they get blind after doing so that how was it really happening? Such a child carrying such fate is sure scary. Not any parents could deal with such prophecy, yet these two kept their cool and made the right choices under pressure. That was admirable effort, but too bad Jonrad was nowhere to be found. So what should we do after that? Nurina was already planning ahead. He can't stay in the orphanage after the age of 15, and truthfully I was planning to take him with me to Winterhold. With his ideas, he can make more wonderful achievements in the arcane arts. Hilda nodded. That is a good idea, but he needs to be more capable and survive the trials of coming of age on his own. Hilda added. Coming of age? Don't tell me you mean that Nord nonsense tradition. Nurina was angry at such words. Those are the traditions. He must learn how to fight like a Nord. I know you don't like, and neither do I. What kind of mother would send her child to such challenge? But that's for his best. Hilda's resolve was firm. Nurina understood, compared to such challenge, what lies in the future of such a kid is much more dangerous. I understand, I'll arrange for some people to instruct him in hunting and fighting. His talent will support him no matter what he does, I am sure of it. Nurina came to the same resolution as Hilda. Truthfully speaking, he can make a war cry at the age of 10. You really raised a dragon, Hilda remarked with a smirk. Phew. Nurina laughed softly, the sweat on her face was already wiped away and she was feeling better. She offered Hilda a bigger bottle and opened a one for herself. The two mothers sat and laughed a meaningful soft laughs, they were already releasing some bloodlust about the fight ahead. This meeting of the two monsters was a meeting that the Thalmor will surely regret they could not prevent in the not far future. Chapter 10, Wasn't this just a mod? I really wanted to ask whether or not should I continue writing in multiple POVs, between first and third, or should I just make it only third person? Leave a suggestion at the comment section. First person POV again, but in hallucination. This is one heavy head I have here. I was in a canal, right? What is that? Looks so fluffy. I am a manly man who like fluffy stuff. Please don't think a booty to muck. I want to hold it for a bit. Ah. Here. Feels just like perfect. Ouch. Darkness again. Maybe heaven don't take fluff lovers. Oh, I am in Skyrim. So it must be Sovngarde, which prefer warriors and stuff. Damn it to oblivion then. Ah, as long as it fluff. A/N, in Skyrim, Sovngarde is Valhalla-like place where noble warriors consider it heaven after death. Oblivion is the realm of Daedra and it is considered hell to the most. Third person POV. Jon passed out again. On Akara's hands this time. He was sleep-talking and the kids looked close to hear what he was saying, but it wasn't in the common language, so everyone thought he was seeing something nice. But when they turned back they felt a shriek coming from Akara, who was the closest to the bed. Apparently Jon has grabbed her tail unconsciously and Akara reacted too fast. She punched him back to oblivion. The kids looked to Akara with strange eyes. She felt awkward and said she was sorry. Boys felt bad for Jon, but Isolde snorted and joined Akara's side while saying a well-deserved punch. It was strange that Nurina hasn't woken up to the racket. But no one was as close to Nurina than Jon. He was the only one who can break into her room normally. An hour later Jon regained consciousness. A/N, first person POV again. Let's never go after fluffy stuff half asleep ever again. Damn it, my face hurts. I had to apologize to Akara, but it seemed everything was okay. Next they said that Nurina went into her room with a friend last night and hasn't gotten out yet. Should I go in? Let's wait till noon. I'll stay in the wing for now and fool around with the boys. Normally we ate and cleaned, then everyone was with his own duty. Today's cleaning duty was on me and Wolfer. Everyone cleaned their beds and belongings, then it was all gathered in an old sack. We left the boys' room to throw out the trash sack. Each wing has 3 rooms. Boys' room, girls' room, caretaker's room, and a hall that links them. The hall serves as a dining hall and teaching room. Unlike others, Nurina tends to teach the kids how to read and write, so the hall also served as a classroom. I, as Nurina's assistant, has many privileges among the kids. I learned the most and I lived in the orphanage the most. I normally don't have a place to go back to, but I am not really thinking about it. While taking the trash out, Wolfer was trying to talk about something and he looked a bit down. What is wrong? Out with it. I asked him. He is a big guy with tall black hair just like his sister, but he is the shy one. Thank God I was tall or it would look awkward lecturing him. Jon, my friend, you see. The other day, you and the others really were impressive. I can't sing like Sis or do amazing stuff like you and Akara, even Isolde is a money digger on her own league. So I was thinking for a bit, if I am really as good as you guys. He was speaking and looking around. I get it, so it is like this. Listen man, I know what you are thinking about, I understand it and I felt like that once. That was me saying the truth, about a lifetime ago though. Really? I mean, you. Wulfur questioned with a funny expression. Look at me, I grew up with no parents, has no inheritance, and clearly the ones gave birth to me didn't want such a handsome child, so they gave me up. I mean I had to deal with that when I was younger, really depressed me, but I threw it to the back of my mind and did the best I could. That was me spouting bullsh *t. Wulfur was baffled. Listen. Point is, you haven't done everything in the world to see what are you good at, right? I smirked. You are right, I haven't. But the others and you discovered yourselves easily though. Wulfur thought, but he wasn't an idiot. I really like that guy, even though we are 10 years old, he has the guts to speak for himself. They found what they are good at themselves inside the orphanage easily because what they could do was possible inside the orphanage. I remarked. Then, he was still timid though. That means you have to look outside the orphanage, big guy. I was speaking like some gym coach now. We are already outside, so I know someone I want to introduce you to. I took the lead and Wulfur followed. Few minutes later near the market square one could hear many tinkering sound. It was a forge under a shed next to a house. Come see Bollymund perform miracles with steel. A large man with a big mustache made an appearance, wearing a blacksmith outfit that didn't quite match his blonde hair. Wulfur jumped back scared. That was Bollymund for you. Bollymund is a known NPC in-game. He was the only blacksmith in Riften and he always says those words to greet the players when they approach his workshop. He is very proud with his craft and his personality is extremely friendly. I rolled my eyes backward to his greeting and was saying just stop it in my mind. Old man Bollymund, this big guy is Wulfur. As you can see he is big and sturdy, and he seems to have interest in blacksmithing. I made a salesman from a second-hand cheap store offer and introduced Wulfur. Wulfur was taken aback, he said did I, but I raised my voice to cover his. I see. Young Jon, it was a loss you didn't want to continue learning from me though, yet any friend of Jon is a friend of mine. Bollymund said with a sad tone. I've met with Bollymund a year ago and did a service for him. He wanted some fire salts, which is a rare alchemy ingredient, and I brought him some through my connections with the Thieves Guild. He was so excited and offered to teach me his technique and how to be a blacksmith. I wasn't excited about it, but I learned for a bit. My magic study is much more important for me, but it was fun to learn how to make good metal. I might start learning again later. This guy has a good head on his shoulders, and he is 10 years old just like me. He even can carry weights as much as grown man. You won't get disappointed. I continued to make Wulfur look good. You seem like a caveat merchant today, but let's see how long will he last. Bollymund laughed and led Wulfur in. I kept watching and learned few stuff myself. Wulfur could really withstand the heat from the smelter, and he could hammer the metal for longer than even me. Frankly, I wasn't expecting any of that. Your friend is good and determined. Bollymund said with a wide smile. Fine then, you'll take him in? I asked. He's from the orphanage, right? What are his circumstances? Bollymund questioned. He'll leave probably for solitude. His sister was invited to the Bard's College and we don't want her miss a good chance. After she finishes her study they will settle in Whiterun. I informed Bollymund about the siblings' circumstance. I see. Blacksmithing doesn't get much talented people nowadays. They all want to become warriors and it would be a waste if I didn't teach any of you too. I might really regret it. Bollymund was always this honest, fits Wulfur well in my opinion. But during the coming 5 years he have to be my assistants. I'll give him coin and food as well as training. That's between you and him, anyway you have my blessing. I said, after that it wasn't my business. I said I am going back first and left Wulfur at Bollymund's. Back to the orphanage. I just barely passed the main door and what meets me is grumpy face glaring. So Oblivion hasn't swallowed you yet? Grelad taunted. Not before you, old hag. I taunted back, and don't think the heaven is so blind to leave you on Nirn with no one to torment you. Grelad face darkened, but she couldn't retort at this one. I guess me performing a war cry the other day made my reputation in town soar. War cry? How impressive! I even surprised myself. It's strange though, I remember I had installed a mod called Imperious Races of Skyrim. That mod should overhaul the racial aspects and make new powers for each race. War cry was supposed to be removed by that mod, yet that didn't happen. Maybe some mods didn't get transmigrated with me or something, but I'll need to make more experiments on that. Anyways, powers in the game had 1 day cooldown duration. It also explains why my head feels so light. Moving on, I arrived to the wing and informed Sviti about her brother's new job. She was happy for him. What a good sister. What impressed me was that Nurina hasn't woken up yet. This was a first time in forever for Nurina to be so carefree. I got to see what the hell is going on. I arrived at the door of Nurina's room and knocked hard, yet no response. Seriously, I am worried now. I pushed the door but it won't budge. I examined it and it was locked with magic. Fine. Here I come, open. I used the magic that opened doors, the door opened. What met me was darkness and a strong suffocating smell of something I could identify as alcohol. I originally hated alcohol smell. Like it or not, I am a milk drinker. I closed the door hurriedly and went to the hall to catch a breath. There I remembered something. I ran to my bed in the corner of the boys' room and opened my chest. There was a gift that a senior made for me before he leaves the orphanage. It was a Nordic war horn. I took the thing and went back Nurina's room, covered my nose and went running into the dark room as I removed the curtains and opened the window to the lakeside. Turning around, I blew the horn near the bed. What happened next was the funniest thing I have ever seen since I came to this world. Nurina, and apparently, her friend, was running from the bed waving around their arms in panic, screaming some words I couldn't understand, but whatever. Well, mission accomplished. I waited until they calmed down and then took out 2 potions I prepared beforehand. It was something to cure the hangover. Jon, you can't make such a cruel thing to a person who has such a nasty hangover. My head is about to split. Nurina complained. She was holding her head with a hand and drank the potion with another. When I offered the potion to the other person, I started to see her clearly. She was a Nord with some strong arms and thighs. Her hair was fire red, yet mine was a bit darker. She had the similar blue eyes as me. Damn! I thought I was unrivaled under heaven, yet there is someone who is as beautiful as me. The woman looked at me in panic, then she took the potion and looked away while drinking it in one go. I must admit, sleeping after drinking for 3 days in a row is an impressive feat on its own. I even had to wake you up with a horn. I made some joke to make them clear up. 3 days. The 2 women screamed in unison at what I said. Nah. I was joking. It was just a day, but it is afternoon already. I already achieved my purpose, so more than that is too much. Is he always like this? The red woman looked at Nurina and asked. Just don't let him take advantage of you, you will regret it if he started to give you a lecture. Nurina said it. Yep, I am that nasty. The 2 sighed and already started to sober. I'll go make them some coffee. Yes. You read it right. Coffee. Our Lord and Savior. Coffee is not popular in Skyrim, but it can be imported from different locations. Originally there was no coffee in the lore of Skyrim, but it existed in the Elder Scrolls Online. It came to the world of Skyrim through a mod called Eli's Coffee Mod by Eleonora, one of Skyrim legendary modders. It was the right choice to install that mod. Well, I made some coffee for the women and they thanked me for it. So Nurina has made a friend finally. I can leave this orphanage while being not worried in the future. Please treat her well. I turned into a mother mode and made fun out Nurina. Nurina was flustered in a blush and the red woman laughed her lungs out. Stinking brat, you come back from oblivion and first thing you do is to wake up your old mother with a horn and make fun of me 2 times in a row. Nurina was huffing and puffing after she shouted at me. Well, that was fun. I haven't laughed like this in ages. My stomach hurts. The red woman was already in the ground after Nurina's retort. Indeed it was funny. The other day I must have worried everyone to death, and making a better mood is my responsibility. Fine, fine geez. Breakfast will be ready, Akara will bring a tray in a bit, I said while leaving. Wait, a voice called for me and it was the red woman. Yes. I turned around. I am Hilda. The red woman introduced herself. I really like the name. I am Jon, nice to meet ya. I made my signature two-finger salute. Hey Jon, bring me that axe. Hilda asked me while pointing at a big axe resting on the wall. Damn woman. I wanted to retort. Isn't that a carved Nord axe and armor? This woman is the real deal. Is that some sort of test? I asked while not really want to embarrass myself. The woman was taken aback for a second. Yes, I'll teach you how to fight, so I want you to bring me that axe. Really, it wasn't me who questioned but Nurina. Yeah, I've decided to stay in town for some time and I want to do something worthwhile. We haven't seen each other in years, old friend. Right. Hilda said while winking to Nurina. Nurina said alright. And sipped in her coffee. I don't know what are you two planning, but first when you wink try to hide it, and second it won't go your way if you are planning to make a comeback at me. I made my statement. The axe? Hilda demanded. Well, if Nurina approved she can teach me fighting, then I'm not going to argue. I go to the axe and grab it. This thing is not light at all. I find a good spot to grab on to make the weight more balanced. I squat then push my legs up to stand. I made it, but the weight was something else. This battle axe is classified as a two-handed weapon, preferred by grunts, and it has a very high attack power in the right hands. Good, put it back. You passed. Hilda said after she saw what she wanted to see. I think it's about the balance thing. I will teach you for few days, but you have to train and find someone to point out your mistakes. I know you like magic. And fighting with a weapon might not be to your liking, but that's the Nord way, get it? Hilda made a commander speech, but yeah, I am good. I was planning to learn how to fight properly anyway. Is there a place we can borrow? Hilda looked at Nurina and asked. Let Jon take you at the playing yard. No one should be there now, but don't make too much noise, and Jon close the door after you leave. Nurina was already going to make a check on the place, so she got going first. She looked at Hilda and said, and if you met with an old hag raven called Grella, don't kill her. Let Jon trash talk her to death. Then she left. Hilda was puzzled, but I said it's like that. And told her about the thing. Hilda was an interesting fellow, just from me explaining she wanted to kill Grella already. I am starting to like her. We headed to the yard. It was in front of the orphanage, and it also a part that appeared in game. Good thing is it's a bit vaster in reality and has a high wall. Hilda asked me to bring an armor of my size and other training gear. I ran back to Bollimund and borrowed the stuff. The lessons of Wolfer was going well, and mine will start just now. Hilda tried the dull iron gear for a bit and nodded. She faced me and tell me to make a stance. Left leg at the front, right at the back, sword with both hands, and my head was guarded. That was something I remember from my past life, so I stood like that. Hilda looked and pointed my mistakes in the stance and told me how to move. Her way was flexible even though she wore heavy armor. I had a good lesson from afternoon till sunset. I was already beaten up black and blue. Sob, how cruel. Next day was the same. Third day Hilda was really targeting my head. Hey, my handsome face can't afford a scar. The fourth day, I already became good at dodging. That day Nurina came and told us she asked someone she knows to train me after Hilda's departure. Fifth, sixth and seventh day went well for me. I really liked Hilda. Her way in fighting was wild, precise, and fast. She also could use magic to some extent, which surprised me. It was restoration school magic, yet I had to turn into the teacher and point out some of her shortcomings. She told me her husband insisted that she must learn it when she was pregnant with her child. I would actually do the same if I were him. Those who train on certain art get their bodies affected by it. Like for example, if you trained yourself on healing magic, you will tend to have a healthy body. That's why Nords only liked the Restoration School and they really respected healers, in the same time they hated any other magic. Following the same rule, training other arts made some effects on the users. Training fire magic will make you resist fire better and have endurance equivalent to the health attribute. Training frost magic will give you more stamina as ice affects stamina badly, so resisting ice is actually good for stamina. Same goes with lightning magic and magicka. Conjuring raises the strength of soul and gives more magicka to the users. Illusion grants a stronger mentality, and finally alteration makes the body stronger. Training martial arts will make you monsterly powerful. That is the same as earth, but I lady noticed something different. Warriors are ridiculously strong, not just man level strong but Superman level strong. They tend not to notice it in this world, but people trained in combat can carry big rocks so easily. Same goes for those who train the stealth arts. Their presence is weak and they are super fast, some can reach the speed of beasts. That also explains my good magic control. I trained mysticism as the one true magic school and made the other schools only aspects originated from it. My training on mysticism with my theories and discoveries made my magic capacity and control that of a high elf. I think if my theory went public it will cause a grand commotion and superpowers in this world will try to get hold of me. A/N, the MC will not be OP, rest assured. I also read that magic tends to make the people live longer. A magician Dunmer can live more than 1,000 years. Which also means as long as the body is more trained and tempered by magic it will live longer. Due to the magic element in this world, human races in Nirn live longer than humans in Earth. Even Nords who are magic haters live up to 150 years. All that was written in my note in my otherworldly native language. Today Hilda was leaving Riften. She seemed to me that she has some dispute with some powerful, so she tends to lay low all time. I really had to see that amazing teacher off today, so I woke up early. I saw her walking after Nurina while being clad in a big cloak and a hood. Her axe was surely under her cloak. I went after them and wanted to say hello, but I heard them talking while it felt like they were sneaking. I hid my presence like I learned from my thief friends and eavesdropped on them. It wasn't really intentional, but I was a bit unsettled. I am sorry, Sister Nurina. I can't go and see him. I don't think I am strong enough for it. Hilda's voice was sad, yet she was trying to keep quiet. Seems like she was here for someone and didn't get to see them. Don't worry, your son is my son and he won't be harmed as long as I walk this Nirn. Nurina's voice was warm and assuring as ever. But... wait. Your son? My son, what's going on here? Give that to him when he wakes up, it's his father's. Our friends will send you the note they kept. You will know what to do with it. Hilda's voice firmed and she exchanged farewells with Nurina. I saw her give her an amulet, but I didn't recognize it in the dark. I sneaked back to my room while thinking. How was that possible? Hilda's son is in the orphanage. Why is that? What is she so afraid to leave her son here? The ideas that popped into my head were crazy after crazy. I can't make heads and tails out of this. I have to see who will receive this amulet from Nurina. If Hilda's son is here, then I'll have to take care of him for her. She is my teacher after all. Yet for her to stay away from the children and keep watching from afar, this must be really hard for a mother's heart. I'll wait. I'll wait. I waited. Everyone is up. Nurina is organizing the kids for the breakfast. Here it is, the amulet. She takes it out. She is starting to walk. No, where is Hilda's son? Don't point that at me. I don't want to know. Don't say it. I can't even look up. Hey, Jon. Sorry about it, but before morning Hilda left early. She asked me to give you this. Nurina said in a soft voice. Please don't be the amulet, please don't. I don't want to know, please. I have to look up and see, but I don't want. Hey, Jon. Don't be angry at Hilda. Listen, she really wanted you to see her off, but she was in a hurry and had to leave early. Nurina's voice was warm but hesitating. See, it's a blessed amulet. An amulet? Why? Why did it have to be like this? I looked up and saw it. It was indeed an amulet. An amulet blessed by Talos at that. The Amulet of Talos, that was the name of it. So that how it was. I get it now. No, I am not angry. I took the amulet while saying. It was a bit different than the others. I felt more power coming from it. It wasn't an ordinary amulet. But I don't really care. I noticed Hilda's hair. I also noticed her eyes. But why was it like this? I didn't want to believe it. Wasn't this just a mod? Why is it like this? I have a relative. I have a mother. I look at the amulet again. Damn it. This is not really what I thought it would be like. What is going on with this world? Chapter 11, One School Theory. It has been 3 years since I started learning magic. Nurina was always supervising me like I am some sort of a kid. I am a kid though. This year is 4191, 10 years before the start of the game events. I am not sure if I am the hero of the game or not. I don't have a skill system, neither I can use the hero's power. Still, I would rather have a quiet long life, but if I am not the hero then I should hurry up and gather the good stuff before he/she collects them. Artifacts and rare treasures are out there in dungeons and ruins. Still, I lack the strength to survive. I am 10 years old, which mean I have only 5 years left in the orphanage. I need to make sure Nurina is alright and keep her safe from that hag Grelid harm. Nurina is a mage and a strong one at that, but Nords hate magic and they are racist, so if anything happened to her I will lash out at those people hard. These days I could find my way to the market square without anyone noticing. I sometimes accompany and Vex in their runs around the city. These two are from the NPCs in-game. They belong to the Thieves Guild and they are older than me. I learned how to pickpocket and unlock easy locks from them. I also learned how to sneak too. I should say it just to be honest that these skills are much complicated than the game. Pickpocketing in game is to sneak behind a target and use action key unseen, but in real life I have to take care of what I am about to steal. The target must be moving and not slowly, there has to some crowd to cover and the target has to be a bit careless. Once the conditions met it would be easy. I've once seen Vex cut someone's pocket from outside and took the money purse with no one even feeling her actions. How scary. Be glad they are the Thieves Guild and not the Dark Brotherhood. Picking locks is a pain. You need a thin blade to act as a base and some lock picks. Lock picks are bigger than needles with a hawk-like end. The point is to make both the picks and the thin blade that act as an all-door key, and watch for the picks because they break, or that's what it should be like in game. In real life it's another sort of pain. Picks don't break that easily. Atop of that it seems like everyone has a different way to open a lock. Vex uses 2 picks at a time and Brynjolf only uses 1. The problem doesn't end with just the lock quality and the pick's vulnerability. Unlike the game you can get caught, and if your hand slip while unlocking, a sound comes from the pick that might attract attention to you. I remember I added a mod called Life Takes Time or something that makes every time pausing actions like picking a lock or reading a book in game to actually go along with time. Sneaking is another story. It doesn't just work like the game where you press control and you become a ghost. Brynjolf told me that first I need to be in control of my body from the inside to the outside. To sneak one needs to breathe slowly to let his heartbeat not to be heard, also not putting too much power in muscles other than the ones needed is fundamental in sneaking. One also needs to blend with the surroundings and know every in and out of where he is, in day walk among people and night walk with the shadow. I really like this part about sneaking. It's known that thinning one's own presence and reading the surroundings are most fundamental skills for hunters and dungeon raiders. As someone whose aim is to be an adventurer I need lots of skills and knowledge. After asking Brynjolf and Vex how to be better at it they told me to live daily as a thief, every step must be calm and quiet, everything must be noticed and analyzed. Damn! Being a thief is cool. Where do I sign up? Alright, in few years Big Bro Brynjolf will handle the recruiting and there are requirements I haven't met yet. Big Sisvex is as beautiful as ever with her silver hair and sharp features, especially when she tries to act dangerous. She is the most skilled junior in the guild after all. Once the hero of the game joins the guild, she would already become a master and a quest giver at that. Following the master trainers from young age is sure a good thing. I mean, I don't need to buy hard-earned gold for training. Money in this world and the world of game are totally different too. I mean, in game you use only gold coins. These coins are called septims and they are named after the emperor who founded the last empire in Cyrodiil, Tiber Septim. Septims in the game are mainly gold, but that didn't stop mods and modders for creating some coin overhaul mods like immersive currency or coins of Tamriel. The one I installed was Coins of Tamriel despite its terrible naming sense, but that didn't affect the world that much. Anyway, in this world there are gold, coin, and copper coins. They are the Empire's official coin system. And when you go into a pre-Third Era dungeon in-game, why do you find septims in the treasures, you ask? No hay problema, mi amigo. In reality you get to find old coins from the ancient civilizations such as Nordic and Wmer. And the Jarls exchange these coins from adventurers for a very satisfying ratio. Thinking about that, I've already arrived at the orphanage, only to find Wulfur waiting for me at the entrance. What's up? I spoke nonchalantly. You are late, Grelid will have you head. Wulfur said. I would like to see her try. I couldn't hold back my grin. Normally that hag would nag at me whenever the chance arises, but cornering someone who was a lawyer in his past life with just words is a bit overestimating oneself. Walking past the entrance room up to the second floor, Grelid is waiting for me as far as she could from Nurina's room. I knew she could hold it no more as her eyes were blazing with fury. The hell were you been, you little swine? It's already past the curfew time. Grelid was spouting hatred with every word she could utter. Energetic as ever, old witch. The mocking me said inwardly. I was practicing magic. I knew this answer will turn her anger on. And now she is teaching the brats witchcraft. Grelid said in with a wicked smile. There is a wicked witch in this orphanage, everyone knows that. I said it with no care in the world. Grelid's eyes were already turning red with anger and I added more oil to the flame. Damn it, my old habit kicked in again. I am as stubborn as Grelid herself and I am a troublemaker of my own league, so I don't hold back with that hag. You dare mock me, you pig? Do you think that dark elf will prot? Grelid was already at her peak. First of all, her name is Nurina, and you are to call her headmistress. And I do dare, Dare is my surname. I spoke sharply, meeting her eye to eye. You want some? Come get some. Before I could say anything more we could hear Nurina's voice coming from her room. Jon, apologize. You see who is boss here? I grinned while saying sorry as soon as Nurina's words ended. One must be that shameless to make a statement. My room. Nurina's voice sounded again. That was my holy summon, can't make the goddess wait. I walked past Grelid while making a got my eyes on you sign with 2 fingers, I couldn't help myself. After all, the kids were looking at me with eyes full of admiration. A cute Khajiit girl was waving her tail left and right as she witnessed the exchange of the powerhouses in this orphanage. That was a Kara from our wing. She was sent to Grelid's wing when she came a year ago, and Grelid treated her like how Nords normally treats non-Nords. Nurina stepped in and put an end to it. Now she is at our wing. The poor thing was so broken when she came. Apparently her parents were from one of the Khajiitai trading caravans and they got attacked by bandits between Riften and Shore's Stone. The guards found her a week after the attack and she was in a bad shape. For Grelid to be mean to such a girl is the far-reaching end of cruelty. For a cat person such as me, Khajiit folk are so wondrous. A Kara on top of all Khajiit was so beautiful to my eyes. She had grey fur and black lines like that of a tiger, but her head was of a little kitten, her dark grey hair was braided in cornrows, and her eyes were radiant green. Just shoot me dead already. I am barely resisting every urge to kidnap that girl and pat her somewhere desolate. Resisting my inner cat lover urges, I am already entering Nurina's room with a Victor walk. Nurina was holding a letter and reading it in a bad mood. I couldn't help but wonder what would make Nurina in a bad mood. One must say that as a mare, elf, these guys are long livers, so annoying them must take some effort. This is a letter from my cousin Savos, he screwed up again. She said with annoyance on her face. Savos Aaron, the Archmage of Winterhold. My amazement couldn't help but leak out. How do you know of him? Nurina asked with a questioning look. Isn't the Archmage supposed to be a famous? I acted with no effort. He only became an Archmage a week ago. Nurina kept cornering me. Ops! What a blunder, now let's make up something. I walked to the chair opposite to hers and finally had an idea. I saw a human mage with some college robes at the inn. He was so drunk and was talking ill of the new appointed Archmage Savos Aaron, and he said that he won't work under some Dunmer conjurer. Sounded like a Nord to me. Perfect covering up, even if I say so myself. Nurina's expressions looked like she didn't even care at all and burned the paper on a plate with fire controlling spell. You won't help him? I wondered. His mess is his own doing. Nord mages abandoning the college is only because he perused that meaningless position for so long and they don't like it. Nurina said. Forget about that. I didn't even know your surname was Aaron. Like the famous Dunmer conjurers. I seemed to have hit the nail on its head as Nurina noticed where she slipped out such information. Sigh, I cut all ties with these thick-skull fools. Nurina said with a beautiful dark elf mage, specialized in conjuration school, doesn't work in the college and says that other conjurers are thick-skull only means one thing. I paused for a bit while looking at Nurina's eyes that started to shake. You are a necromancer. I dropped a bomb indeed. It was my first time causing Nurina to be taken aback and I must hold on to such achievement. Nurina was having an urge to beat me up, I am sure of it. Sometimes I regret teaching you anything, you rascal. Nurina paused for a second and said, what do you think? Necromancy is just another tool, you can be an evil mage using even restoration magic. I said like it was natural. People think of necromancy as evil, yet they just look at the undead as evil without realizing it is just magic. Even the large magic powerhouse declare that, not because their ignorance but just to keep their public image. I know, right? Nurina was in bafflement to my understanding. I am not just a 10 years old, you know, my total age now is 35 years, you know. My research was not on necromancy itself. I was aiming to understand how to conjure the undead. Nurina turned to teacher mood. Thank goodness I downloaded Realistic Eyeglasses mod, it added so much of sensei air to Nurina. As you know, when we conjure something we conjure it from a realm called Oblivion. It is the realm where many dark creatures reside and also where the Daedric lords who are considered evil gods also reside. By conjuring Daedric creatures we are known as conjurers, but Daedric creatures have many flows. Look at the Atronax for example, they are elemental being that lack diversity as their attacks is mainly focused their respective element. Some figures recorded their adventures out of Nirn as they traveled to Oblivion, they recorded the appearance of undead creatures in their journeys, which means as conjurers can summon undead, who are easier to bound and control and have more diversity in attacks. She gave a long lesson filled with passion and her crimson eyes were giving off light. And I chose Skyrim as one of the places that is filled with old tombs that has many sorts of undead to study, of course along with my work on conjuring. Nurina made a dramatic ending to her speech. So why are you living in an orphanage? I asked the question that was on my head for some time. Haven't I told you? Normally people wouldn't think that a Dunmer necromancer would live in an orphanage as a headmistress. I am also good with children. She answered while laughing. Damn. She has a disorder in priorities as usual of her. Anyway, have you succeeded in your research? I asked while trying not to reason with her. Yes, last year I finished my original spell to conjure some undead. As she answered that she checked outside the room, then she came back and stood in the middle of the room. I stand on and focus on what she was doing, she is clearly going to show her result. She moved her left hand and performed the spell, it caused the void to emerge in the room and from it, a figure appeared, once the void disappeared, a black skeleton stood with a bow in its hand and its eyes glowed blue. That was a skeleton archer with passing marks, but why is it black? The skeleton came from a Daedric realm, so it should be different. Clearly it belongs to a being called Dremora. Dremoras are beings with human appearance but are all black. They are alive but they are Daedrous, so they are as mean and wicked as their lords, and they are hard to bound as their wills are much stronger, so unless you worship a Daedric lord, they won't obey you and you will end up being their target. Undead of Oblivion on the other hand are as strong as Dremora and as easy to bound their wills as the Atronax. Nurina boasted about the undead she can summon. In the future, the hero of the game will enter a realm of oblivion called the Soul Cairn, and she can collect 3 spells to conjure the same sort of undead. Amazing! Nurina could recreate such a rare spell without even visiting the Soul Cairn. Can I take a look at the tome? I asked. Without even answering, she handed it to me. Was it ready here? I looked at her notes in the tome and discovered something strange. These effects are rather familiar. Seeing my frowning, Nurina giggled. So, have you noticed? She asked. Of course, I noticed. I noticed my theory being applied in this spell. This thing I call theory is my understanding of magic. I read many books about the schools of magic and I summarized what I understood and edited some parts that were unrealistic to me. Something like necromancy is conjuration school is hoax, it clearly belonged to mysticism, that was my opinion. Also, the effect of bound when it comes to the target soul is clearly my theory, not that I am the only one to come up with it, but these are stuff I know because I once read the wiki in my past life. There are also stuff I made as my original opinion, such as the mysticism school is the original school of magic and other schools serve it as effects. Understanding all mysticism effect is a must for anyone to become a full-flagged mage. This is a slap on the face to every mage in existence, but it sounded natural to me. Mysticism is about the full manipulation of the force that originated from sun and stars known as magic. I mean, you can't practice marksmanship to its most skillful form unless you know how to handle bow as a second nature. In olden days in Hammerfell, warriors of the Way of the Sword known as sword dancers reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship by starting their training in forging weapons and living their lives in a way that resembles the sword. So manipulating magic must be done this way, in my opinion. You can't live to resemble magic power, but you can train every effect in magic as a raw power without associating it to a certain school. I made a note on this subject and Nurina copied it for herself. She said it's worth researching. And now it has been applied in a spell. I see many effects from many schools: bound from illusion, call from mysticism, enforce from alteration. I get it. Such a splendid undead can only be conjured by using many effects, I muttered. Exactly, if you used your theory of one school and combined many magical effects in existing spells, you can upgrade them and be a genius mage in many schools. Nurina declared. I handed her the book and made a big sigh. So I made something that absurd? I am not sure this is a good thing or a bad thing though. I said, trying to think of how many trouble may this cause me. Of course it's good as long as you keep it a secret. Mages are secretive by nature and they respect other secrets, so others respect theirs. It's a mutual understanding in the mage community. She said to me while sitting back on her chair. Fine, is there anything else? I asked while leaving. Before I forget, stop looking at Akara in such creepy way or I will hand you your ass. She said while opening a book. What a scary woman. Chapter 12, I can make my own system RA/N. This chapter was a try to make a system. That day I took that amulet, and I never told Nurina that I overheard hers and Hilda's conversation. I am not just a small kid who will be angry over such a thing. Hilda had a very good reason to abandon me, even if I don't know what is it. I understood from what she said to Nurina, and I already have guessed most of the matter. Hilda has never returned since that day, and it has been 5 years already, 4196. I am already 15, my mental age compared to my physical age are leagues apart. Yet it seemed that there is a part of me that wants to go as wild as teenagers go. But composed must I be, thus I can attain the power I need. Frankly speaking, since the day of Hilda's departure, I swore to crush whatever made her too scared to keep her own son. I'll avenge her so hard and pour of my hate and anger on the culprit of her sadness. She gave me a special amulet of Talos which was more powerful than the ordinary ones. 2.5 times I guess. From that amulet, I could understand that my birth mother and father are Talos worshippers, which means the biggest possibility lies in the Thalmor as the enemy. If it's the Thalmor, then they have made the wrong enemy this time. An amulet that strong means it had been passed through generations of worshippers. It also means that this is one of the first amulets made to worship Talos. The normal amulet of Talos has a very unique blessing. Most blessing can be replicated as enchantments, but this one is impossible. It decreases the cooldown for the power of the Thumb, the voice of the dragons. The most Nordic honorable technique of using magic, the cooldown decreases nearly to 50% of its original duration. Normal amulets, which are also rare, can do it up to 20%. This amulet must have a grand history. I'm not faithful to the gods, but I believe in freedom of worship as long as it's not a harmful being like the evil kinds of Didra. Yet I won't disgrace all those who carried that amulet before me. I swear on that. Even if I am not the hero of the game, I will be the strongest. My training advanced smoothly since that day I decided to walk on the path of my desire. I'll be a righteous person when righteousness is needed, and I'll be the devil himself if his methods are needed. Today was a peaceful day as well as one of my last few days in the orphanage. I never thought I would actually come to miss this place, but all the memories here are important to me. My training with the new trainer involved hunting in the woods and fighting with all kinds of weapons. Thank goodness that this wasn't the game, or else I would have been only bound to use a certain type of weapons due to perks limitation. In real life, these perks can be gained only thanks to talent and training. Dual casting perk in the game is gained by focusing on syncing the output of the magicka from two hands at the same time. I luckily never lacked talent at magicka, which made my life easier. My teacher is a veteran who works as a hunter. He is quite old, but his instincts are the best. With my current progress, I could stand my ground against him. There are many arenas and fighting pits around Skyrim, as well as horse racing tracks and gambling houses, as well as red light houses. Those things are not involved with any mod I installed before. Well, let's face it, the world is huge and Riften here is hundreds of times larger than in the game. Normally I participated in the fights many times and made a name for myself as the greenhorn with a long streak of winning. The reason is, I am young, so others don't challenge me, but I am the one who issues challenges, and I won a fair amount before someone was able to put me to the ground. I am not invincible or anything, but I know how to fight. I was well trained with swords, axes, maces, and hammers. I was also trained with spears and bows. Fist fight has its own thrill, and I always used mixed martial arts techniques, so I was a bit nasty to fight. Known as Jon Dare in the city, I was already famous enough to be invited to join many companies and wealthy people. I even got a few adopting requests which I already turned down with the excuse of me wanting to join the companions. I still has a long way to go as a warrior though. As a thief, I was already invited to the Ratway and raided a few times with the thieves. And my training in magic was as smooth as it could get. I was already planning to break through to the rank of an adept level at most schools. Since the time I was reincarnated, I was dissatisfied by not having the game system. Still, who needs such a thing? Being like this is much better. I am not bound with any styles. Even though I had to keep a memo to record all the spells and the powers I learned. Equipments: Amulet of Talos, Thumb cooldown -50%, Gold Ring from Nurina, Magikar Regen 150%, Reinforced Boots, Increase Stamina 10%, Reinforced Gloves, Magicka consumption down 10%, Belt, Increase Magicka 10%, Spells, Number Mysticism Control Magicka, Absorb, Drain, Dispel Detect, Magic, Object Ward, Quadrant Divination, Alarm Necromancy, Bones Soul, Trap Number Destruction, Channeling, Flames, Sparks Bolt, Fire, Lightning Rune, Lightning Number Conjuration Bound, Dagger, sword, battle-axe conjure familiar, mouse, cat, falcon, wolf conjure undead, ghost, boneman conjure atronak, flame number illusion mind, calm, fear light, candle light, mage light number restoration heal, healing, necro healing, cure disease anti-undead, turn, sunlight number alteration speed, hasten, linger protection, stun eskin psychokinesis, open end lock weight, burden, lighten, feather fall number power, war cry hide in shadows. Shadow stone buff sneak blur, shadow stone buff speed he. I can make my own system. Seriously speaking, this just a reminder of my progress. In my equipment section, I mention the amulet and a ring gifted to me some time ago by Nurina. The boots, gloves, and belt are the joint work of Wolfer's handicraft and my enchanting. We made 2 sets and I enchanted them in a proper way to suit him. In the spell section, every spell was listed with its school, mysticism, which has few spells as no one really did well in mysticism the past few years and it was akin to a secret art, so most spells were my original spells. Quadrant ward is my masterpiece. It is a mix of 4 effects. Absorb, reflect, resist, and dispel. Normal ward spell normally rely on resist and some can do it with absorb, but I am proud to say I made a much better job. And that's all to it. I made it in a red journal and felt so much proud about it. Back to the present. The city was in a festive mood. Why is that, you ask? High King Torage was visiting the Temple of Mara with his wife Lady Elisif the Fair. Normally for every High King, their weddings should be in the City of Solitude as their stronghold as kings, but the young king insisted to visit the Temple of Mara as the traditions of Nords say after performing the main wedding ceremony in the Temple of Gods in Solitude. I led my gang to join the crowd and Nurina tagged with some other kids from the orphanage. The city was heavily guarded as the king's guard were here since 2 days ago. We found a spot near the temple and waited to watch the parade. I wasn't interested in it at all, but the girls were dying to see the new High Queen. It was rumored that Lady Elisif is young at the age of 17, and can be considered the most beautiful woman in Skyrim. In my opinion, she's not even as cute or fluffy as Akara. The cheers were getting nearer and the people were carrying baskets full of petals to throw it at the parade. What a careless act! I can hide a throwing blade in the petals and no one will see it coming. Anyway, the king is popular among the people these days, only for now though. Jarl Leela and Maven Blackbriar, as well as the other big players in Riften such as Bali the fishery owner and Volwolf Snowshot of the Snowshot clan, all these big names in Riften, lined up for the High King. And just as the front guards of the parade arrived, there was a man on a horse following behind them, circled by 2 armored knights like warriors, and he was waving to the people and smiling like a fool. Good grief! He had medium black hair and a short beard. He is a good-looking person. He also wore a full plate armor with no helmet and wore a fancy crimson robe on it. That was the High King of Skyrim, High King Torage. What followed after him was a gorgeous carriage and a girl riding in it. That was clearly the new queen. She was a beautiful woman as rumored. Blonde with innocent features and faint smile, her eyes were green as emerald and white as gazelles, and her skin was white and fine. What a refined woman! I totally forgot I added a mod to change Elisif's appearance long ago. Elisif in the game was not even as beautiful as Isolde, yet was called the Fair. In my opinion, I had to make things right, else it would ruin my immersion. The royal lot went into the temple and made the rituals they wasted everyone's important time for. I mean, look at it. The city was totally in a tizzy since yesterday and I couldn't do my business with my contacts in the guild. And finally, they got out and headed to Mistvale Keep. I urged everyone back home because I hate this sort of festivals and stuff. I wasn't like that in the past though. I just became a workaholic 5 years ago and Nurina started complaining about it lately. I will leave the orphanage in the first month of the next year and travel through Whiterun to Solitude with the Wolfer and the others. Isolde and Akara will live together in Whiterun while Wolfer and Sviti will go to Solitude. I will go there to participate in a yearly tournament that happens for the honor of the High King and all that worthless stuff. I am interested only in competition though. After the competition, I will leave to Winterhold to join the College of Winterhold. To my surprise, Nurina informed me that Hilda will meet with us in the college a year from now when I reach 16. The reason is, she wanted me to participate in a coming-of-age ceremony that used to be held by the ancient Nords and some hardcore clans at the present. She also told me that I will participate with Hilda's clan. After the ceremony, I get to have a warpaint or whatever they get from Hilda's clan too. I get it now, they are planning to tell me the truth about my birth parents a year from now. That's more of a reason for me to why I should not fail Hilda in the ceremony. These ceremonies, if I remember correctly, is for the young Nords to head to the lands which have heavy snow and fight with a monster called Ice Wraith. These Ice Wraiths are lucid, serpentine creatures of magic as if conjured from the frozen tundra and glaciers of Skyrim itself. A/N, I am having trouble describing the damn thing, Google it yourself. All in all, I have to kill one a year from now. I am not that sure if I relied entirely on martial arts, but it seems that this is the rule. My weapon is something I had to pay Wulfur and Ballimund a good price to make for me. It's a warhammer as heavy as Hilda's battleaxe. Mine was made from steel, but it has its custom design. I requested it to be made with some certain runes engraved on it. Nurina offered to enchant it with a greater soul gem I acquired with a lot of money. The hammer was like any other, its handle was made of the best wood possible to buy, reinforced with steel and it was a real beauty. The head had a blunt side and a spike like the game's steel warhammer. After it was done, Nurina and I went into an argument about how to enchant it. I wanted it to be enchanted with lightning blast effect, but Nurina had a different opinion. She wanted to enchant it with sunlight effect. It's an effect that can harm living to a fair degree with fire damage effect and harm undead to a fatal degree. My idea of lightning blast hammer was a bit from a movie, so it was childish and Nurina didn't like it. Her idea was better anyway. Lightning works better against mages, and mages didn't need to be dealt with by such a flashy and big weapon as a hammer. A hammer was a tool to crush the armor, and it was best used against big opponents like trolls and armored opponents as well. After the hammer was enchanted, I couldn't help but grin. It was a good weapon indeed, but we left it unnamed for now. After a few months of training, year 4196 has passed and it already became Morning Star, January, of 4197. I and Wulfur were making travel preparation and also made a deal with a carriage owner outside the city. We will be leaving Riften tomorrow. Nurina's things were packed in crates and transported by a carriage to Winterhold. She left before us. That day I said my farewells for all my friends in the city, the Ratway, the fighting pits and the orphanage. What really was upsetting that Grelad became the new headmistress. An era of terror would descend upon Honorhall Orphanage. I took all my stuff in 2 knapsacks and so was everyone else. My hammer was on my back. Wulfur was carrying his large shield on his back as well as an axe on his side. Sviti and Isolde were carrying their knapsacks and followed along with Akara, who carried 2 swords. She started training with dual swords, but she was still a beginner. This is my first time to leave Riften. I didn't care much about it too much. But the other guys were really in mixed emotions. The road from Riften to Whiterun takes 2 weeks. Our first stop will be Shore's Stone. The second stop will be Darkwater Crossing. There, we will be officially outside the Rift Hold and into East March Hold. The third stop will be Volthium Towers, which is a military area but serves as a short rest for travelers. Right after passing Volthium Towers we will be at Whiterun Hold and heading to our first destination, Whiterun City. While jumping on the carriage, some of the people came to see us off, Ballimund and Brynjolf as well as others. Well, this is my first adventure, so I better make it exciting. A/N, it's also the end of Volume 1. Volume 2 will start tomorrow after I get some mental refreshment. Chapter 13, Hitting the Road. I have never been this far from home in this world before, or should I say the orphanage. It's not my home anymore. Riften is though. Filthy as it is, I love that place. Too many Argonians, yet it's a place I lived most of my life in. Ops, I almost became a bit Nordly racist here. I don't hate Argonians or anything. I am always trying to keep my cheerful yet moody personality and my otherworldly standards of thinking from being affected by the Nordic way of thinking and doing thing, but it's proving to be a challenge. Staying in this uncomfortable carriage really hurts the body, and my butt is going numb along with everything around. It's also affecting my mood. And spray before you sit next to me, you smelly dimwits. Damn it, I'm losing to my temper once again. There are no sprays in this world. I tried to recreate them with alchemy and magic, yet it needs a certain degree of control I haven't mastered yet, and to cast it at people, it must be a very stealthy spell. I was known in the orphanage as a clean freak, yet that was barely the normal standards of a modern world. This world need adjustments. I don't care about being the savior of the world or anything. If I can make these people spray, I'll be a damn legend. Back to reality and getting a better position to breathe, away from the smelly fellows, my sight fall upon the beauty of Riften's forest. Such a place, even though it's winter and snowing, it's much better than many places. In winter the whole damn Skyrim gets to experience a snowy season. I don't remember which mod used to have that feature, but that's a very natural thing in a northern region like Skyrim. The infamous bears of Riften and its hold go into hibernation, so travel should be safer, if not for those damn wolves. Winter's wolves are a mad bunch. They turn crazy because of hunger and bite on every moving thing they see. Carriages don't travel together, but they form caravans. Each caravan has its guards and scouts to guard against beasts and bandits. I also joined the guards to deal with wolf attacks. I normally used a bow and was praised highly by the guards. The merchants in the caravan bought every wolf I put down, and in no more than 3 days I have already gathered the coins we paid for the ride. Best business I've ever done. It was normal to find better opportunities outside the cities where risks are involved and danger lurks into the shadow of each stone. Things got tizzy one night and my hammer was away from me, so I had to use magic. My favorite element is lightning and I trained a lot with it. It resulted to make my mana denser, adding that to my control, which originated from mysticism training. For that reason, my lightning sounded like the wrath of Thor. I'm exaggerating, but it will be like Thor's lightning one day. After showing off my magic, some people avoided me. Hey, I just saved your sorry butts. Sigh Nords. For someone who came from a different world, magic is like everything they want to know about, but for the people who live in a world of magic and be so indifferent to magic is so unthinkable to an outsider. If these people were educated, they would know that the race that excelled in necromancy thousands of years ago was theirs, the Nords. Ancient Nordic ruins are filled to the brim with undead. Forget about that now. It's camping time, so let's camp and make fire. Gaze mine magic, the motley-minded lot, and engrave its beauty in thy minds. That was me being cocky with my fire magic. These people hate magic so much, yet they can't help but watch me with envy, while I make fire by magic, not like their stupid way of smashing stones. I forced my friends to learn magic some time ago. Kara loved it and focused on magic that can add protection to her while making her move fast. Smart girl, Nurana praised her greatly and allowed me to teach her. She learned alteration and some restoration. Her twin sword style was natural and beautiful. She was like a dancer more than warrior. Wulfur wasn't good with magic, but he learned beginner fire spells for survival's sake. His fighting styles is that of a shield bearer and he's good with axes. That's a true Nord for you. Sviti was really good at illusion, but she didn't show much interest. I am not that good with illusion too, I just didn't give it much of my time. Isolde is a tragedy in magic, she never cared about it and had a poor talent in it. Me and Wulfur were sharing a fur tent. I took out a note I drew things in and started showing him my latest ideas. It's a habit I developed to pull that guy's leg into something. They were mostly weapons and designs from Earth. I always try to show them to this guy so he can make what's possible from these. If he could ever make a firearm, I would be so happy. This guy's talent was the real deal when it comes to blacksmithing. He kept taking notes and was immersed on how powerful and unique these weapons would be. I even made some movie weapons like the Mjolnir and Stormbreaker. Wulfur stopped me at a certain design that I put some effort in some time ago. It was a two-handed hammer axe in one. This drawing was extremely sinister. If anyone saw it, they would mistake for some Daedric artifact. The hammer half was as follows: a front half of a skull as the blunt hitting side of the Hummer with its mouth closed. Its eyes had a spike each, yet it was a bit out of the eyes to cause damage while not standing out. The skull design was to make it as blunt as it can get. It was linked to the pole of the weapon by a metal that was designed to look like a thick backbone that came out from the back side of the skull. The axe side with a sharp third of a circle with its blade a bit thicker than its inner part, yet the inner part had these bone phalanxes that looked as the link between blade part and the weapon pole through the axe's inner part. The pole part was not straight and engraved with deathly drawings of snakes, flowers, thorns, and skulls. The drawing itself gave a vibe of death. This weapon in reality must be the favorite weapon of the Harbinger of Death. If someone from modern Earth saw that weapon, they might think it's some art design from emo or Gothic culture designs or even anime stuff. But Wulfr's face was drenched with sweat once he saw it on paper. "Which Daedric weapon is that?" Wulfr asked. "Lord Jon's," I replied. "Cut the crap, this drawing is evil in itself, let alone the weapon," Wulfr retorted. "Can you make such a thing?" I asked. "Even if I can, I won't." Wulfr was already panicking. "Come on, once you be good enough, let's make it together. I'll enchant the axe side and the hammer side, two different enchantments, but once I master it the way. That was I really planning. Are you mad? The Vigilant of Stendar will have our heads if that thing saw light," Wulfr cried in a low voice. "The Vigilant of Stendar are what you call a brotherhood of fighting priests that worship Stendar, the god of righteousness or whatever. These guys are anti-Daedra and everything fun." This guy has a point. Still, come on, I use necromancy and they never caught the wind of me. And this weapon is when we become masters, and also when you start working in Skyforge. I pressed on his weak spot. This guy may droll if he heard the word Skyforge. The oldest forge in Skyrim. Wulfr's dream was to make weapons at Skyforge, but that was not easy. The only person who can use the forge is the legendary Eorland Greymane, the best blacksmith in Skyrim in this age. One needs the acknowledgement of Eorland Greymane to use the forge, or the forge may harm those who are not worthy. Skyforge, unlike in-game, is no ordinary forge. Mostly the snow elves believed it's a relic of the gods. It also was said that it would burn those who are not worthy of it. Hearing me telling him to make this weapon from my drawing in Skyforge when he became able to use it, he went into some daydreaming, then his face twisted as if he ate something bad. "You want to make such an evil-looking thing in the holy ground of blacksmithing? You must be out of your damn mind." Wulfr was already mad, yet he never let go of my sketch journal, looking left and right at the designs. "What is this?" He stopped at a drawing. "An airship," I replied. "From the name, it's a ship that can fly." Wulfr made a dumb remark. "You figured that alone?" I mocked. "How does it work?" He ignored me and asked. "Fell the balloon that big air bag with hot air that has the nature of rising up above. As it has been already trapped in the balloon will go up carrying the ship." I stopped talking and began thinking. "But?" Wulfr questioned. "The weight of the ship is too heavy and it needs much bigger balloon to carry it." The only solution that came to mind was to enchant the body of the ship to be lighter and enchant the space inside of the balloon to be much bigger. I think the Dwemer, deep elves, did it like that once. I started making ideas. "You really are nuts." Wulfr sighed. To call me nuts, if this guy saw the flying aircrafts of another world he would lose his mind from shock. We kept arguing about this and that until it became a bit late. After a while I felt a movement near the girls' tent. One of them were heading out somewhere. She was sneaking, yet it was away from camp. What is going on? That's not the direction of watering the flowers. I covered myself in furs and went investigating. The footprints were Akara's. Her legs have less pressure, so she wasn't easy to track. After few minutes I caught up to her few hundred meters away from the camp and she noticed me. "Akara was just looking for something," Akara said. "Looking for something? This was a place on the middle of nowhere." "Wait a second. Don't tell me. Could it be this place?" I gasped after realizing something. NN. It's around here. Akara pointed somewhere and walked. So, this place is where her family was attacked 5 or 6 years ago. Following after her we arrived at a strange-looking place. I get tensed up ready to use bound sword, but there was nothing when I used detect magic. It allows me to feel other living beings' magic power by it. The place was as if a storm struck on a small scale. Big trees were thrown down and some had many claw marks and damaged badly. Even though these marks had many damage marks, time seemed to have healed most of it. Yet the place was in a havoc as if a small battle has happened here. What can do such a mess? I was in a daze from the sight, yet I noticed Akara trembling with expressions akin to agony on her face. I couldn't say I was in her position before to understand such sadness. I only tried to calm her down or pat her shoulder, but she didn't respond at all. Looking at the place, I was really scared of what can do such a thing. I know that some creatures are crazy strong, such as mammoths and giants, but that was too intense. A black bear, Akara said with hatred chucking her voice. Wasn't it bandits? I remember the story that I was bandits who attacked Akara and her caravan. A Bosmer, wood elf, was riding it, and he had people with him. They were bandits. Akara kept speaking while pointing at some places. So, a tamer wood elf with a group of bandits operated here? And his tamed was not any bear. It was a black bear. Bears in Skyrim are forest bears, the brown normal ones, snow bears which have white fur but much stronger and faster, they are not polar bears, and black cave bears which are larger than normal bears and crazy strong. This area's damage fit the description of a black bear. A Bosmer, wood elf, tamer is a good tamer, but this time the tamer is a bandit. It will be nasty finding such a tamer in the forest. I tried to comfort Akara until she calmed down and started praying. I left Akara to her prayers and surveyed the surroundings once more. I don't think I can do such a sight even if I go all out. Back to the camp. Akara was a bit spiritless after going to that place and went directly to sleep. Wolfer felt me coming and questioned about what happened. I told him that I followed Akara for a walk and he started to make fufufa while glancing at me with some laughing eyes. Go to hell, I punched the insolent fellow and sent myself to dreamland. Before I sleep I noticed that my sketch journal was still with Wolfer. That meant he's interested in the stuff in it. Perfect. Next morning, we moved and arrived at Shore's Stone. That took us 3 days. If Riften in the game was a small sample compared to its full version in reality, then Shore's Stone was a complete different story. This town had a mine and 3 or 4 buildings in-game, but the real deal was a proper town. A big traveler's inn, a stable, many houses, a big iron mine, a large industrial-grade smelter, a forge, and a wooden wall surrounding the whole town with a guard post. That was a proper town, ladies and gentlemen. We left the carriages and headed for the inn. The town was bustling and busy with travelers, but we found a place. After a while I went out alone on some exploration. Wolfer wanted to take a look around and the girls had no interest, so they stayed in charge of the food. I took Wolfer around and started looking everywhere. This place was amazing. We entered the mines, saw the smelter and the forge. I looked for any presence of the Thieves Guild in town, but it seemed the guild's decline was taking its toll on them and they even couldn't expand to the next town. Returning on sunset, we ate together and kept arguing about my sketches till the night. I made new sketches from some games and manga. Well, that was a way to spend time. The next day we went early to buy supplies and went to the carriages. The others came a bit later and we hit the road once again. We headed north and it was a calm ride. After we camped for a day we kept heading north and then headed west with the crossroads. After that it was a sight to behold. The road between the Rift Hold and East March Hold had a beautiful view over the sulphurous pools and rocky crags of East March. The Rift Hold was few hundred meters above sea level, but the East March Hold was under sea level, so the road was horizontally on a slope. We camped in camping spot near the road and headed to our next destination the next morning. After descending the slope, we were officially inside East March Hold and our next stop was Darkwater Crossing. the new mining town. Unlike Shore's Stone, this was a new mine which was still undeveloped and barely had any features of a town. Even though we were at winter, the weather in the place was warm and good. If the place was not full with giant tribes and predators, a resort city would have been built here long time ago. The mine here was a corundum mine, which was a good metal for crafting. The one who discovered the mine was its current manager, the beautiful adventurer Anek Cragjumper. She settled here with her husband and daughter, which was 11 this year. I know about all that because Anek was in the game. A quest giver and a potential follower. After looking around in the inn, I forced the girls to follow us this time. I know some good stuff about this place. First, we went to see the mine. There were also a farm and campsite. Strange enough, the miners lived in these camps as the weather here was exceptionally good and the nature was lovely, so no one cared about houses for the time being, as the village needed some development first. The inn, which didn't exist in-game, was built early to attract travelers and develop the place faster. After the tour, the sun was still up and we were not really tired. I went to a guard and asked him about directions in the area north of the place. Taking notes of what he said, I dragged the scared lot into the wildlands while promising them a good adventure. Isolde and Sviti wanted to turn it down, but this was for their own good, so they got dragged. After an hour we reached a cave. I conjured a familiar and commanded it to explore ahead. A/N, I forgot to mention about this spell. It's conjuration school for those who doesn't know, and the familiar in-game is a ghost wolf. Familiars can be used for exploring more than fighting, and they have many forms. As long as one can comprehend a certain animal's behavior and habits, then one can make a perfect replica as a conjurable familiar. As the control was easy, they were better than Atronachs in scouting. Atronachs needed more control and had to stay close the caster. My familiars were few other animals that I watched on documentaries in my past life, which greatly surprised Nurina. I can make dolphins, sharks, eagles, small birds, and cats. My favorite was falcons and cats, so I used them to explore a lot. Now I used a cat to run inside the cave and controlled it while reading its mind. I confirmed the location and marked it on map. This place is called the Eldergleam Sanctuary, a holy land for the goddess Kynareth and the most beautiful spot in Skyrim as far as I know. This is also a place where pilgrims happen, so don't touch anything in there, I informed the guys behind me and went into the cave. Akara was curious, so she was on my tail. Wolfer followed, not really interested about anything as long as it's not related to blacksmithing. Sviti and Isolde was too afraid to enter, yet what made them more scared was to be left behind, so they came. I casted a candle light spell and hovering a bright white light sphere above my head. Everyone stuck close as we got into the cave's tunnel and followed silently. A minute later, light shone at the end of the tunnel and the scene completely changed. I saw that in the game, but I lost my words completely. The game didn't give this place any justice. How to describe what I saw in words was just so breathtaking that I fall in love from the first sight. This place was a true place to comprehend nature to its purest form. So that what you meant with a holy ground? Wolfer exclaimed. Man, I only read about it in one of Nurina's books. I made preparation to not be amazed, but that's just too much beauty. Am I even worthy to enter? I was making a dramatic speech. Of course, as long as no one means harm to the sanctuary, anyone can enter. A voice replied to me. There stood an old woman in a yellow robe. A priestess of Kynareth, it seemed. We nodded and passed the bridge over a small water creek. The sanctuary was in the heart of a hill that guards the place. The space was uneven, but there was a road and man-made bridge around the entrance. Once you pass, you will come to a vast garden that can be mistaken for a paradise with so many trees and exotic herbs. I could feel few presences concealed in the trees. I recognized them as Spriggans, are tree spirits that take the form of female humanoids. They possess moderate intelligence, but despite being revered, they are usually hostile towards travelers. Spriggans have their own unique language, which can be learned by scholars and used to calm the creatures. They can be considered the agents of nature. They are usually found protecting secluded glades and groves all over Tamriel, often blending in with the plant life and catching trespassers unaware. Spriggans attack with their long, sharp fingers as well as their teeth, and have the ability to poison enemies. They have incredible regenerative abilities, resulting in adventurers often having to defeat them several times before they remain dead. If threatened, they can call nearby woodland animals to aid them in battle, and some even have the ability to magically summon black bears. Looking around the place, we saw some ridiculously large roots coming down from a high place. Top of the roots was a tree, not as large as its roots, but it was still a big tree. That was it. This is the Elder Gleam. I and the priestess spoke in unison. I made an ahem and apologized for interruption. She smiled and said it's fine. We approached the roots and I touched them. Also I activated Detect Magic. The felt inside Magicka inside them were like an ocean. The Elder Gleam is maybe the oldest living thing known to this day. The energy in the roots just now was the real thing. These roots also are too mysterious. I don't think I can harm them even if I tried to. I declared my discoveries to the lot. Really? At all? Wolfer was amazed. Yeah, this root may be harder than metal itself. The magical effect in its Magicka is resistance of the holiest level. I said. You know a lot. The priestess spoke after she followed up to me. Yeah, I am trained as a mage. I said. The priestess nodded and stood in silence. So, nothing can harm this tree? Isolde asked while immersing herself in its beauty. Maybe Alduin the World Eater. I said. That was true though. Your nonsense about dragons again. Sviti complained. I laughed at her. Let's wait few more years and see how you respond. If an unholy artifact were to be used, it may do harm, but on what cost? You will conjure the wrath of nature and its guardians. Maybe Grelad's kitchen knife can do the trick though. I said something and covered it with a joke. The guys laughed when I made a joke about Grelad. The priestess looked at me with dark expressions, but I ignored her. After a while we went away from the roots to the garden and stayed for a while. You know too much, young man. The priestess came close and said. I looked at her and smiled. Don't worry, I can't afford the enmity of Kynareth priesthood. And who would want to harm such a beauty? You mages are a wicked bunch. The priestess turned and was about to leave. Can I meditate here for a while? I asked the priestess. Of course, this is what the place is meant for anyway. She sighed and left after replying. I activated my magic and sent out all the Magicka in my body till exhaustion. It really was a painful feeling to be with no Magicka. I then activated Magicka absorbing spell on both hands and made the target is the space around me. My body started absorbing energy so fast that I was full in no time, but after I finished I emptied my Magicka pool again, and kept repeating the process for 2 hours. This training is something I copied from cultivation novels in my past life and thought of doing the same with Magicka. The result, however, was amazing, and it has gone completely compatible with mysticism school. My Magicka pool was enlarged by that training many times before, but I feel that the results this time are extraordinary. I opened my eyes happily to find a strange sight around me. Roots has grown around me and it felt like nature is clinging onto me. My friends were laughing and say plants grew on my as if some sort of a dork. Seriously? Couldn't you at least tell me? I looked around to find the priestess was looking at me strangely. What did you do just now? She asked. I forced my energy out and let it regenerate from the energy of the surroundings. I replied, have the truth, I actually absorbed forcefully from the surroundings, and it was much more than one time. What is the use of that? She asked. It heals the body and the soul. I made up some BLLSHT. Would it hurt the surroundings? She asked again. No, you actually give energy and take back energy. The energy you gave will be changed by the higher quality energy of the space to a higher level and you gain new energy. It's a good thing for both mages and nature as you renew both your energy and the natures. That was the truth. Amazing! The priestess exclaimed in wonder. Of course it's amazing, it's my personal way of training. And you just got the commercial grade version. After a short while I urged my friends out while freeing myself from the small plants that grew on me. Heading out through the tunnel I made another candle light, but something strange occurred. The light sphere was so strong and bright that it hurt our eyes, even though I used the same amount of magicka like last time. I dispelled it and made another one with quarter the output, and it was just about right. I got what happened after few fast experiments. My magicka didn't just increase, it also became denser and with a higher quality. This is incredibly amazing. I just don't have more magicka, I also don't need to spend it as much as before. Perfect. I'll celebrate with a sweet roll and some green tea later. Our next spot was the hot springs. Yes, there are hot springs when there are sulfurous pools. In-game it was a place with few hunters grouping and bathing, but this place has no one, and there was still sun. With the cold winter this place was akin to heaven. I marked 2 spots and made one for me and Wolfer and the other for the girls. Bathing like this is a bless no matter how hot the water was. I just wanted to do another magicka training here but was too lazy to do anything. With my progress today, I can focus on training my control and the illusion school I ignored this far. Just when the sun was about to set, we headed straight to Darkwater Crossing and went right to sleep. The day after we headed towards Volthium Towers, traveling along Black River and the up to White River, and approached Volthium Towers in another 3 days. During this journey we were going to run into a bandit ambush, but I discovered them through my falcon familiar and the guards rained them down with arrows. I've never killed a soul yet, other than beasts. I'll have to do it one day, but I am still in some mixed emotions about it. A day later we arrived at Volthium Towers. It's a military place with a very high strategic importance, as it is the best place to pass between the east and the west of Skyrim. There are only 2 other passes. One was the rocky road in the south between Helgen and Ivarstead. The other one was in the north in the barren frozen land of the Winterhold and the Pale Holds, where nothing lived for miles. Volthium Towers was modded with a mod called Tactical Volthium, which made it into a fortified location. Travelers were allowed to stay for half a day with no trade meaning whatsoever unless between them. We rested for a while and finally made our pass to our last destination in the first half of our journey, Whiterun Hold. Chapter 14, Tourism in Whiterun. After a day from passing Volthium Towers, we could see a large city in the far Golden Plains. The caravan passed side to side with White River. The hold and the city were both named after this river. White River starts from Falkreath in the south, passing Whiterun and Windhelm all the way to the Sea of Ghosts. Sailing in it is impossible due to the waterfalls, else this journey would be really easy. I was sitting in the carriage comfortability, reading a note and learning few more techniques in magic. Other passengers got used to the fact I am a mage and didn't mind much of my strange-looking notes. I could feel the road under the carriage becoming smoother and better, which meant we are at a well-made road near to a major city or a town. Looking at the road ahead we could finally see it. Whiterun city walls in the reach of vision. We were at the afternoon and so we would enter the city at sunset. As planned, Sviti will stay in Isolde's house and we boys will manage it somehow. Girls get all the best treatment after all. But I am so happy I came to Whiterun. This was my base of operations in the game and I hope I can get that old place. As long as it was modded, of course. I can't remember which house mod I installed in Whiterun, but I always download Breeze Home TNF, Eleonora's Flavor. Eleonora, the modder, just did a job well done in decorating the place, plus, with original mod author remaking for the house, this place was just too good. I closed the note I was reading. It was about a new spell called Soulfire. Its idea was to link the magicka pool with weapons enchantments power reserve. It would take the enchanted weapons to the next level. As the carriage stopped, the sun has already gone down. Darkness will swallow the world soon, so we said farewells to our fellow travelers and went right towards the city. Unlike the game, there were many houses outside Whiterun's wall, but that was also part of the city. The stables where the carriages stopped were to our right as we followed the road ahead and passed through the first gate. After it, we walked and turned with the road to see a second gate that was well guarded. We had to pay the tax of entering the city as we don't have the identity of a citizen. Identities are pieces of wood that are marked with the date of its issue. Isolde has her citizenship pass, so she was okay. That sort of thing happens in each city, but the security in Riften didn't exist to begin with, so things was easy. Passing the second gate, we headed straight to the last wooden big gate. What met us in Whiterun was a very bustling place even though sun was going down. I don't remember that this city was like this. After asking around, we discovered that Jarl Balgruaf the Greater has been blessed with a third child, and it was a girl, so he threw a party to the whole town. So that little sh*t was finally born. There is some bad blood between me and that girl, from the game of course. But I'm a pity person who takes revenge even on little girls. Back to present, the city has 3 areas. The Plains district is the lower level of Whiterun. It is where the common folk reside and trade amongst each other. The Wind district is the second level of Whiterun, and it is the home of the nobility in Whiterun, as well as other notable groups. The Temple of Kynareth is located in the center of the Wines district, parallel to the Gilder Green tree, an ancient tree that grew from the Eldergleam tree of East March. The eastern side is the home of the Companions and the Skyforge. The Companions' stronghold was the first building in Whiterun. Finally, there is the Cloud district, which is the home of Dragon's Reach. We passed the streets while looking at beautiful city. After a while we reach the market square that has been turned into a festival area. Avoiding it and heading straight to a big building. That was it, my second home in game. The biggest inn in Whiterun, the Bannered Mare. That was a good place for early players to stay, and also a gorgeous inn. In real life that wasn't much different except for how huge it was. The number of tables inside and outside, also the tavern bards and music. This was what you expect from a Nordic medieval inn. We walked inside after Isolde of course and looked around for a place to sit. A maiden with an unusual silver hair came and guided us into the inn. The place was good and nearby the fire pit. Unlike other holds, Whiterun had fire pits in every house. Other holds have proper fireplaces, gamers always tripped in them though. Just as we sat, Isolde jumped up and held the silver-haired girl to stop her from leaving. The girl was surprised and turned around to look at Isolde. Isolde's voice was soft when she said Alfina. The girl looked at Isolde with strange gaze that turned at once to wonder and screamed Isolde. Just as Isolde was nodding, Alfina attacked Isolde and hugged her tightly. The inn turned silent for a bit and then few people hurried over. The innkeeper lady and some other old women. If I remember, this is Alfina Greymane, daughter of Eorland Greymane, the greatest blacksmith in Skyrim. While I was remembering who was Alfina, a blonde boy said Isolde from 9 years ago. Mathiar's and Bryfa's daughter. The inn turned into uproar at once. From what Isolde told us, Mathiar and Bryfa were her parents who owned the general goods store 9 years ago. As the people realized that, all came to greet Isolde. Well, that was warm and we were invited to many drinks. That blonde boy saved us in time though. He called off the party and sat with us beside Alfina. I am Jon from Clan Battleborn, sorry for the late introduction. This is Alfina Greymane and the innkeeper there is Hulda. We used to know Isolde since way back. He introduced himself and the others. What a polite fellow. Hello, the 4 of us spoke and nodded, then I looked at Isolde to introduce us. This is Akara and she will stay with me from today onward. This is Sviti and her brother Wulfur. And this is also a Jon, but you can call him Jon Dare. Isolde made introduction but she forgot something. They were with me in Honorhall. Then she remembered. Alfina and Hulda made an showing sympathy for the poor little orphans, while Jon Battleborn looked at me and said, another Jon. It's hard to see one of our kind these days. Indeed. I raised my tankard to him and he raised his to me, we clinked laughed to each other. I always liked this guy as an NPC in game. Few years from now the Battleborn and Greymane clans will have a feud, but Jon and Alfina, who loved each other, will remain true to each other. Thinking about it and remembering how I changed the fate of Wulfur and Sviti. How about I try to change Jon's and Alfina's? These two must be wed before 4E201. Or they will have it hard. So, how well do you know this city? I asked. Been here all my life. Jon answered. The same answer from the game. You see, I don't want to be a bother, but I heard too many good stuff about this town and we need someone who knows the ins and outs. I made a request for a guide. Haha, you found the right man for the job, my friend. I am free all day long, all I do is training and singing. Jon's declared. A bard you want to be? Did you join the college? Sviti jumped into the conversation. I am a bit in no hurry to go there, also if I left some things unchecked, they might get robbed away. Battleborn made a vague answer. Oh. I was taken aback. He didn't want to leave because the Greymane clan might find a husband for Alfina. Well, that's one's own choice after all. You said you train. You are becoming a traveling bard or something? I asked him. Singing and fighting are the closest two arts to each in Skyrim. You want to be a good bard, you need to learn how to fight. Singing for the affection of wenches and boasting on no true heart is no Nord way. Battleborn replied with a strong voice. Well said, truly. I acted as if I was impressed by his words and filled his tankard with mead. Frankly, this guy is honorable and smart, but he's a bit lax and laid back. So, what's the interesting stuff in town? I asked. You can join the companions if you want, they accept many young blood these days, their place is the Horvaskr. You can visit Skyforge if you went there too, and you can see the glider green in the square of the Cloud District. You can go hunt in the plains or go to Old Olava for a soothsaying. And finally, the inn, here old Hulda will sink you in mead if you asked. Jon made his brief introduction to the city and said rest for the night and I'll show you around tomorrow morning. As we agreed to it, the celebrations outside cooled down. Alfina took Akara and Isolde to the castle. Akara registered as a citizen and Isolde took back the key and the title deed to her parents' house from the Jarl's steward. As they got back, Sviti went with Isolde and Akara to that small house. Me and Wolfer stayed with Jon Battleborn at the inn drinking all night. After paying for 2 beds, we headed straight into Dreamland. The next day, we made an early start even when it was snowing outside. The market square was empty, so it was for the better. Jon Battleborn was in the inn after breakfast and we went out, the 3 of, 2 Jons and 1 Wolfer. A/N, I'll refer to him as just Battleborn from now on. So, first thing we go to the Cloud District. You can see the castle from there, as well as the Temple of Kynareth, the Glider Green, the old Shrine of Talos, the Horvaskr, and Skyforge. Battleborn listed the day's program. This will be a busy day, but I'm still thinking about how to help him and Alfina. I had a plan, but it's a bit of a gamble. Let's just go to tour first, I urged the 2 slow guys and made our way to the Glider Green Square. The tree was beautiful. It born from the branches of the Elder Gleam tree we saw near Darkwater Crossing. I touched the trunk and I felt the same magicka, yet compared to the Elder Gleam, the Glider Green was like a small lake compared to the ocean. It won't be bad to meditate directly to the tree. After thinking about it, I move all my magicka into the tree and absorb its magicka. Clearly not as good but not bad either. Let's just move forward. After visiting the Glider Green, the Shrine of Talos was the next stop. Talos' statue was of a man clad in armor holding a sword, stabbing it down on a large serpent that refers to Talos man telling Lorcan. How Nordic! A/N, I could not really understand the part about Talos and Lorcan in the lore, but all in all, Talos was a reincarnation of Lorcan aka Shezar aka Shor. Then Talos used a method to ascend to godlyhood and replace Lorcan. Correct me if I am wrong. A man in a priest robe was cleaning around the statue. This is Old Heimskr, he's the priest of Talos in Whiterun. He is having a hard time since the Empire banned the worship of Talos, yet no one mind him here. Battleborn said, then led us to a building not far. This is the Temple of Kynareth, the best place of healing in all Skyrim, and also a beautiful building. He bragged about the temple and how beautiful it is from the inside for a while. I already knew all that. An hour later people started to walk in the streets and went through the just opened stalls. I noticed some shadow marks carved on some shops. These are some secret marks related to the Thieves Guild. I looked for a fence and exchanged some items and information about the city. There seems to be a way for Battleborn and Alfina to be together, but I need some preparations. I went back to the boys and went to the Horvaskr, the headquarters of the companions. Have you ever seen a gym full of pros moving around and doing all macho stuff? That was it. The Horvaskr itself was the meat hall of Isgrammer and his 500 companions. They came from another continent named Atmora, killed the snow elves, Famr, that lived here before and built that place. How very American. I mean Nordic. The true story that the continent of Atmora fell into civil war, people went south to a new continent and wanted to settle there. Elves were never fans of humans because humans grew in numbers faster than them. They attacked the first human city Sarthal. Isgrammer survived and fled back to Atmora to find the war ended, but it was freezing over, so he raised an army and brought them back as his 500 goons in an event known as the Return, then drove the Snow Elves from Skyrim and established the First Nord Empire. The Snow Elves went to seek refuge to the Deep Elves, Dwemer, underground. The Dwemer tricked them into slavery that resulted for the Snow Elves to be turned into today's Famr, or some rather call the Betrayed. A very mean and evil race that survived with bugs and guarded the Dwemer abandoned cities after the Dwemer themselves disappeared somewhere. A/N, that was the most brief version of the story. There was more, but I can't really write it all here. If I am mistaken somewhere, point it quietly. Thinking about that senseless story, we start watching the companions who were training their whelps, greenhorns. I could see some familiar faces. The beautiful tomboy Ila, Farkas, and Vilkas. Moving on, we arrived at the Skyforge next to the Horvaskr. It was a small stony hill and a forge onto of it. On top of it was a monument of a bird whose eyes and beak were opened in flame. Wulfr was losing his marbles when he saw the large forge that was emitting heat from a long distance. That was a little bit too much in my opinion. He was thinking of going nearer, but Battleborn stopped him, saying this is as far as people can go. I, on the other hand, was immersed in my thoughts. I can't check this forge directly, but there were a lot of fire magicka emitting from it. That may be a very good place to master fire magic. But without a proper training method it would be extremely dangerous. When Wulfr knew that Alfina was Eurlund daughter, he lost it once again. To him, the daughter of Eurlund Greymane must be a forge maiden, not a bar maiden. This guy has a simple head. Looking at Jon Battleborn and Wulfr, I remembered my friends from my past life. Fatty and Four Eyes, these guys should have given my corpse a proper burial, and never touched a VR headset ever again. I smiled and moved these guys away from here. I went to the Horvaskr again and asked about joining the companions. They told me that I have to stay in the city for a bit of time and become a whelp under guidance for few days before they accept me as a full-fledged whelp. I only have few days before the next caravan to Solitude, though. Let's do that after the coming of age ceremony. I asked to train with the whelps for few days and they accepted it. I can use the training yard. Actually, they don't mind anyone as long as they know how to fight. Jon Battleborn lived to his family's name. He was a good swordsman. Wulfr was a shield bearer and an axe man. His throwing skills were good too. He probably learned a lot from Ballimund. I showed off my bow skill to have a conversation with Ila. She showed interest and competed with me. That was a waifu from the game, so I had a good time. Her red hair was the same as Hilda and she didn't have any paint on her face yet, which meant she isn't 16 yet. Her armor was so clumsy and big for a girl with a small build, it reminded me why she chose the armor from the game. Promising to train again tomorrow, I went back to the inn dragging the two beaten-up fellows. They gave me strange glances with their eyes. They were being beaten up by macho companions all day and I was having an archery contest with a girl. Well, I am a handsome guy for a reason, so don't let me waste my pretty face on nothing. We went to the inn and drank again. This night Battleborn was too tired to walk home, so he stayed in the inn. Next day was a cold The three of us walked under the cold light of day and helped cleaning the inn. We met the with Alfina, Isolde, Akara, and Sviti. Compared to us, the girls looked healthy and all well rested. We were raving all night after all. After breakfast we left, for the market, as the girls wanted to buy stuff. Girls were girls no matter which star system they came from. We walked all noon after them. It was one of those nightmarish shopping when boys just follow girls and carry all the stuff. During that time someone came to me and introduced himself with a code name. That was the Thieves Guild. As a member I can get some stuff I want from every city's crew. I asked for some time and followed the man to a desolate alley. So, what do you have for me? I asked. Best moon sugar in the city. If you hand it to that woman she will do it right. The man said. You sure she isn't some trickster old crone? I double-checked with the man. She is the real deal, I tell you. She works better, the better moon sugar she uses. The man confirmed the information. I paid him and left. That was some information about Olava the Feeble. She is a woman in Whiterun who can see future reading for a price. Moon sugar is an alchemy ingredient from Elsewhere, the main ingredient to make the infamous drug skooma. I was thinking about trying some skooma once, but I train all day and skooma's addictive effects can hinder me. I returned to the girls and finished the shopping, then took the boys and went to continue our tour. Battleborn showed us his house and the Hall of the Dead where Nords bury their dead. After that we went to Olava the Feeble, for some future reading. I acted excited and urged the guys. She could do some future reading with many things that includes reading tea leaves, reading palms, and cards. The moon sugar is her trigger though. But seriously, what's with old grannies doing drugs and seeing the future? Olava welcomed people front of her house. She was an old and weak woman. I sent her someone from the guild and gave her some of the high-quality moon sugar. I asked for a certain reading to be customized a bit. She was not happy about it, but when she was promised more high-quality moon sugar she agreed right away. Battleborn didn't like knowing about the future to not worry himself about it. I told him he can just ask about any worthless stuff since I'll be paying. To make the play better, Olava was cooperating with an unusual way of a future reading that I suggested through my agent. She used cards. That was a bit uncommon for her usual business. You are using strange paper this time. Battleborn wondered. Your friends paid a lot of money for an accurate future reading, my boy. Olava said. We took a card each. They were empty but we had to write the first word that come to our mind. I wrote blood. I don't know what the other wrote though. While taking the cards and placing them in order I made my move. I switched my card with Battleborn's card. Olava knew about this and she moved to the first card. It was Wulfer's card. She held it with two hands and asked Wulfer what does he want to know about. I want to know about Skyforge. Wulfer was straight as ever. Battleborn laughed and I sighed. Olava closed her eyes and hummed. She started talking. I see a path filled with fire, a fire that no human can approach but you have to walk that path. To reach the forge, you have to not only rely on your luck, but also on the luck of the boy who fear no fire. He will take your hand and name you his brother. I was astonished. That was one vivid reading. I kind of felt scared now. Wulfer was astonished. He found a hint to his dream. Suddenly he turned towards me and held my shoulders with his hands. His eyes were shooting beams of happiness. Did you hear that? Wulfu asked. Yes, yes. Congrats. Now go find that unburnable man. I asked and tried to push him. He was beaming with happiness knowing that he had a chance. Okay, geez. Don't droll on me. It's my turn now. I pushed him away and looked to Olava. Now please my card. I said. What do you want to ask about? She asked. I am asking about love. I said my request while joking. Everyone laughed. Wulfer said some things about why I sold stop playing around with girls. Who is that playing around? I just use my otherworldly gentleman style with my devilishly handsome face. Alava held the card and made the same posture while humming, then said, "You are running out of time, my boy. If you don't hurry and make the silver girl yours, her family will never approve of you. You have 4 winters." "What? What silver girl? Who is that?" I made a dumb face. Wulfar and Battleborn were startled. "The silver girl you love," Alava answered. "I don't know any silver girl," I replied. Alava made uneasy face and looked at the card again. Jon noticed the paper card and looked at it. "Isn't that my card?" "Oh, the cards were mixed up then. Wait. Isn't the silver-haired girl Alfina?" I made up a dumbfounded face. "What?" Jon Battleborn noticed and looked at Alava again. "Is that vision true?" "The vision depends on the cards, my boy," Alava said. "The BLLSHT I asked from her." "Damn. By the 8, why 4 years?" Battleborn looked worried. I apologized to him in my heart, but it was the truth. No one will believe me if I told them that the biggest 2 families of Whiterun will have a big feud 4 years from now. What made Jon Battleborn believe it more is what he knew about the 2 families' beliefs. The Greymanes were Talos worshippers and the Battleborns were not faithful to Talos that much. The soothsaying of Wulfar was 100% Alava's effort. Battleborn's was as we made in the deal. Alava returned Battleborn's card back and took my real card this time. "You will still ask about love?" Alava asked, and I nodded. Alava took the card and made the same stuff once again. Then she lagged. "Hello? Anyone home?" I was about to say something, but she screamed and threw the card away. "Okay, that's out of scenario. I don't know what she is doing right now." I looked at her. She said, "Yes? And?" I asked. Alava gulped and said, and opened her red blood eyes and looked back at me, "Okay. Perfect, really. So, I am having a horror romance plot twist at some point?" I made a speculation. "That sound ominous?" Wulfar said. "Yeah, think twice before you think of following me around again." I mocked him. We said our thanks to Alava and I handed her the rest of the deal. She held to my hand and said, "It's all true. The 3 visions are." Her hands were cold and trembling. I guess there is some truth to it. It was not afternoon yet, so we took our time walking, but the 3 of us were thinking without speaking. I looked at Battleborn and asked him if he is okay. "I am fine, it's just too sudden." Jon was a bit pale. "So, you have 4 years. I reminded him. "What to do then?" He was a bit in a daze. "Get married." Wulfar said it. Battleborn froze. He had many things to be worried about now. "I guess he won't get lax." "That won't be easy, the Greymanes won't take me seriously." Jon was still negative. "Guess I'll give him a hand." "If you want to, you can join the companions and make a name for yourself. You can go to the Bard's College and finish there quickly. You also can join the High King's tournament and make achievements there." I counted the opening opportunities for him. He thought for a while and said he will think about it. I told him to go home and take it easy, then meet us tomorrow at the inn with his decision. "Let's head to the Horvaskr." I talked to Wulfar, who nodded to me. Walking to there, we entered the training yard and met with the other whelps. It was the same as yesterday. Wulfar got beaten and I shot arrows with Ela. She was only interested in my archery skills though. She was faster than me, but I hit the marks more accurate. We told them we were leaving tomorrow for the High King's tournament and said our farewells. Next day Jon Battleborn came with a knapsack and a stiff face. He said he'll head to Solitude. I knew he would do it. Alfina meant a lot to him and he had to step up. Well, if I didn't do that he would have done nothing even after the beginning of the game's events. He is not even involved in quests, so helping him won't affect the other quests seriously. Jon Battleborn stood front of Alfina Greymane. "I am leaving." He said just that. I will be waiting," she said and nodded with a smile. 2 years. He told her how long it will take him. 2 years. She nodded with the same smile. Akara and Isolde were clinging to Sviti and saying their farewells to her and Wulfur. I lagged a bit behind until everyone finished. I talked with them for a bit and said some words to Akara's ears secretly. Here Gaze turned cold and said, "This one doesn't do fluff. Damn it, so heartless. What is the point of being a Khajiit girl if you don't fluff?" As soon as everyone was done, the 4 of us left the bannered mare and headed to the stables outside the city. The new caravan started moving to the west and it had a smooth start. The first stop will be the city of Morthal, and the second will be Dragon Bridge after passing Hjul River, then to our final destination, Solitude. Chapter 15, The team. The road to Morthal was a pain, we had to travel with only a little rest, yet too many annoying encounters happened. First we met wolves, unfriendly as usual. Then we actually bumped into some wild undead. I got to use my hammer to its full might. It also means that some ancient Nordic tomb were unearthed somehow, or Unnirnet if we take the world's name into consideration. This was my first time fighting undead and it was rather, how do I say it? It was strange. I fought with a Spriggan before, so I am no stranger to fighting monsters that used to be fantasy to me, and also I can summon some undead, but that was really interesting to see how wild undead behave. The weapon they use are ancient. Its metal is rusty and its wood is rotten and green. Undead must be burned after defeat so they don't spread some weird unknown disease. Jon Battleborn never knew I was a mage up until we set off. I kinda don't go around saying I can do magic so I don't get cold treatment from Nords. After a week of traveling northwest, we reached a mountain range. There were many caves here, but unless you want to travel in the wild plains of Whiterun to get to Dragon Bridge, you just have to get to Morthal through the mountains. Cold Rock Pass is a cave off-road that is as its name so cold, but it is considered a road for some traders. I haven't seen it as an official road in-game, but this was really a smart detour and also a beautiful sight to see. But what met us in the pass was a troll. This was my first time seeing a living one. The whole damn protection squad got ready to fight the moment the troll was spotted. It looked like an evil grey gorilla with long claws, evil head and 3 eyes. I offered cover by fire magic at this point. Trolls have a terrifying regeneration ability that could only be nulled by fire. I spammed fire bolts at the damn thing and I kinda pulled its aggro. Wulfur's shield took a hit from the troll and he was sent flying. Seriously, that was terrible. To send someone like Wulfur flying can only be done by someone as powerful as Hilda. It got pinned down by spears and I roasted it with fire. The smell was terrible and I got injured few times. Things went like this until the fire and the spears made the troll too tired to fight and it died with an unsightly appearance. It wasn't an easy fight, but no one on our side died. After the fight was over, we started taking care of the wounded. There were 20 men in the team and they were fairly strong. They could have won with some casualties, but fire magic ended the party early. The healing was done by me and those who could use restoration magic. Every time magic be useful and there are Nords around, I always tease them and boast how almighty magic is. Some get provoked and some argue, but troublemaking is fun that way. The caravan kept going into the pass for 6 hours. After we got out from it, we officially were in Hjul March Hold. From here we took the off-road way and arrived to Morthal after a day. No one really traveled to such town. Morthal is damp and full of marshes, so travelers hate it for a reason. I wanted to stay in the town of Morthal to check out some game-related stuff, but the caravan leader told us that Morthal Jarl has a bad reputation with witchcraft. I was offended and wanted to argue, but he said that this woman creeps him out, unlike mages like me. I wanted to retort, but I had no energy to. I am a mage who could conjure undead, and Morthal's Jarl Ajrod Ravencrone was actually a good and wise woman with a mystic talent in magic that could make her see some events in the future in her dreams. Her children have inherited talents like hers. She was creepy and all. Actually, all the town of Morthal is creepy if you look at it from afar. It was completely different from the game. it had the wood mill, the lake, and all these features, but it had more taller houses and they were rather darker due to the atmosphere around the city itself, which was dark and cloudy. The reason is actually the marsh around the town, but the caravan leader wouldn't be convinced by just that. It has been 10 days since we left Whiterun. I haven't eaten something well cooked lately and our tent has a new resident, so it was a very weary journey. Unlike the road from Riften to Whiterun, which had 3 rest stops, the road from Whiterun to Solitude had 2 rest stops, one of them the travelers would rather avoid. One can imagine that this journey was too much on the nerves and I couldn't study one single word. As we were finally moving on road, the caravan hasted to the west and we crossed Jal River. Half a day later we crossed the first branch of Karth River and went straight to the second. Karth River starts from the Reach Hold west of Skyrim and from the higher lands in Jalmarch Hold, passing beside Jal River, and they both meet in the marshes which is connected to the sea. To pass Karth River you need to cross Dragon Bridge. Dragon Bridge is a very ancient looking bridge that connects Hoffinger Hold to the rest of Skyrim. Hoffinger Hold was the lands of the High King and the hold where the capital city of Skyrim, Solitude, is located. Dragon Bridge was entirely made of stone and has a carved dragon skull on top of it. One could tell it was a part of ancient history. A/N, I really didn't find much in the wiki and I was a bit busy, so if I said something wrong, point it please. Passing the bridge we arrived at a village called After the Bridge, right after it. Dragon Bridge village was on a rocky riverside, yet it has developed nicely due to its particular location on the only land road in Skyrim that leads to Solitude City. Dragon Bridge had a mill that transports wood to the hold and a very big inn that can be mistaken for a wooden castle, the Four Shields Inn. The plan was to stay at this inn and head to Solitude the next day to reach it in 3 days. That concluded this journey as a 16 days journey. After arrangements, everyone was ready to sleep at any bed, even if it is in Oblivion itself. I was no exception to that. Let's just not think about how to get back. Thinking about such a journey really gives me headache. I have to find a way to travel better than this. Maybe if I was under the protection of the Steed Stone, one of the 13 standing stones, I would have a better time traveling in the future. The standing stones is something that the annoying author forgot to mention. But please, don't blame that guy. Currently he's at a summer resort and trying to figure out his touring schedule. How enviable! Back to the topic, the standing stones are standing upright magical stones located throughout Skyrim. Legend tells of the stones granting special powers to heroes of old, giving them the ability to rewrite their fate. Standing at approximately 3 meters in height, the ancient-looking stones each display a different Tamrielic constellation carved into its body. A total of 13 stones are dotted across the land, one for each month of the year, and the serpent, which has no month associated with it. The stones only seem to respond to certain individuals, but it is unknown what the qualifier for this is. Under the effects of the mod Andromeda, it replaced the mundane vanilla standing stone effects with 2 new abilities per stone. And upon discovering all standing stones, each of them also grants a unique power. The Steed Stone had 2 effects, Explorer and Gallop. By Explorer the steed increases carry weight, and with Gallop the steed increases movement speed and stamina regeneration when out of combat. They are very good at lone traveling. I was under the protection of the Shadow Stone myself. It granted me blind power, increases movement speed in combat and hide in shadows, which works near a wall or obstacle. It causes sneaking and sneak attacks to be more effective. Back to the traveling topic, I was planning to buy a horse at some point, but I am looking for a good breed. Nord horses on the other hand are hardy but slow. They can endure the cold weather of Skyrim. While thinking about that, my heavy head already sank to deep sleep. I woke up with no energy at all. Looking at the people around me, it looked like a scene from a zombie movie. They people were still tired and our bodies were screaming for some rest. I take my knapsack and take out few options. Stamina restoration potion is the best choice for this moment. I go down to the inn's hall and find my 3 friends sitting on a table and leaving a place for me. After I said I take out the green potion. Wolfer and Sviti saw it and held their tankards to me. I pour some in each drink. Battleborn looked questionably and I told him what it was. He held his tankard immediately after knowing. Drinking potions in reality is different from the game. Potions are medicines, so they must be used under strict rules. Drinking them watered didn't affect their effects, so they were advised that way. After consuming the potion we were back on track and energy filled our bodies once more. Other travelers considered potions to be only for emergencies, so no one would use stuff as wastefully as me. Speaking of my wealth, I am actually not poor at all. Even though I just left the orphanage a month ago, I used to work with the thieves and I always trade stuff with travelers. Also I could gather some rare ingredients like Nirn roots and other ones from around the Eldergleam Sanctuary. I also sold many stuff I hunted in the journey to the merchants that traveled with us. I have a total of 24 gold, 19 silver, and 37 copper septims. A/N, 1G equals 10s equals 100C. Carrying too many stuff made me wish for some extra dimensional storage like the ones they get in novels. There are magics that can do stuff like that, but quite high leveled. After eating and drinking we headed to the carriages and waited for the rest of the people. The Walking Dead arrived and the caravan set route to Solitude. Hafingar's roads were much better than the rest of the holds. I could read the whole story of Queen Potma of Solitude. A powerful necromancer, she was. That all the hold of Hafingar was deserted after she turned it into a realm of undead. She was a septim blood, so she had a claim to the imperial throne. After her son died in the fight for the throne, she grieved and unleashed all the undead she had on the world. After death she was sealed somewhere under Solitude. Closing the book I dozed off until we set camp. 3 days has passed and we could see a unique looking and extraordinarily large hill, or not. Let's just describe it as a hill, rocky hill that a large river passed beneath it. It also serves as a windbreaker for the docks in the river. Above this large rocky hill, a city was built. That was our destination, Solitude. It had a large castle at the entrance of the city, which was Castle Duer, the headquarters of the Empire in Skyrim. There was also a large windmill, large towers, and a blue dome. That blue dome is of the Blue Palace, the king's residence. The sun was going down, so we had to hurry up and enter the city before dark. Entrance to Solitude is guarded by 2 gates and 3 towers. The first of these towers, situated at the crossroads, is Sky Tower. It's mostly a lookout, although in times of war, barricades are erected across the nearby road to act as a first line of defense. The second tower and first, smaller gate are collectively known as the Squall Gate. Here, attacking armies meet their first real resistance. Last and certainly most impressive is the Storm Gate. While Castle Duer, found just within the city's main gate, has always been a massive walled structure. Looking up and to the left of the main gate, one can see more rounded style of architecture that was the same as in the Castle Duer extension, as well as the windmill. Now we pass through the gates and enter the main shopping district of Solitude. Long road it was, yet clean and has few trees left and right. There also was many stalls still working. I thought the city was going to be quiet once it gets dark. It was lively. Let's just head to the inn. It's called the Winking Skeever. Why, you ask? Because the owner used to have a skeever and it used to wink. A/N, skeever are large rats, very large, that if you are afraid of rats like me, then all you can do is just spam fireballs at them from afar. That was what he said in the game. I don't think having a skeever will qualify you to manage an inn even in Riften. Booking 2 rooms and leaving our stuff at them, we go down to get information. I was looking for specific information about the tournament. The High King's Tournament is an event that happens once every year for the King's birthday. It also serves a yearly talent show for Skyrim's warriors. The tournament 2 major events for 2 different age stages. The junior stage is for 20 years old and younger as long as you are suitable. The senior stage is for 21 years old and older as long as you are suitable. No one really uses magic even though it's allowed, but the people don't like it, so it's mainly battle prowess. I won a token to enter the tournament in Riften. Each hold has a fixed number of holds, so I was able to participate. Each participant can have his team in the tournament. They could be chosen by the participants and the limit was 5. I was planning to go in with Wolfer, but we picked Jon Battleborn from Whiterun and our chances were better. I wanted to have the upper limit, but all the people I could find were senior stage. Let's hope for the best anyway. They were 5 stages: duels, shooting, horsemanship, team duels, and the most devastating of all, battle royal. The duels were by challenging each others. One can challenge each participant or helper once. Even helpers can enter the ranks of this stage. Its time limit was the whole damn tournament. The shooting was at the range by time and score. Each participant and helper had only one chance to shoot whatever they are good at. From arrows to axes to knives and even magic. The horsemanship wasn't much different. Except it was for many targets and you ride in a track while shooting at them or hitting them with a melee weapon. The team duels were elimination matches. The battle royal was on the last day and it was a last man standing match free for all. There was an arena in main yard of Castle Duer. First day was the speech day. The king and the jarls along with the other emissaries will gather that day to congratulate the king, and challenge each others along with the other famous warriors. The second day is the day of duels that all the senior and junior teams would gather and issue challenges to each others. The duels can keep going for the whole tournament but must be issued beforehand, and you can't challenge the same person twice, which means after you challenge him, he can challenge you. The shooting matches will be held from the 3rd to the 5th day. The horsemanship from the 6th to the 8th day. Both have 3 days and it would be determined by the score of the highest team member. The team duels are the main event of the whole tournament. It starts at the 9th day and ends at the 12th. 32 teams eliminate each other and rise for the champion title. In Skyrim there were no second or third place nonsense. We Nords win the whole damn thing or go back to where we came from. The champions would receive Skyforge swords for the participant and his helpers. These were one of the few ways to get your hands on a Skyforge steel. If I get one, then I'll turn the whole damn Skyrim upside down for the best soul gem and ask Nurina to enchant it. After the team duels, the 13th day is a break and rest for the 14th day. The Battle Royal. The legendary last man standing free for all Battle Royal. No alliances allowed. Just some good old pure Nordic mayhem. I read a brief note about this before, but that big announcement on the wall of the inn made my blood boil. Many teams were with us in the inn, some teams were with their sponsors. We all looked at that announcement notice and some people read it for those who can't. These events were for both juniors stage and seniors stage. I gave everyone their mission. Wolfer, Battleborn and I will focus on training for now. Sviti and Battleborn will register in the College of Bards and will focus on our propaganda. The best place to neuter a bard is in the stage of fights, so Sviti will sing for us as a cheerleader. A beautiful girl with long black hair and lean figure will give us popularity. Battleborn will go with a sword and dagger as his duelist style was. Wolfer is my shield bearer, but I used to call him Tank, and I will go on with a hammer. Finally, the team must have a name. My naming scene is terrible and everyone knew that. Actually, I haven't given my hammer a name for that very reason. After planning it all in 10 minutes, we to make a team name. I conjured all my past life knowledge to get a good one. After 2 hours of cursing and mocking each other, we came to a decision. Our team's name will be A/N. I spent 3 hours thinking about a name and never got one. I know how terrible my naming sense is and I always rely on name generators, but you guys deserve better. You guys help me with the name or it will be a disaster next chapter if I picked it up myself. A/N, also find a name for the damn hammer. Chapter 16, Day 1, Start of the tournament. The team name was White Wolves. How we arrived to this name was funny really. A traveler named Chaos_Chan was sitting on table next to us. While we were arguing about the name, she said, "How about Gwynblet?" which meant White Wolf, so we accepted it. A/N, thank you Chaos_Chan for helping with the name. I took the most liked comment. Thank goodness I didn't steal a team name from the king's avatar. A/N, the hammer will be Agni Ra, gods of sun from Hindu and Egyptian mythology. Thanks for Alex Tolo suggestions. As long as it has something Egyptian in it, it works. After a day Sviti and Jon Battleborn came back to the inn with high spirits. Both have been accepted after passing the test of the college. Sviti already had a recommendation from 5 years, and Battleborn has been singing for long time. Both passed from the first test. One of the teachers in the college advised Sviti to make a more artistic name, as her name was fine and all but it was plain and people may not remember it well, so it would be better for her to make a more catchy name. Sviti came back to the inn and took suggestions from us. Another naming battle occurred but Sviti already had a name in mind. She named herself Linley Starsung. I was amazed for a second from her choice. The name was the same name she used to hide herself from Sibai Blackbriar after he killed Wolfer in the game. I didn't know why, but fate was kinda scary. Once upon a time she chose that name to hide, once upon a time she chose it to be famous. Let's just say that things are going for the better this time. I toured the city for a while yesterday alone and spotted few shadow marks of the Thieves Guild. I tried to find a fence but all I could find was an Argonian from the East Empire Company. His name was Guillemii and he offered the information I needed. What I was after was information about the other 31 participant from the juniors tournament. I had to buy a booklet with the info for 8 gold septims. The booklet contained accurate information about each participant and their origins, ages, sponsors, what skills are they known for and their possible helpers. Most of the sponsored participants and the high-end gamblers already had these booklet, and the Argonian told me that the gambling on the juniors stage is much more fiercer than the one in the seniors. The juniors are new blood and not as known as the seniors, so people tend to gamble more on the unknown participants. And the known seniors duels are less in number than the hot-blooded juniors, also most of them don't even bring helpers. So, from all that, all the junior matches are the important ones, while the seniors is only in the name of honor of fighting against the best opponents. That also explains why the rewards of the junior stage is much better from the seniors. Once I looked at the names in the list I found many interesting ones. Each clan, organization, and faction has sponsored someone. From Solitude there were 5 teams, most of them have the word wolf like us as it was the city symbol, 4 were sponsored. Whiterun sent 4 teams, 3 of them are companions, all were sponsored. Morthal sent 3 teams, 1 was sponsored. From Riften 4 teams including ours, 2 were sponsored. Falkreath sent 3 teams, only 1 was sponsored. Markarth sent 3 teams too, 2 were sponsored. Windhelm sent 5 as much as the King's City, and Jarl Ulfric sponsored them all. Winterhold sent only 2 teams, 1 was sponsored by the Jarl and to my surprise 1 was sponsored by the College of Winterhold itself, which meant there will be mages. Dawnstar sent 3 teams which all of them were sponsored. Jarls, weapon shops, mining companies and guilds could sponsor many teams, even the king himself can. Of course none of that was official, but sponsored teams would have much better gear and potions compared to other teams. Ulfric Stormcloak himself sponsored 5 teams, this man was aggressive as ever. One of the teams directly called themselves the Stormcloaks. The companion sponsored 3 teams, but that wasn't strange for the Fighting Guild of Skyrim. The king sponsored a team of the best juniors in Solitude called Golden Swords. In our section in the booklet my name was written and was mentioned as a talented kid who grew up in the orphanage of Riften. As for the skills, then this boy has many rumors about him, but we could say he is trained for only 5 years. As for his helper, we could only suspect a blacksmith boy who always followed him. The boy is talented as a blacksmith, which only means he has a strong build. No sponsor was found. So no one knew about Jon Battleborn yet. The Battleborn clan is big and old, but they don't compete because the Greymanes don't compete too. The Greymanes are the clan that was paid by the king to make some of the prizes of the tournament. Jon Battleborn competed under a no-sponsored team of a different city, so no one will make fuss about it. I was reviewing the booklet information with my team, as we reached the castle's main yard. Castle Door front yard, the place where the fights will be held, also allowed the participants to enter the place for training. We had 4 days left for the tournament, so we went to train and see the other participants. This place in the game is the place on must go to for joining the Imperial Legion, so I kind of knew how it would look like, but it was larger than I thought. I also thought it would be strange to make an arena here, but the preparations I saw made me in awe. It was a good job making all that. They made places for the spectators and one got the VIPs, there were enough places to take 5,000 spectators with ease. We picked a corner and started our warming up. Some teams were here already, but their armors and weapons were poorer than even ours. After all, we have a personal blacksmith, me a coin digger and also an apprentice alchemist. Battleborn was from a rich clan and have brought his coin purse with him, so we all were at a good standing. After training we went back to the inn. As 4 days has passed and many people gathered in the arena. High King Torage and Lady Elisif, as well as the Jarls and the Thanes of all the holds were here. High King Torage thanked everyone who came and wished for a fair and a good tournament. The Jarls made the same and congratulated the High King for another year of his reign. Ulfric Stormcloak wasn't that nice to Torage, but he said the customary speech. After that was done, the famous warriors of the holds and the Jarls started challenging each other. Jarl Ulfric challenged Jarl Balgruaf, Galmer Stonefist challenged Balgir Bearclaw, Thane Brylyn challenged Irilith the famous Dark Elf and close aid to Jarl Balgruaf. Unmid Snowshod last year junior champion challenged Brunwulf Freewinter last year's senior champion. All these matches were to hype up the tournament and to make things more spicy. They all ended with draw except for the champions matches. Brunwulf Freewinter sent Unmid Snowshod flying with his hammer. What brought an end to the day was King Torage's match with Jarl Igmund of Markarth. The king of course won. What a sham. The people cheered and all. Then the participants and their helpers were invited to the middle of the arena to listen to the king's speech, which was directed for them. He said few words of courage and honor, then we had to cheer and make ourselves look like some crazy Nord warriors, only after that we could challenging the hell out of each other. An hour later I was bored and wanted to slip away and do some reading or anything, just to discover that Wulfur received a challenge, and to my surprise the challenger was from Team Black Snow of Riften and he was none other than Sibai Blackbriar. Black Snow team was made of Sibai and his brother Hemming along with Asgeir Snowshod. The 3 rich brats of Riften, or as I like to call them in order. The annoying, the wimp and the idiot. So that bastard came here. And he came all the way by himself to pick a fight. Fine. Wulfur, have his head. I said to Wulfur, who nodded with a sneer. Of course killing is not allowed. He thought he can win against his Truma if he won against my friend. Too bad what was known about Wulfur is only that he is a blacksmith boy. Well, unless you are a troll, you can't do anything about Wulfur's shield, the High Dam. The High Dam is a shield 1.5 meter of smooth steel enchanted with fortify block effect, and its weight is something that scares me. I barely can carry it. Of course Wulfur's physical strength is above that of mine. He can carry the damn thing and run around with it. I also suggested to him how to make a charge so he can bash people away. Wulfur always carried few normal axes that can be thrown and fought with, and no one would want to receive an axe thrown by him. He also liked to wear heavy armor, and one of his dreams was to create one of the sets in my sketch notes as his armor using Skyforge, of course. His style was that of turtle that can jump at you any moment and may throw scary axes at you. He also can use a flail, which was a morning star mace with a chain connecting the stick and the mace itself. Let's just call his style the Hopper Juggernaut. Wulfur carried his shield with one hand. How admirable! He walked to the middle of the arena and stood front of Sibai, then he walked left, the walked right like a lion, sizing up his opponent. The people were taken aback by the Iron Man, Wulfur's behavior. He really was acting a bit cocky for a 15 years old going against someone older. He took the flail from his side and positioned his shield ahead of him. Sibai was a sword user and also carried a shield and was donned in an expensive-looking armor. He made a pose and stood face to face against Wulfur. The announcer came, voice sounded, "Here comes Sibai of Blackbriar clan, fame is his name, shiny is his armor and sword is not plain. He issues a load challenge to an Iron Man, with a shield too heavy, so what's his plan?" The artistic words of the announcer made the people anticipating the fight even more. Bets were set and the judge voice sounded, "Sibai Blackbriar of Team Black Snow and Wulfur of Team White Wolves, fight with honor, Don't kill, don't poison, don't use dirty words in the presence of the High King and the Jarls. Any of these actions will revoke you from the tournament, understood? The two nodded and looked at each other fiercely. That's the spirit. The judge gives them the permission to fight and Sibai charges like a mad person. He tried to kick the shield but Wulfur was as steady as a rock and didn't attack back. Sibai tries to clash shield to shield but Wulfur bash his shield against Sibai who was about to fall. Wulfur was smiling, he could hear his sister speaking among the crowd cheering for him. She used some artistic lines as the announcer a while ago and some people was actually liking his heavy shield style. After few clashes between the two I could feel Wulfur already had enough fun and was going to wrap this up. He bashes away Sibai whose face was red after being played around so much. He takes few steps back and puts himself in a charging posture. This was something you can see at RPGs known as Night Charge and Wulfur kinda liked to do it. Sibai was huffing and looking at the big shield and its bearer and was glaring as if his eyes were about to shoot out fire then he ran to Wulfur. Wulfur was waiting for this. As soon as Sibai ran he jumped ahead in a charge and closed the distance in a second. What could Sibai see was a shield growing so big in a second that it strangely felt so close. What the people saw was a beeline of a human and a shield that was about to bump into another human. A sound of clash could be heard and someone flew. That was Sibai flying away after being charged it. In my past life we called that hit and run but the culprit was a car usually. This time it was a man with a shield. Sibai fell to the ground and the whole arena went silent. They thought it was going to take a bit longer but Wulfur was as if a car had hit a person and couldn't stop his charge that easily so he had to take a second to stop. The judge looked at Sibai and found him unconscious. This was all to it. A fast win is a fast win, this was expected to happen but it was reversed in some people's minds. Everyone thought that the Blackbriar boy would play around with his heavy opponent and tire him slowly, but that charge was just too absurd. Even some of the Jarls were discussing how to deal with such a thing. After a while people came to carry Sibai. Wulfur came from the stage and stood with a dissatisfied face. What? I asked. TCH, too easy, that evil BAS *ard was just played with. Wulfur was expecting some more. Man, you are just that good. I sighed and refuted. Some people looked at him from the VIP stage. This was a good opportunity to pick up good talents from the unsponsored teams. Few matches later we received another challenge and this time it was me. The challenger from the companions' first team, Farkas. Why is that Icebrain is looking for me? I carried my hammer which was named Agni Ra and headed to the stage. The announcer started spewing some BLLSHT about the companions and how unlucky the opponent is. I looked at Farkas and raised my brows. He smiled at me and said I saw you in the Horvaskar before but I didn't know you were coming here. Ela said you are a good fighter and it happens I don't have anyone to challenge. How arrogant. You don't have any of those great fighter in your eyes? I asked while laughing. Bah! These are some rich milk drinker or people who are trying to be picked by the rich. You don't look like that to me. Farkas was serious though. Fine, game on. I raised my hammer which was resting on my shoulder while saying that. Farkas carried his two-handed broadsword and took his posture. I also made my stance and held the hammer with both hands. The judge gave the permission to fight but we didn't move. We just kept glaring at each other. The first to give up at this staring contest was Farkas. He tried to swing his sword horizontally but I swung the same time with him while taking a step back. My aim was not his body but the sword's pommel in his hand that was still in swinging motion. My speed was higher than him and I could land the hit accurately. Farkas was surprised as the sword flew away from his hand and his hands became red and started shaking. I tried to take the opportunity and strike him again but he was still ready and he kicked me in the torso sending me back. I barely recovered from the kick. This guy is stronger than me but a bit slower. He jumped back to take his sword and I gave a chase. Once he reached his sword, he swung it back at me which I had to dodge away and retreat a bit back, but that was the beginning of my headache. Farkas relied on his strength to push me back again and again. I couldn't find a good opportunity to make a comeback at him. On this rate it will be bad for me. I slowed a bit and waited for him to charge at me. With a step to the right I dodged him and attacked with a kick to his knee. I could see his face turn agunish from the sudden kick. His armor covered most of his upper body but his lower half was not that much guarded. I, on the hand, had a full armor of reinforced leather leg and arm guards which were made of leather and bars of metal, and enchanted as well. I had a good piece of plate armor on my torso and chest as well as a helmet. My armor was light and protective, Wolfer's best work. After few tries of pulling and pushing with each other, I found an opportunity while he was making a sidestep and ambushed the leg he was leaning on. Soon after his posture crumbled and I found a chance to hit him with the hammer on the right side of his upper body armor. His breathing worsened but he was like a maniac. He threw away his sword and jumped at me from 2 meters away. I hurriedly took a step back while spinning my body around itself and in the process sent my hammer to his other armor's side. His jump changed direction midair and he fell down holding his side. The judge comes to him and check his injury, then he ends the match with me as the winner. Farkas was hurting but he smiled while he was being taken to the healer. This guy likes to fight, I am sure of it. Let's just get along with the companions from now on. After a while Jon Battleborn was challenged and he won with style. After his name was announced as a Battleborn, the VIP area was in a stir but they calmed down when they found out that he wasn't even in a sponsored team let alone representing anyone, he was here on his own. The day came to an end and people re-evaluated the participants once again. Let's just say that my team has got a better standing and we won many of today's gambles. A/N, not a long chapter but I was not in any mood to write today. I may start writing smaller chapters to make it easier on myself for the time being and to be able to continue longer. Chapter 17, A Good Bath, A Good Fight A/N, check out our new group on Discord, link at the end of the chapter. Enjoy healing magic can't erase fatigue, that's something I learned the hard way. One night, when I was absorbed in reading I cast healing on myself to resist sleeping and I was still 9 years old. The next day I collapsed from fatigue and got scolded by Nurina. After that, I made a decision to take it easy when recovering from fatigue. And the best way was through a hot bath and a good sleep. Luckily for me, Solitude has a bathhouse and the participants like me who won and were witnessed by many were treated like nobility in that place. The bathhouse was outside the city near the river. A place where men spent time away from their wives. It was an open space with a water wheel to draw water in, and a boiler to heat water, along with many small and tall white tents. Every tent has a wooden tub. Wenches of bathhouse were its #1 feature. You can go in there, spend your money and go out with a wide happy smile. There are also some other services like cleaning clothes, and there was a barber. I'll definitely use all these features. I was beaten up the most after my match with Farkas, so I needed it the most. Using healing will only close my wounds and protect me from any internal injury but won't heal my soul. So, I took the boys and went to see the bathhouse. I must admit I didn't expect that many wenches, but it seems that the bathhouse owner expected many visitors during the tournament. And as we, the lucky customers, arrived just first thing after the tournament, we saw a lot of girls ready for duty. But damn it! No Khajiit wenches found. Barely some Bosmer and Dunmer girls, the rest were humans. Well, as my saying goes, if it doesn't have a chance to fluff, then go back to the original human way. I go in with most expensive 2 girls, a Reguard and a Nord, all that under Battleborn and Wolfer cold gazes. You can do it too, I won't tell a soul. That's what I said before picking a tent and disappearing with 2 girls. Removing my gear and clothes, I sat in the bathtub while asking the Reguard girl called Zena to take my stuff for cleaning. The other girl, whose name was Ilishka, started washing and massaging my back. I must admit, this feeling is a blessing. All that month of traveling I have seen my naked body few times as I swam in some river for cleaning and it was cold as oblivion itself. I kinda missed the bathrooms from my past life. Mirrors in this world were rarely found and I could see myself in as my reflection in the water. My muscles that I never had in my past life were in a good shape, my body is 1.8 meters and I still has a chance to grow more as I am not 18 yet. My face was as handsome as ever too, my red hair has grown very much lately that I have to tie it together. I took many of my looks from Hilda. My blue eyes had a strong color and my brows were a bit white and darker than my hair. If I had a beard then this young man will be a true killer. I smile for a bit and it seems like the massage has kicked in. Bring me some of the city's spiced wine, I say, sending the girl away. She nodded and ran out. I hurriedly take my knapsack I brought with me and take out a white potion. This secret potion is something I found in an old book of alchemy. It was about preparing a potion from troll's ingredients called Essence of the Troll. This potion definitely came from the mod Schng's of Skyrim. It has the ability to make little Jon grow in size. I gulped it and put the bottle back. A few seconds later the magic started to happen and the effects were great. I felt like a troll, a New York one. I closed my eyes to calm my mentality and keep my thinking straight. A minute later the two girls came back with few bottles and cups. A small cup in my hand, a Nord girl with an alluring body at my back and a Reguard girl with dark skin and athletic muscles in my front. Short minutes later, I drank the whole cup in one go and looked at the girls while losing what's left of my sense. Throwing the cup away can only be followed by pulling one of the two girls on my hips. Though I was a bit greedy and pulled the two. Ilishka's body was soft and sensual, Xena's body was very well toned and had soft muscles. I couldn't say which I would prefer between those two, I'll just have to find out for myself. I pulled the strings of their one-piece clothes, they became wet long ago and revealed most of the goodies already. I was sitting in the tub and they stood up to undress. After removing their one-piece dresses they became in their battle suits ready and waiting. I stand up along with these girls in the tub ready to take my time with them. I could already make guesses on how good these girls were but that was too shocking. That Ilishka girl on my left side is definitely using UNP blessed body in its most voluptuous options. Her body is sinful beyond redemption, all these curves and canyons made me lose my words. Debella did quite a good number using Body Slide Studio. These east-west melons, the hourglass figure, the soft skin and the long brown hair, the eyes which were downturned yet her hazel pupils were screaming desire, all that can trap souls with no soul trap spell. On the right side was Xena, her figure was as if it was dancing with the vapor, her torso was thin but had the perfect amount of muscles for a dancer, her body was not as sinful as Ilishka but it was more flexible and she could bend it anyhow, her melons were round and ripe, her face had a hint of thrilling danger in it. Her eyes were amber and her hair was black in curls that fitted her dark skin. I didn't know where to start so I picked a girl in each arm and started a kissing round with them. I don't know how it went but little Jon was having the time of its life in the girl's hands. A little while after, I pressed on Ilishka's head down as she kneeled in front of me and started giving a special attention to little Jon. I carried Xena and she wrapped her beautiful athletic legs around my torso as my hands went everywhere around her body as our lips never parted. A while after I sent her down with Ilishka, now little Jon had all the attention, in rounds. Not long after I could feel my soul being trapped through little Jon and it became messy down there. The effect of the potion I took a while ago was making wonder as little Jon was demanding more attention. I could see the girls decided to teach that insolent fellow some manners and bake it in the oven. Xena came behind me and pushed me on Ilishka who was laying in the tub. The tub has lost most of its water due to moving around all this while. Ilishka leaned on left while opening the gates of Tartarus to receive me in, I couldn't help but take that woman on. Her everything was so captivating that refusing such invitation from such person may conjure the wrath of heavens on me. We answered the call of desire and stuffed little Jon into the oven. It was hot and wet as if it was powered by magma, staying like that for a while is the best option to take while waiting for little Jon to adapt in. We couldn't leave the rest of the game unmanned, as I had to go left and right making Ilishka's moan louder. Our moans needed to be suppressed, but I had only one idea on how to do that, and it was a successful double suppression. Xena wasn't free all that time. She used her lightweight to cling on my back and joined the game of me and Ilishka. I could feel her round melons on my back all the time. Little Jon had already taken his time adapting and had to retort to that hot oven. It went back and advanced again, all the vigor started to return to it. Outside at the gates of Tartarus, Ilishka's moans were hard to contain and I was no better, her legs were wrapped tightly around me. Due to the shaking, the sound could be heard as if Kronos himself was trying to break out of Tartarus. Ilishka's leg lock meant that the only way outside is through. I must put down that woman or her demands won't be satisfied. Xena made the matter worse. She was moaning just from hearing us moaning, couldn't help but to send a hand to check her oven. It was already spewing magma and Little Jon was fighting hard on one front right now. After a minute Ilishka's body twisted up and down as her oven sent all its magma at me. Her arm can't support her anymore and she let her strength loose as her gate of Tartarus crumbled before mighty Kronos. A/N, should I change it from Little Jon to Kronos? Next was that troublemaker Xena. I grabbed her fiercely and took her on Ilishka. Their faces met and Xena was out of sanity, clashing even with the fallen Ilishka. Ilishka sobered a bit and took Xena head on in a long kiss. I center myself behind Xena and invade her oven with Little Jon. That place was tight and perfect. Little Jon started action immediately. Xena was moaning crazy and Ilishka was suppressing her lips to lips. I held to Xena's back while working on her oven. After a while I flipped her to face me. She rested her body on Ilishka's and now I had the two girls cornered and ready to be played with. I moved from Xena to Ilishka and took my time with both. Not long after, Xena's oven was giving up all the magma it had to Little Jon. That was it for round 1, round 2 and 3 came after until Little Jon finally gave it his all and made mess all around the girls. They were too tired to stand but a minute later Xena stood and washed herself and Ilishka. Then they washed me again and it all was clean. I couldn't help but smile. This was my first time in this world and it was fantastic. Living a normal life on Earth made my standards so demanding in this life. After washing, the girls dressed me and remained naked in front of my eyes. "Master, come to see us again." Xena waved while making a fake innocent face. "Yeah, sure." I was satisfied beyond description so I just waved away. On my way out, I saw the bathhouse mistress glaring at me. I walked to her and said, "Hey. Your friends have already left, and you owe us 2 hours." The mistress said. "I already paid for 2 hours." I retorted, "I paid, and these people won't work unless be paid too." "These were the first 2 hours." The lady said with scary cold eyes. "But wait. What do you mean the first 2 hours?" I couldn't help but ask stupidly, trying to think it was not true. "You blind boy? It's already evening. You have spent 4 hours." The woman said something I was trying to mishear. "4 hours." I was holding myself not to cry it out loud. Seriously, what are these girls thinking? I even went to yell at them to hear them moaning 2 tents away. "No girl could take business around you." The woman was shaking her head in anger. I was speechless. What the hell did I do this time? Was it the potion? Damn it all, this is scary. But to hear our moans 2 tents away is absurd. I must apologize. "Sorry about that, next time I'll take a tent in the corner." I was trying to come up with something. "Next time you take it into the secrecy rooms where no soul can hear you? Pay up and leave already." The woman yelled at me. I paid and went to the side of the bathhouse. There was a barber shop with an Altmer working it. I asked for a trim to make my hair short and stylish. Unlike the noobs in Riften, this man was an expert. He even witnessed the fights and bet on me, so his win was good. He told me to come back and was very friendly. I have a poor opinion of high elves, but this man was all right. His name was Amicalo and he had a shadow mark on his shop. It was a triangle with a circle in it. This place was a safe house for escaping thieves. Looking at the mirror he provided, I could finally see my face to the clearest detail. I have been trying to find such a good mirror, but of course, an expensive hairstylist would have one. Even Nurina, who was rich and capable, doesn't really have mirrors. What I could see in the mirror was a young man with racial features of Nords such as blue eyes, pale skin, and colorful hair. But after asking for the same taper hairstyle I used to have in my past life, I already confirmed what I thought of long time ago. The facial features of my past life didn't change much. The colors of my hair, eyes, and skin were the only things that changed. My eyes were the same Egyptian white eyes with the saber-like brows. I had the same small nose and the full long face. My chin was a bit thinner, but that's due to healthy diet. This was not a dream, me is still me, just a little luckier and much more handsome. I returned to the inn and found the boys drinking in the first floor. I went and sat down. They looked at me with half eyes and kept staring. Don't even start thinking about it. I was not in the mood to be lectured. They looked at each other and sighed, then gave me a bottle. Say Wulfr, what do you think of our brother here? Battleborn started it. Normally he is a man among men, yet he has taken it a bit too far. Wulfr talked in a low voice but not minding me at all. I sat down while looking at that exchange. You mean he is manlier among men now? Battleborn exclaimed and continued, say, how long did you last? A tad less than an hour, what about you? Wulfr answered and asked back. Same as you. Battleborn gulped and answered while averting eye contact. You saying that this bastard lasted 4 times more than us? Wulfr made a calculation. And with 2 girls. Battleborn made it worse. Damn. They both said together while looking at Little John's location. I caught goosebumps. Calm down guys, this was just a huge misunderstanding. I got a trim on the way back and visited some places, that's all there is to it. I made excuses. Look at him, knowing no shame, as if we didn't go to check on his tent before we leave. Battleborn said with disdain. TCH. He's a Khajiit lover after all, he even lies as much as them. I bet the first thing he did when he arrived at the bathhouse was to look for Khajiit wenches. Wulfr said, damn it. He found out that much. It took me the whole night trying to clear away this scandal. Next day I woke up and was in a good shape. Yesterday was great and today is having a good start. Breakfast tasty, weather warm, birds chirping, bards singing and morning coffee, ah! What a blessing. Coffee can only be bought in solitude from the East Empire Company, so I am taking all the coffee with milk I need. My friends woke up a little while after me and they looked at each other with their sleepy faces. They said in unison, F. Kerr. What of it, hey? I just woke up before you guys and ordered your breakfast too. Who is the bestest friend in the world? I retorted. That won't make me feel any better. Just admit it, what kind of a potion did you glup up yesterday? Wulfr retorted back and asked. Didn't you guys drink the stamina Vigo ration potions? I remember giving them 1 each. One wouldn't last third of the time they lasted yesterday. I think you took something different though. Battleborn made a speculation. I did. Remember that troll we killed on the way here? I said it without hiding it. What of it? Both said in unison. I extracted few ingredients from its marrow and made a medical potion that can enhance one's properties to the point of wonder. It never said anything about the duration in the prescription though. I declared with a grin. Look at him having no shame, he tricked us with some cheap potions and glupped on the good stuff. Battleborn said with a stiff face. And saying it enhances properties but didn't say anything about the duration. Taking us for fools? Duration is a property, you fiend. Wulfr said with another disdainful face. Such a way is no Nord way. Battleborn continued. Ismir's beard. What does this have to do with Nord ways? I couldn't take it anymore. I'll say anything as long as it makes you feel worse. Battleborn spoke his true intentions. So it was like this, fine, I'll make you guys 1 each. Told you he is our brother. Wulfr smiled while drinking. I know, one can tell a true Nord when he sees one. Battleborn kept making Nord-related nonsense. I couldn't muster any power to retort any more, these guys caught many bad habits from me. I couldn't help but smile though, I had once felt that feeling before. Fatty and Four Eyes were like that too. We did all sort of weird stuff. We swore to do all fun stuff that are expensive, immoral, and fattening. I, as the one who actually made real money, was in charge of the expensive section. And the two took the rest. I am sorry I left you guys earlier than I should. Or maybe these two are your incarnation in a different world and heaven was so kind to bring us together this way. I don't think I'll ever know though. An hour later we walked out of the Winking Skeever and headed to the castle where the arena is. We didn't want to accept more challenges, so we dressed like normal people. I walked up in my unique, stylish, otherworldly customized fashion. In Riften I requested many unique clothes such as modern-looking shirts and pants. Tailors aren't that skilled in these parts, but I could get my hands on few white shirts that can be worn like robes A/N, those from Witcher 3, and fit tight dark-colored pants. I also like to wear custom-made fur jackets on them for the cold days. My boots were made by me though in a sports boots style. They were soft and I learned an enchantment that removes smells and infections, so they are the best for all purposes. I looked stylish in my own eyes, my taper hairstyle was just fitting the whole thing. I only needed some shades, a watch, and a thin chain necklace, yet these stuff can't be found in Nirn. I had black Dwemer eyeglasses that originated from the mod realistic eyeglasses. I put on a very stylish amulet of Akatosh, and some small bracers. I didn't carry any weapons as I couldn't ruin this style, I can just shoot spells if I need. Wulfr always wore Nord robes that fit his large build along with a triangular hat that he liked for some reason. He also had an axe on his side. Battleborn wore some fine clothes from an expensive shop nearby, and his sword was hanging from his side. Let's head out and watch some matches. We went out, and as if the world was going in slow motion we walked in the street, Battleborn to my left and Wulfr to my right. I don't know how could I hear Led Zeppelin, Immigrant Song, which I didn't mind at all, as it seems the author was listening to it and it strangely fit the mood. We looked like rich people, even though only one of us was, the other two were fresh out of the orphanage orphans. Sviti, or who became Linley as of late, joined us on the way. That girl was always being spoiled and protected by us, so she could be considered our little sister. Reaching the castle, I showed my token and went right to the special seats made for the teams. Team White Wolves, one of few teams that didn't lose at all in the challenges, so we had a good reputation already. Along with our beautiful Linley, we already became famous. The arena was front of us and there were a lot of applause as it seemed that a member of Team Golden Swords of Solitude was challenged by a member from North Star from Dawnstar. These teams were ones of the teams that were sponsored. The first was sponsored by Torridge himself and North Star was sponsored by the Jarl of Dawnstar, Skald the Elder. I don't really know these guys well, but one guy was a blonde with a very shiny armor and a bastard sword, his name Argur Swifthilt from the Golden Swords. The other guy was Ongium Scarmouth, a tower of muscle with 2 axes each hand. Knight style vs barbarian style, this must be interesting as the two of them were not helpers but the main participants. Argur was a handsome guy with a tall blonde hair and good height, he looked to be one of the future king's men, his style is a bit mysterious to me. Ongium was 2 meters in height and wore a leather armor with 2 axes in hand, one could tell his style was speed and power. Ongium took the initiative and kicked the ground, flying at Argur, swinging his left axe from upwards. Argur, who took a stance, made a step dodge in the last second. He was not really making any effort, but Ongium was not that simple. He followed with his right axe horizontally at Argur, who was on his right, covering his side and making Argur retreat again. Argur jumped back and took a stabbing pose. I thought that he would launch himself at Ongium's opening, but he just waited. After Ongium approached, Argur started stabbing and slashing and stabbing again. It looked messy, but it was so accurate that wounds and cuts started to appear on Ongium's body. Ongium, on the other hand, became slower and could only retreat while guarding. I couldn't see a rhyme to Argur's sword, but he was something else. He was aiming at precise locations in his opponent's body. That was like a surgeon, but he was dismantling people, not fixing them. I must admit it, he is good. As good as me and Farkas. His hitting speed is really high but his body is not that strong, that's why he would rather wear a heavy armor on his waist and his arms and legs only in protective light gear. The same also goes to my gear. I think I want to fight him but my hammer will get in my way. Let's think of that later and watch the match now. Angium was having a hard time, his right arm has many cuts and it was barely moving now. I think that's as far as he goes. But to my surprise, he jumped back away from Arger's blade and lagged for a second. Arger was giving a chase but once he started cornering his opponent a fast shadow attacks him. He was able to protect his head but his shoulder guard was grazed and blood oozed out. It seems that Angium was waiting for Arger to chase and he threw the axe in his left hand once Arger wasn't able to dodge. Wise move, but now he had lost one of his weapon. He switched the axe on his right wounded arm to his left and charged. On the other hand, Arger was in a daze after taking the hit. He staggered and lost his momentum completely. One could hear few girls screaming after he was hit. He barely started to react when Angium's shadow approached him. Angium was going for blood and was really in a bad mood now. He didn't swing his axe but he attacked with all the might he can muster in one straight kick. Arger received the kick and flew backward. He coughed blood from his mouth too. That kick carried all Angium's stress from the start of the match. I really liked these two guys, they have good judgment and also strong. Arger recovery was fast, he took his sword and was about to stand but a shadow covered him and he could feel the air changing from a certain direction. He dodged backward while on the ground, it looked like he could read his surroundings well. What caused the air to change was Angium's kick upward, he wanted to launch Arger again. Once he saw Arger dodge, he used his left hand and attached with a high arc towards Arger in the ground. Arger had no time to breath but that was not a problem, all he could do is roll to the side. Once he could find a chance to put his feet on a solid ground, without even standing, he leaned on his left hand and used the sword with his right to stab at the nearest spot of Angium. The stab went into Angium's left thigh all the way through and blood gushed out. Angium fell and the referee made his announcement that he can fight no more. A healer ran to Angium to stop the bleeding and remove the blade, another ran to Arger to check on him. I must say that match was something else. I really made a good decision to come today instead of participating in the shooting range. Duels are way much better after all. Arger was hailed as the winner and many girls started jumping around. Seems like this handsome fellow is well known in Solitude. I can't lose now, I don't have a weapon but I need to fight or else my adrenaline rush will go to waste. I look around for anyone who can fight. The arena was full due to Arger's and Angium's pre-announced match so I had to take the chance. After few seconds I spotted a tall elf woman in a college robe. She was an Altmer with 3 boys and 2 girls around her. From her outer appearance I could guess that she is one of the NPCs I know. That is teacher Farelda from the College of Winterhold, master level mage at the Destruction Major. So they were here too. I don't have a weapon but most of my enchanted gear is on me, the belt, the ring and the amulet of Akatosh that gives magicar regeneration. I walked to her and greeted, if I am not mistaken, you are Master Mage Farelda from the college. High elves get things done quickly when people are more polite. It is wizard when you add the word master to it, and your information is not right, though I would rather it would be. My rank is still that of a wizard but that's of a little importance to people outside the college, I guess. Farelda said in a haughty manner, I feel like I was scolded just now but I can't point to where it was. Anyway, she was no master yet. So, by any chance, are your people up for a challenge? I cut to the chase before any annoying idea come to her head. I don't understand why should we join these barbarous acts of common folk? And why should my students fight a no-name like you? Farelda kept spewing nonsense again. This woman is annoying, so, you guys came to fight or not? You can't refuse a fair challenge once you are challenged or it will be considered a loss on your side, right? I spoke to her students directly. These guys looked to each other and one of them stood, I am Rusning, the main participant, whoever sent you, I'll take them on. His name was Rusning and he wore a blue college robe with a hood that, he looked Nord enough for me so as his teammates. It seems the college used their Nord students for this tournament. I guess they want to make their image look better with Nords. The people started to look at us and they knew there would be another match. I'll be your challenger, I said. You? But you aren't even armored or anything, Rustning said. He looked at my unusual appearance and gave me a weird look. I don't go around unprepared. Let's get this over with. What should I call you with? I asked. Just my name is enough, he replied. I nodded and walked to the arena. I found the referee and told him that I am issuing a challenge. I then walked to the middle of the stage with many eyes looking at my strange appearance in tight pants and white shirt. People started pointing at me and I could hear words of "what is he doing with no gear," and stuff like that. I stood in the middle and raised my voice. Rustning from the College of Winterhold, I challenge you. This was the simplest way to call someone out for a challenge. Some people would exchange weapons and stuff like that. I could see Rustning standing and was about to come, but Farelda stopped him and whispered something in his ears. Probably she is suspecting something. Rustning nodded and came down from the seats. He held no staff, so this meant he will spam many spells at me. He stood towards me and did nothing at all, just waiting for the referee. The announcer didn't know what to announce, so he only announced our names. People were not really understanding what's going to happen, but Nords in Solitude were more open-minded than any other place, so they didn't cheer for me just because I am against a mage. They waited too. Rustning was waiting, I was waiting too. The referee announced the start and we still didn't move. I was thinking of which spell this guy will shoot. I need to at least know the element he likes to use and think of a counter. That's how Nurina and I sparred. My favorites are Lightning the Fire, Lightning because I just love electromancy as a skill, and Fire because I am very good with it for some reason. This guy, as Farelda's student, must be a destruction monger if that was a word. He sighs and starts to call spells on both hands. From their appearance he is going to use Stoneskin and a fire skill. Fine, let's get into business. I used Stoneskin too and changed it to Conjure Flame Atronak. The people was startled seeing me use magic. No one came here expecting to see a mage fighting another. Some were scared, some were hyped. The VIP section was partly empty, but due to the previous matches Torage and Skald the Elder haven't left yet. They sat back, and all people started to show interest. Rustning was narrowing his eyes, and Farelda had a look as if she was saying, I had a feeling it might be the case, but it really is. He fired a firebolt at me which I received with a normal lesser ward. I thought of hyping up the atmosphere and shot the spell in my other hand. What happened was a space distorting followed by an appearance of figure on fire. It looked like a female and was hovering around itself. That was a flame Atronak. Before anyone react, I summoned another flame Atronak. My conjuration skill was good and second only to main mysticism. This was also due to the mod multiple summons that makes the conjurer summon more Atronaks and raise more dead with every rank up. 2 flame Atronaks stood in front of me and the people just realized what happened just now. Some people screamed and some looked in daze. Some children were very amazed by what they saw. The 2 Daedric creatures I summoned made the arena in a stir. Rustning was calculating his strategy fast, but why would I give him time? I commanded the Atronaks to fire and made another 2 spells ready. They were my signature Quadrant Ward on my left and a Bound Sword on my right. Rustning started spamming ice spells and my Atronaks dodged left and right. My control over them was good, and I also can summon 1 creature more, but my control would worsen over 3 Atronaks. An exchange of spells were going between Rustning and my Atronaks. I ran to the side and charged at Rustning. He was observing me the whole time, and as I slashed at him with the spectral sword I bound, he jumped away and fired an ice spike at me. I used the Quadrant Ward in my block it and charged again as my Atronaks started blocking his escape routes. I am not even done yet. I slash again and again, and he retreated to use fire magic and deal with me as it wouldn't actually harm my Atronaks. My strategy was to counter his fire magic with my flame Atronaks, which don't get damaged by its own element. As I drive him to a corner, he fired a bigger fire bolt. I didn't think much about it, tried to dodge it, but it was fired to the ground right next to me. I suddenly understood, but I was too late. he also ambushed me by using apprentice level spells and then used an adept level spell. This was fireball and it tends to explode. My stun skin was on so I didn't get harmed, but I took the next flight to the other direction of the explosion and took me few seconds to recover. Rustning used that time to deal with an Atronak swiftly and the other was going down. I couldn't let him has his way, so I cancelled the ward and fire a lightning bolt at the insolent fellow. Mages tend to hate lightning damage and try their best to avoid or block it. Fortunately, Rustning momentum against my Atronak made his reaction speed to my long-range attack slow and he was struck nicely. I could see his face turn anguish as he felt a chunk of his magicka pool fly away. Lightning is a counter mage's magic, so he was disadvantaged with a good strike. I kept firing few lightning spells again, but he was ready and I couldn't spam lightning forever. It was the costliest element for a reason. My Atronachs were already defeated and I dispelled my spectral sword. Me and Rustning needed a breath for the coming showdown. We looked at each other and read spells on both hands. I readied sparks and he readied flames. According to the mod magic duels, if two spells met in the way of each other, a channeling contest shall begin by pushing each other with destruction elements. Rustning took a pose by positioning his hands to the right side in a dual casting way and summoned his fire. I do it more stylishly by raising my hands in the air together and summoned my lightning. Two beams of channeling spells gets fired against each other and clash between us. I raise the output a little by little, but Rustning was going all out for some reason. It caused my beam to get shorter and being pushed back a little. This was fine. I haven't even spent much magicka, so I was confident, but I could see Rustning face sweating already while grinding on his teeth. I took a deep breath and I raised the output more and more as my blue beam took back its original length and advanced against Rustning steadily. Rustning was not able to move or his magic beam will get disturbed. His beam was at its end as my magic crashed into Rustning, directly sending him flying. He flew for a few meters and hit the ground hard. The referee came and checked on him to find him safe and conscious but out of energy. My win was declared and people actually liked what they saw. Torridge kept clapping, but Scald the Elder looked indifferent. He clearly hated mages. Anyway, I had a good fight, that was all there is to me. By that time I hope strong people would come to challenge me. At the end of the day I was still thinking about going to the bathhouse or leave it for later. Chapter 18, Madness. Third-person POV. The night of the second day of the tournament was cheerful and many people started to celebrate after witnessing the amazing fights of the day. Two fights made the people of Solitude lose their minds. Argur Swifthilt vs Ongium Scarmouth were two blood-boiling. Many young boys after that match wanted to learn the ways of both junior warriors. But the second match was too flashy that it covered the hype of the first match. Magic as a dreadful force in Nord eyes was the cause of many misfortunes. The Oblivion Crisis, when the Daedric prince Merun's Dagon tried to enter the realm of Nirn, was caused by extremist mages. The Great War was against the High Elves, who are also mages, adding to that the Great Collapse that destroyed Winterhold and left nothing behind except for the College of Mages. These events made magic in Skyrim a dreadful force, and any Nord who associated himself with magic to be alienated and shunned by Icebrain Nord societies such as Windhelm. But today's matter was another deal. A young man called John from Team White Wolves challenged a boy from the college whose name was Rustning. John and Rustning were both Nords and they used magic in beautiful ways. John used summons to counter his opponent's dominant element and trapped him again and again. Rustning was not bad either, his only disadvantage was that his opponent was too capable and too cunning. Rustning's ability to spam spells and control the fight against multiple summons and a caster showed how very capable this young mage was. When people who knew of magic started explaining to common folk how refined the match was, people started to take a new idea of mages. Mages were capable of destruction, yet their way of fighting was never this refined or beautiful in others' eyes. A mage can easily blast his opponent sky high if his opponent was a warrior of an equal rank, but two mages fighting made mages' matches much better than it normally used to look like. The children who was admiring the first match's warriors started worshipping the second match's mages in their hearts secretly. One could not tell, but the college's purpose of participating in the tournament this time was fulfilled in an unexpected way, even though they lost their match. In a particular manner near the Blue Palace of Solitude, a tall woman wearing a sky blue robe was sitting on an expensive-looking chair while looking at a young man wearing a deep blue robe. Her gaze at him was emotionless, but he was not looking back at her, he just looking to the ground while standing in front of that woman. A wild mage. That's all we could find about him. An orphan from Riften that can use magic and barely left the orphanage a month ago was able to defeat a trained destruction mage from the college. What the FK was that? Someone explain it to me. The tall woman was shouting, that was clearly Farelda. The young man looked up and squeezed what's left of his courage to talk to his teacher, but master, his magic was so strong. You could see him able to control many Atronachs and using conjuration to a strong degree. I couldn't have much space to breathe. He said. That's all you have to say? Fine, then what about the duel? What the FK was that? He was clearly an apprentice rank mage, you are a journeyman mage already, how could you lose that bad? Farelda was shouting her lungs out at Rusning. I don't know, master. I could press him at first, but it was like pushing against a wall for a second, then the wall started pushing back. Rusning said. A wall? Are you f-king kidding me? Why would a Nord, let alone a wild mage, would muster such a strong magicka? He wasn't even a Breton for oblivion's sake. Farelda was angry. She stopped and looked at Rusning again, then said, you failed the college, you failed me, and unless you atone, I'll deal with you when we return. Now get out. Rusning turned around and left hastily. After he walked out, Farelda was huffing from anger and threw away the stuff on the end table next to her chairs. Outside the room, Rusning stood with a sad face. His friends from the Destruction Major stood around him showing support. They were the two boys Holman and Svadil, and two girls Svefna and Jolma. They were the best Nord students in the Destruction Major. Actually, Rusning was better than many other students and was at the rank of Journeyman Mage already. How is Farelda? Jolma asked. In a scary mood. Rusning answered with heavy emotions. Farelda was his teacher, and no matter how haughty that Altmer was, he never hated her. We really didn't see this one coming. Holman exclaimed. It's not strange for wild mages to exist, but this one was truly powerful. Svadil said his judgment. How powerful was he? Svefna asked. In terms of technique, he is good as us, his casting speed and the speed of changing between spells were so refined. Rusning said, in terms of control, he is not lacking when it comes to conjuration, his wards were very good too, but his destruction is a bit hasty and uses too much magicka. Everyone went silent. There was a strange statement came from their friend. But if he used too much magicka, then he shouldn't have lasted this long against you, let alone win a direct duel. Holman said. That's where I find it strange. I thought he would was away his magicka early and flatter in a direct duel, but that was not the case. I pressed on him hard in the start and his spell fell to mine, you all saw that. Rusning said in a gloomy voice, but he suddenly felt like a wall, he stopped me and undid my spell with no effort at all. Mara's mercy. Svefna took a step back and covered her mouth. What do you mean, was he an elf or something? Svadil made a strange face. It felt like that I was against one. His magicka was bottomless and he was pushing me back with ease. Dueling against that guy is a mistake. Rusning said his understanding out loud. Then? How shall we atone for that defeat? Jolma asked. That's my mess to worry about, but that was more than an eye-opener for me. That guy's style is amazing, I'll send some people to check on his matches. In the meantime, you guys go challenge people and win, make a name for our college and never underestimate anyone ever again, some hidden experts might pop up any second. One last thing, never fail teacher Farelda. Rusning as the team captain regained his spirit and gave instructions. Yes. The other four shouted and left. Rusning looked towards the room he just walked out from and left. Behind the door, Farelda stood leaning her back to the door and smiling. In an alleyway behind Solitude's Hall of the Dead stood a single figure covered with darkness. The figure was hiding its features and looking around in high alertness. looking at the street outside the alley for a while, then going back to hide again. Every once in a while the figure would check outside the alleyway for something. While the figure was going back to the alleyway, it bumped into something. The figure jumped in a fright and looked at what he bumped into. Sure enough, it was another figure standing there that came out of nowhere. The first figure was scared but controlled the fear within its heart. He was here from the very start to meet a person, and here was the person. The figure removed its face cover and it was none other than Sibai Blackbriar. He looked pale and scared. You are one of those people? Mother have deals with you people? I ask for your people's help. Sibai talked in a shaking voice. We do, but we don't help. The other figure spoke in a voice of a young girl, yet it was full of wickedness and evil. After hearing the voice, Sibai relaxed, as he could tell that the voice was of someone of the same age, but he turned stiff again. The person front of him was by no means ordinary if that person was sent by these people. Right, you don't, you get paid, sorry, do you need anything else? Sibai was scared as he handed over a purse of money. Keep your money. We take payment after we deliver. The girl replied. Fine, anything else? Sibai was starting to finally relax. The figure stood silent for a while and kept staring at Sibai. Sibai, who was just started to relax, broke into cold sweat again. What? Sibai cried in a low voice. Isn't there anything I need from you? The girl asked. What is it? Sibai was scared but asked. I don't know, you are the one who called me for. The girl asked. To kill someone. Sibai woke up from his panicking. Perfect answer. Clap clap, and. The girl mocked Sibai. What else do you need from me? Sibai's stomach started to hurt him from fear. Obviously a name. The girl in darkness replied naturally. Sibai was stupefied. How could he forget such a thing? Yes, about that. He is a boy from Riften who came here to the tournament, an orphan with the name of Jon. Sibai was hesitant, but he spoke with hate once he got down to business. Then he said, kill him, the slower the better. The assassin girl in the shadow raised her brows and thought, that talented boy. He offended the Blackbriars. Fine. The girl said while turning away, but she stopped and said, you know, I stood front of your mother once and I was with a senior of mine. The air she gave made me tremble, but for a Blackbriar, you are a puy. Sibai stood in a daze, and as he could no longer retort to that person. She left after insulting him. Normally he would retort and make a fuss, but since that day, when he tried to play his tricks on that boy, he never became the same person once again. He could be domineering in front of people, but it was all just a facade. He could never forget that shout. He was so traumatized by it that he never had a good sleep since. He could barely hide from his siblings. He could hide it from his mother, but he knew he couldn't hide his fear forever, has had to face it. But this year was the year, after he trained his heart and mustered enough courage to face that person, he would face him and kill him where he stands. Yet life was cruel, he couldn't face him when he saw him, he could muster that courage he trained for long, all he could do was to challenge the other boy who always followed that person. He wanted to vent his anger and fear before he challenged the person. No, the beast he has to slay. He wanted to crush that boy, so he can face the final boss. But reality was even crueler, he was defeated so bad against another orphan that he felt he would have to kill himself. What did they feed them in that orphanage? Why did two monsters come out from such a place? He could no longer tolerate it. First he needed to find a way to kill these pests, he needed a killer. The Blackbriars had many of those, but his mother would find out, so he had to find someone else. An assassin, his mother dealt with those people. He knew about it, nearly the whole city had a rumor that Maven Blackbriar is in cahoots with the thieves and the assassins. He would do that then. He would call for them. They will kill that beast for him. He is rich and they take money. Why was he so stupid and didn't do that before? This is it. He was happy he could find it. They always deliver. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him, 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 kill you 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 him. Kill him. Chapter 19. The crazy poet. The wimp gave name for whose came doom. With swift leaps pace she goes back home. The sky was dim, the night was grim, that girl had ran on rope and rim. She jumps and rolls on roofs and walls as darkness dances when silence calls. She climbed on roof chanting the proof of darkness, door in place so aloof. In where she ran there sat one man of wisdom deep and witful plan. She neared him there in utmost care with some dead name of boy. Jon Dare, have you finished writing your nonsense? A boy voice sounded. The boy was wearing a fit tight outfit of black and red, he was also wearing a small hood covering his head. What responded to the boy was a girl. She was a thin girl with a dark aura, she wore the same outfit as him, but she was crawling on something, and it seemed to be a journal. The girl had a pale skin and few scars on her left cheek with an eye patch on her left eye, her hair was black, tall, and tied, her ears were pointy but not tall like elves, she looked ominous as he was grinning to her journal. Stabrius, you know I can't resist writing poems when I have fresh ideas. The girl talked with no sanity in her eyes while looking at the words she wrote. Mabia, focus now, you've got a contract and we must get to business. The boy named Stabrius came and held the girl from her shoulder. Have you spoke to Vizhra yet? The girl who was looking at the journal with lust glared to the boy with scary eyes, because of his interruption, which caused the boy to back away. He said this night was a good night to shed blood in the name of the Night Mother. Mabia said. So which one of us is going? Stabrius looked at her and asked. Both of us, the target is as old as us but he is too talented. We'll strike him in his sleep then run for it quietly, she said and continued. Vizhra said that one of us is to attack while the other stays hidden. If the target becomes aware, the attacker runs, and when the target tries to chase, the other takes his life from the back. Failure is not an option as always. Stabrius made a sigh while saying that. Let's head out. The nights of First Seed, March, is long and poetic. Mabia stood up from crawling. I may catch on a good ending for the poem. Stabrius sighed in his heart again and again. This girl was a lost cause, her heart was 1/10 on the kill and 9/10 on her poems. She always wrote poems for every contract. She was not that bad either, as Vizhra, the senior who mentors them, didn't mind them at all and said that every assassin had his or her style that keeps them sane. But that girl was insane. Stabrius wanted to retort but he couldn't. Even though that girl could barely focus on her kills, yet she was still more skillful than him. He could only follow her lead and do as she says, even though he hated it, he couldn't do anything about it. Tonight they had another contract on one of the tournament's new rising stars. He was both mage and warrior with high agility. Frankly speaking, that was a scary talented person, yet strong people have the same weakness as anyone else, they have to sleep. Striking while sleep is the normal style of Slayer's rank in the Dark Brotherhood. Mabia and Stabrius went to the rooftops and jumped through them numbly and unseen. After half an hour they arrived to the other side of the city. It was the shopping district. The target lived in the inn, so that was where they had to sneak into. They, as professionals, could easily locate their target. What was left was to figure out the fastest way out. After a minute all was done. Mabia and Stabrius climbed the wall that led to a certain window. That window was of the target's room. He was staying alone in a room, so that made sneaking much easier. Now, the time to act. The target was confirmed to be sleeping. Stabrius was to go and kill while Mabia was to cover his back. They opened the window with swiftness and Stabrius sneaked in. He approached carefully then, first person POV tick 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 tick. What? Why is that reacting now? I opened my eyes. This is my alarm spell, it detects people with hostility, and I charge it with enough magicka for it to last a day, but why in this hour? I don't understand, but I can't be negligent. If someone wants to ambush me, then I must ambush them first. Now, think quickly. First, where is that person? I don't have detect life spell, but let's detect the magicka around. There. Outside the window, 2 magicka signals, less than average, probably humans. No other signals seem to be out of place except for those, so let's make preparations first. Lately I learned a new spell and it was good. It was Lightning Rune. It could make a magic circle appear on a solid surface, and once something steps on it, it explodes with lightning. Let's go with that for now. I casted the spell under the mat near my bed and covered myself to act sleeping while preparing another spells in my hands. One was Lightning Bolt and the other was Stone Eskin. I can't wear any armor now, so I need to be protected. Once the presences started approaching, I could feel them right outside my window. Few seconds later a figure descended quietly and sneaked near me. From a half-opened eye I could see his gear and the skin of his face. That looked like an Imperial man with the Dark Brotherhood gear. Damn it! What do they want from me? The assassin came closer and unsheathed a dagger. Before he could have a chance to jump onto me, lightning broke out under the mat. The rune under the mat exploded in lightning and struck that assassin. Soon after I casted the Stone Eskin and jumped out of the bed, then shot the lightning bolt on my other hand at the assassin. After too much lightning went through him, the assassin fell and could no longer defend. What happened after surprised me as that guy took his dagger again and jumped at me. I reflexly took the dagger from him with a disarming martial skill, and without thinking, I buried the dagger in his stomach. This was my first time stabbing someone like that. I could feel his muscles twitching from pain and his power seeping away. Getting stabbed like that is a kill, but a slow one. I don't like torture, so I have to finish it. I took the dagger from his stomach and raised it up. After my hand descended, the dagger rested in the heart of the assassin. This is my first time to kill a human. I don't know how other felt, but taking a life like that is not something I wish to do indiscriminately. This is not the game after all. I can't go around and murder all day. These are people. Anyway, all that happened in a second. The other assassin only noticed that something went wrong after I disarmed his mate and couldn't react till now. I guess there is no need to be polite. As I was making me resolve to give a chase, my room's door was opened with a kick. Calm your horses, sheesh. Jon, what is that noise? Wulfur came in and after him was Battleborn. Assassins. I said. I took care of one and going after the other. As I finished I saw the belt that Wulfur uses to carry his axes in his hands. In no time I snatched 2 axes from him and jumped through the window with an axe each hand. I could see the other assassin was running on the roofs. Is that so? Time for some parkour then. The roofs in Solitude were dormer roofs, so they were easy to run on. I take my left and run towards the edge of the roof. There were a wooden pole from the street that carries some lanterns. I hopped on it and straight to the next building's roof. After arriving on the roof I ran forward few meters, then jumps to the right as there were wooden poles linking between buildings. I ran on them to the building across the street. That was repeated few more times with some flips and backflips until I narrowed the distance between me and the damn assassin. From the way the assassin moves, this must be a girl. I don't really care. I threw the axes few times, but the other party could really dodge and I had to collect these axes and run again. This is not getting me anywhere. While I was thinking that, I could feel a presence running in the street. It was Battleborn with a bow in his hands. Hey, where is the assassin? He shouted. Just ahead. Listen, I need you to run towards the Fletchers and station yourself in good spot. Have a full view of the roofs. We'll corner in the market. I made a hasty plan. Fine, Wulfur is behind, but he will catch up to me. Good luck. Battleborn said, and ran towards the castle. Now let's corner her more. I ran towards the direction where the girl disappeared. I knew exactly where she was because I was detecting her magical energy. After few seconds I caught her trying to mislead me and hide, but I casted a spell at her and she ran again. I had to focus my spells at the direction I don't want her to run to. The plan was going so far so good. Her speed was good. I indeed can't catch up to her on open field. A minute of running felt like an hour, but I managed to bring her where I needed. Now she was trying to run on a wooden pole, but as soon as she found a foothold on it, an arrow broke the air and buried itself in her thigh. I could hear her scream and the girl's balance was already lost. She fell from the pole that was 4 meters high. That was not really a problem for a trained person, but she was falling on her head. As I was watching, I saw someone waiting to receive the falling girl. It was Wulfur, my man. Good, catch the assassin! I shouted. He nodded with firmness on his face, but what I saw next left me dumbfounded. I told him to receive her, but why is he carrying my hammer Agniare with him? Hey wait, this is not how you receive a girl, just grab her and pin her down. I wanted to say all that, but it was already too late. Wulfur used the hammer like an experienced baseball player with a bat. He directly hit the falling girl horizontally in her stomach. That was a talented blacksmith using a hammer in combat for you. What I saw was not unexpected but still left me in awe. The girl fled to the market square with a beeline. Damn it, Wulfur! After a second the girl crashed on a stall and fell to the ground. The place was empty, thank God. I jumped from the rooftop and ran to Wulfur, then looked at the girl. She appeared to be in agony after she took the hit. Some burn marks appeared on her body due to the enchantment on Agniare. Damn it, man, that was a girl you hit just now. I looked at him and took the hammer. A girl? Wasn't that an assassin? Wulfur asked. Yes. I answered. An assassin girl? Wulfur made a dumb question. Isn't it possible? I questioned his logic. But whatever, that girl started to move again. Impressive. Suddenly I saw a cold light and my reflexes kicked in. I kicked towards Wulfur and sent him away, followed after a silver beam of light passed through his location. The girl threw a knife. And it was lethal and accurate as hell. The girl crawled on all four quickly and entered some alleyway. I ran after her and entered the alleyway, but another silver beam was sent towards me. This girl is persistent. A minute later I could hear heavy huffs from the alley. That must be hers. She was cornered and had only few bones intact to move her arms and throw stuff. Battleborn and Wulfur were behind me. Battleborn was ready to shoot and Wulfur was smashing some wood barrels with his axe. Wulfur made a large wooden shield and positioned it in front of him. Battleborn went behind him and I was the last. We invaded the alleyway with few sounds of knives sinking in the wooden shield. After a while, the girl ran out of knives. I went out of the shield's protection with my guard up. I could see her under the moon's light. She was a thin girl with dark short hair. She already removed her hood and mask to breath. Seems like Wulfur's strike made a score on her lungs. Her left eye was white as she has lost its sight long ago. She also had many scars on the left side of her face, old ones it seems. Her skin was a pale, and on the sides of her head there were short pointy ears. Half human, half elf. Nurina told me about them, but that's my first time seeing one. The right side of her face gave off her beauty, but no matter how pretty she is, she was an enemy. I don't like killing and I hope I don't need to resort to it. I used bound dagger spell in my left and walked to the girl. As soon as I reach her she tried to kick away, but she was already weakened. I grab her from her neck and tighten my grip while lifting her up. I could see more agony and she raised her hands to attack me. I expected as much, so I used the bound dagger in my left to stab her shoulders. The girl screamed. Sorry for being cruel, but we have two ways to end this, the easy way or the hard way, that depends on how fast you loosen your beans. I said like a character from some spy movie. I dispelled the dagger and changed it into a calm spell. I am not training in illusion seriously, so I put more magicka to make the effect stronger. As soon as the spell was casted on the girl, her expressions changed from pain to madness and her shaking body started to calm, yet my hand holding her neck remained locked. Answer to me or answer to the guards. For an assassin girl, jail is only the start of misery. I made a statement with a deep voice like O.L. Delvin's. The girl glared at me, then laughed like a mad person, but I returned it with a slap. I could hear Battleborn and Wulfur behind me saying hey while looking away from my act. Sorry guy, but one needs to act like this to make a good understanding with that type of scum. After receiving the slap, the girl didn't stop her crazy laugh. What an M! But I could hear something fall to the ground. It looked like some journal fell from the girl's clothes after being shaken by my slap. I threw the girl to the wall behind her. She coughed as fell on the ground with no power, but she looked at the journal with madness as if she had dropped her child. She moved her crippled arms to catch it, but she was slow. I stepped on one of her arms and picked up the journal. She looked distressed with madness after I took the journal and wanted to move, but I kicked her stomach. I was actually very angry, and I have a bad habit of acting impulsive upon anger, so I did what I felt like I want to do. Due to the kick, the girl screamed with agony. I thought she was overreacting, but I remembered that Wolfer just hit her there with my hammer. Oops, sorry, I completely forgot. Battleborn was shocked of my actions and held my shoulder while saying, "Hey, what are you doing?" But before he could say anything else, Wolfer caught up to him and shook his head. Well, sorry you had to see that, guys. Suddenly I could hear heavy footsteps and more than one presence running to our direction. I didn't turn, but the guys did. A light fell on us, but I could already guess who was that. Still, I hid the journal in my clothes hurriedly, then turned. By the order of the Jarl, stop right there. A loud voice sounded. Chapter 20, Day 4, Then Kill. Yes, that was them, our very iconic Skyrim guards. Well, there were 4 of them. Dressed in padded armors with red cloth rounding it and tightened by leather belts, helmets made from wood and steel, as well as spears and swords pointed at us. You caused damage to property and used weapons in a restricted area. What say you in your defense? The guard in the lead shouted. We were chasing an assassin. I moved to the side while saying, giving the guard a room to see the girl. The guard's eye behind his helmet widened when he saw the gear of the assassin. He could tell too, it was the Dark Brotherhood's gear. Impossible. Hurry up and arrest her. The guard urged his comrades. After garbing the girl, the guard looked at us. You must come too. Causing the damage in the market and using a weapon can be overlooked, but the assassin matter is serious, so we will need your statements. He said. There is a corpse of another assassin in the Winking Skeever. I killed him in my room. I informed the guard. The guard was taken aback and looked at me with amazement. Damn! Taking down 2 assassins in the same night? What are you? A Dragonborn? I said. The guard said, hey, with a stupid voice. Wolfer cut in and said, he always says that joke, don't mind him. The other guards laughed at their colleague and took us away to Castle Duer's dungeon. We sat in some empty room with a small window and few benches to sit or sleep on. Our weapons were taken away, but no one minded the journal on me. I opened it and started reading. That girl. She is crazy. She is talented, crazy and dark. When we trapped her in the alley, she was writing in the note with her blood. I can't tell if she had a poetic fetish or something, but the part which was written by blood was about me. A boy did sleep and a boy did sneak, and death was waiting which to seek. As one was waiting wide awake, and one was dying with no shriek. As seen she ran she could no beak, at death was calling gloom and bleak. As mother disowned me lone, to crush my flesh and bone. He'll come, he'll strike me, he'll bash or slice me. He'll come and kill me soon, so soon. And I thought I was a dark child. Let's keep that not for now. I read few parts, but she was very careful not to add information in her journal. All I could tell that the one who asked for my death was a wimp in her opinion. I don't know any wimps, neither do I waste time on such people. Who would hate me this much? Not the college kids or Maven Blackbriar, probably. I guess the guards will have to find out. Now while we were at it, I instructed Wolfer on more magic training. This guy has a good compatibility with fire magic, much better than average, and after I started convincing him to gain fire resistance by training in magic and how will it make him resist the lashes of Skyforge, he agreed to it right away. Battleborn, on the other hand, was only interested in restoration, not for the healing effects, but for the attacking effects. Restoration had many nasty spells, much nastier than destruction and even conjuration at some points. Spells that devastate the undead and spells that weaken the opponent like Leech Seed and Dwelling Blood. After few seconds of teaching those guy about the aspects of every school, the door of the room opened. Whoa, watch the magic! A guard stood at the door and was in awe of the amount of magic he saw in the room. A man in armor pushes the guard to the side then enters the room. The guard noticed and said, "Sorry, Captain. What's going on here?" The man looked at me and asked. "Nothing, just training some healing magic," I answered. "You are healers? Seeing what you've done to the assassins, I say I would never fight with a healer ever again." The man said and laughed, "I am the commander of the guards here in Solitude. You can call me Captain Aldous," the man said while shaking hands. So that was him. He is an NPC. I must apologize in the name City Guards. Our duty was not fulfilled by watching over the residents, so the bounty for 2 assassins and a bounce shall be paid to you as soon as the king receives the news," Captain Aldous said. "Oh. Thank you. No one really can blame the guards this time. The Brotherhood is scary after all, haha," I said, trying to be friendly. Captain Aldous's eyes were wide open. He held me from the shoulders and looked serious. You could tell that was the Dark Brotherhood. "Eh? What is strange about that?" "Mara's mercy. The Dark Brotherhood." Battleborn was shocked. "Well, the gear kind of gave their identities off. Is it hard to not recognize the Dark Brotherhood?" I asked while feeling something was not right. "No common folk can just recognize the Dark Brotherhood when they see one," Captain Aldous said. "Well, I came from Riften. I can recognize assassins and thieves from their gear though," I said that as an excuse. Riften really is not a safe place. I remember the stories that the guards who accompanied the king said when they went there. Captain Aldous understood. "I'm safe. But to get targeted by them, aren't you worried?" he asked. "Rather than worried, I want to know which bastard wanted me dead. As long as the payer can't pay, the Dark Brotherhood won't come after me," I said. "Did you get anything out from the assassin?" I asked. "She didn't speak, but we found out something. The girl and the boy you killed are known as Beriza and Valero. These 2 are from Team Blood Hand. Their staying location was raided a while ago, but the place was clean. We are trying to get something out of the girl, but tutoring her may kill her in that state you left her in," Captain Aldous said. "So, can I see her? I will heal her so that you interrogate her," I said. "Sorry, this is an official business from now on," Captain Aldous said, "but I can inform you once we know who wanted you dead." "May I ask for another favor?" I said. "Let's hear it," the man said. "Can the city guard take credit for the killed assassin?" I asked the man. "What? Why would we do such a thing? You will get rewarded for that, you know," Captain Aldous said. "I'd like to be rewarded and all, but I don't want to be targeted for vengeance by the Dark Brotherhood. They rarely fail, and I don't think they as fanatics to an unholy creed will make someone like me get away." I gave my reasons, even though they were not just that. Fine. If it's for your safety, then we'll do it like that. I will also increase the guards around the inn," Captain Aldous said. "What a nice guy." I thanked him and went away with the boys. After we got back to the inn, there were some guards who came to investigate, and everyone in the inn was awakened. Sviti was worried, but we assured her. The news spread in the city like a wildfire the next day. A rising star gets targeted by assassins and the assassins got killed and captured by the guards. Someone will be very furious today. I went to the shooting range outside the city near the stables and found some seats. There were not that many as people as in the arena, but it was still crowded. I find the place where I can register and see the rules. The shooting methods were open. One can use anything as long as it reaches the target. Wolfer will throw axes and javelins. Battleborn will use a bow and I will use magic. Each round has 3 stages. The first will be shooting the red targets between the blue targets, the second will be shooting the red targets floating in the river, the last will be shooting the flying targets. That was pretty much it. It was boring and I finished it in no time. My time was around a minute and a half faster than most archers or throwers as I used lightning bolt spell. After the contest, I went back to the city alone but I met someone unusual on the way. It was Guillemei, the Argonian fence of the Thieves Guild in Solitude. It has been a while, Jon Dare. Guillemei said. It has. What can I help you with? I asked. I actually knew he would come but that was too soon. I heard you were attacked based on some misunderstanding yesterday. A friend of mine wants to have a word with you. He said. A friend? Is it the assassins? The Thieves Guild and the Dark Brotherhood had a good relationship and understanding as the biggest two underground organizations, but that was another story. What does that friend of yours want? I asked. To talk, nothing more. Guillemei said. Fine, let's see what they have to say. I said and went with Guillemei. The docks of Solitude were large and had many ships. Unlike the game, the ships were coming and going and the place was bustling with life. We reached the office of the East Empire Company deep in the docks area. Guillemei entered and I followed him. I could see an Altmer and an Argonian waiting there. This is Mikalo of ours. Guillemei introduced me to the Altmer. Yes, we've already met. I said and offer a shake to Mikalo. A/N, Mikalo is the barber from chapter 17. I never thought it would be you. Mikalo said while shaking my hand. Guillemei interrupted and introduced the other person. This is Gimza, he is from our business partner's side. Gimza appeared to be an Argonian with two horns back on his head and his scales were green. He was wearing normal clothes but I felt he is strong. I can't tell Argonians apart actually, but that maybe is Vizhara from the Dark Brotherhood. Nice to meet you, I am Jon. I introduced myself. We heard about you but we never thought you are one of our friends' people. I must apologize for the matter of yesterday. Gimza said. I came okay from it, can't say the same about your people. I said, being no polite at all. It's a shame, truly sorry about it. Gimza said, but I need to ask you what exactly happened that night. I thought you would never ask, but I am not that fool to tell you the truth. I sighed while looking down, acting tired, but I was rechecking my cover-up story. I looked to Gimza and said I was sleeping soundly that night. Suddenly my window was opened. Normally anyone wouldn't feel it so fast, but I am not used to the cold of Solitude. As I started to feel aware, I could see a shadow for someone with a dagger on top of me. All I could do was to kick at it and then I fired a lightning spell. It was not hard for the other people to hear the lightning and all the inn woke up. Your people ran and we gave a chase. Finally, the guards cornered them and one was killed while the other was taken. You know the rest. Gimza was scratching his chin while thinking, so it was like that. We can do nothing about it. But I am sorry to be blunt. Gimza said, I need your help. I was astonished. He tried to kill me and now wants my help. That's so thick-skinned, or thick-scaled, taking his race into consideration. I want you to find out how many information the guards took out from the girl, destroy any evidence and deal with the girl. Gimza said. Wow! That's nuts. I looked to Guillemei but he ignored me. I looked to Mikalo and he nodded to me. So, what kind of evidence should I destroy? I asked. Anything that is related to us. Gimza said, there is a notebook that the girl used to carry. I also want that destroyed. And how do you want me to deal with the girl? I asked. If she didn't speak then please try to get her out. Gimza said. And what if she spoke? I asked. Then kill.